Welcome to Sunset Beach and the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. The Sound on morning update. Getting ready, Hawaiian Water Patrol with the Red Bull jet ski. Launching it into the water. Lakey Peterson, she'll be in the first women's quarterfinal. She's got Shane Dorian in her corner. Molly Picklum's eyeing the peak. Seth Moniz will be rooted on by his family. He's in the men's quarterfinals. Jack Robinson, former champ out here, he's in the men's quarterfinals as well. We got a beautiful rainbow to greet us this morning. In Hawaiian, we say anue nue and aloha. Ka kahiaka kako, that means good morning, everyone. Kaipo Girl, the fabulous Felicity Flick Palmentier. I'm really excited just to build up every time to a finals day, and we got a stacked finals day for both the men and the women.
Yeah, we do. And if I just look back on the week that we've had just surf of all different shapes and sizes. It started off really big. Yesterday was absolutely pumping for the women all day, and then today still looks like that swell's still hanging around and really good conditions again.
Yeah, let's take a look at our women's bracket. We're down to 8 surfers. One of them is going to be the champ. We start off with a bang. Molly Picklum versus Lakey Peterson. Molly, a former winner out here. What do you think about that quarterfinal number 1, Flick?
It's so stacked, and obviously we know that Molly and Lakey have spent a lot of time together. Lakey's obviously working with Shane here. Molly's working with Micro. However, they've also worked with Micro a lot together, so there's like sort of friendly fire going on. And I think Lakey's ready to take it to the Grom, like she said yesterday in her post-heat interview with AJ.
Quarterfinal number 2, we got the rankings leader, Katie Simmers, up against a past champ out here at Sunset Beach, Brisa Hennessy.
Oh, fireworks. I feel like Katie's going to obviously want to hold on to that yellow jersey, but it's a really tough draw because Brisa's obviously won out here. She just has an affinity with this wave, and yet so close again in my eyes.
Caroline Marks, Joanne DeFay, JoJo, she's been surfing really well out here in the free surf sessions, but of course, Caroline Marks, our defending world champ.
For sure. I think Caroline, the lone goofy, left in the draw, and she's performed well out here last year, even though when she wasn't feeling her best. Conditions have slightly changed today, so I'm wondering if that's maybe going to favour her on her backhand a little bit. But yeah, coming up against an informed Joanne DeFay, so once again, these quarters are all looking really good.
Yeah, and quarter number 4, I can't say enough about the commitment of Bella Nichols out here. One big turn yesterday for a 7.33, but the story really yesterday, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with a giant single wave score of a 9.17.
For sure. I think the thought that comes to my mind is just commitment from both of those ladies. They have just both been so assertive, and wow, I mean, these 4 quarterfinals are going to be a hoot.
Well, the clock is on. The horn has sounded. We're starting with the women's quarterfinals. The matchup in quarterfinal number 1, Molly Picklum up against Lakey Peterson. We talked about this matchup before, kind of the new guard versus the old guard in quarterfinal number 1.
Yeah, it is. And these, Lakey and Molly have become so close over the last few years. They've spent a lot of time together. I know after WSL finals last year, Molly stayed on in the US, and she went on a trip all throughout America with Lakey and Lakey's husband, Tom. So they really put in a lot of time together. They're really good friends, but I just feel like after Lakey getting that win last year, her first win in a long time at J-Bay, sort of ignited a fire in her, and I think she maybe thought for a little bit there. She was saying that, oh, do I still have this, and then that win's kind of reignited that, and now to be matched up against such a good friend and this new guard, Molly, who has been on such a roll, from pipeline to here and has all this momentum, I feel like this is going to be a great matchup.
It sure is. And for Lakey Peterson, well, we'll talk about Molly Picklum because she's our 2023 Sunset champ. So she's our defending champ here. She's had a great start of the year, runner-up at Pipeline to Katie Simmers. She knows the feeling out here at Sunset. She's been successful. Pickles, one to watch out for her rail game and how she's been able to hold the rail and carve through turns in every single heat has been so impressive. Molly Picklum.
Yeah, for sure. I think Molly's definitely one of those surfers that I think since even last season, she's come back and physically she looks a lot stronger, and even just in her powerful carving maneuvers, I just feel like there's been a difference since last season. So yeah, she's definitely bringing a different sort of intensity.
Let's go and get the details on finals day. AJ is with Tours and Competitions, Travis Logie. AJ, take it away.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Travis, Finals day, women's quarterfinals in the water. Walk us through who we can expect to see today.
Yeah, easy call today, AJ. Women's quarter starting off first, followed by the men's quarters, and we'll alternate like that back and forth with the women's final starting around 2:30 and the men's final starting just after 3.
And with the swell in the water, how do we expect the conditions to change throughout the day?
Yeah, conditions are great at the moment. This morning there's been some crazy rides already. It's just that pure northwest swell. There's not a lot of that conflicting swell today, so it's really defined takeoff spot too. That's great. And according to the buoy readings, we should see a little reinforcement around 1 or 2 p.m. just in time for finals, so looking forward to that.
Looking forward to it. Crowning some champions today. Kaipo, we'll send it back to you.
Oh, cannot wait. It's been a great start to the season this year on the championship tour. Let's have that trend continue. I like the fact that we're thinking that, according to the buoys, we're going to have a little bit of boost this afternoon, just in time for the finals.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and you can just see right now on the screen, I mean, conditions are absolutely as good as they get. There's not a breath of wind right now. It looks really buttery, and it's probably going to even start looking really nice when that sun starts to hit it.
Here comes Molly, first wave of the day. Picklum, good sized wave, way overhead. Beautiful down carve there for Molly Picklum. Sets up again, smooth on a roundhouse cutback. Inside section, attacks the lip for a beautiful lip glide, some variety in that ride. Nice opener for Molly Picklum.
Well, that was a really, really nice first wave. Just interesting to me where they were both positioning and who was going to take that inside, like be on the inside, right? I mean, we heard Lakey how fired up she was yesterday to take it to the Grom and show the Grom what's up. But yeah, you can see here just Molly jostling for that inside position. Lakey was sort of trying to pal around the back there, but Molly got the better of it. And beautiful looking wave here. This one really gave a lot of opportunity. She was able to really lay into that first turn, a little bit slower through this inside section, but what I really liked is that she was able to get a finish there and go straight to the lip. So she had a bit of variety, and this first opening maneuver here, really impressive, just really big down carve, and backs it up a little bit slower in the middle, but yeah, I really liked how she was able to go to the lip here and really control that last turn.
So waiting for the score, Molly Picklum with an early advantage. Priority now go to Lakey Peterson. Pickles on the paddle back out. Lakey eyeing up some peaks here. How important is it for, at this stage in the game, to get to start off with a good score?
I mean, it's the dream start for any heat. Obviously, the dream start is just, obviously opening up that account with a better than good wave. And right now, I mean, Molly's in a really good position. In my eyes, this wave was a really good opener for the heat. And it just gives you so much more confidence going forward, a little bit of so it's so good for your mindset.
Well, Molly's going to feel pretty good about it. A 6.83 starter, so that's a strong start for the 21-year-old Molly Picklum. You can see 26 on the back of her jersey. Out in the channel with her is her coach, Glenn Micro Hall. Interesting story. And Glenn, when he was on tour, on the championship tour, his jersey number was 25. Pickles chose 26 just to one-up the coach by a digit.
Oh, that does not surprise me. Molly's just so funny. I feel like she's just so competitive. As you can see, both the coaches there. We've got Shane Dorian for Lakey and then Micah on the right for Molly. And both those guys obviously have so much experience. But I wonder if they're talking to each other and, discussing, oh, that was a mistake, or, Lakey should have been on the inside for that first wave. But obviously right now Lakey's got priority, and you can see that she's actually moving a little bit wider out towards the channel, just repositioning.
These two have met up one time, and it was Lakey Peterson who took the win over Molly Picklum. And it was an impressive matchup between these two surfers, because this last year at J-Bay, Molly Picklum was in form throughout the event. Pickles, 7.5 and a 6-point ride, but here comes Lakey Peterson. Peterson was able to gather a 6.27 and a giant 8.5. Excellent score for Lakey's 6th CT win here at J-Bay.
Yeah, this was just beautiful surfing. When I watched this, I just, Lakey's obviously comes from California and, spending a lot of time on those right-hand point breaks up there, and it just translated so well to J-Bay. And I just remember hearing all the press that came from after that, and just Lakey's take on how important and how much that win meant to her, and just reigniting that fire again. And it's pretty cool that these two have now matched up. And obviously Molly knows that stat. Molly's probably so hungry to get one back on Lakey as well. And, you know, these girls are really, really good friends. So I'm just excited for more sets to start rolling through the lineup, and, yeah, more action on the way.
Yeah, it's almost, a lot of times, the best of friends go the hardest at each other when it comes to competitive surfing. And we heard Lakey, like you acknowledged earlier today, saying in her post-heat interview yesterday, what her thoughts were on this matchup was, look out, Grom, I'm going to take you to the Grom. 8 years separating the two, 21-year-old Molly Picklum and a 29-year-old Lakey Peterson. Of course, Lakey's got a lot of experience. Lakey's 12th season on the championship tour. This is Molly's 3rd. So many narratives in this matchup. We'll see how Lakey Peterson is able to respond to a nice number being posted by Molly Picklum on that first ride. Here we go. Lakey's looks like she's identified something, Flick.
Yeah, it does. And just to talk about your point before, what's probably funny is obviously Lakey's had so many more years on tour than what Molly has. But Molly's probably been doing a lot of learning from Lakey too. So a lot of the things, and I'm sure Lakey's been very giving with that information when they're not being, when they're not competing against each other. So yeah, it's a really funny dynamic right now. And yeah, just to echo what you were saying before, I feel like because they are really close, they can sort of jab at each other a bit more, and we can sort of get a little bit more personality out of them. Whereas if you're not as close with someone, you're not probably going to write them off in a post-hate interview, are you? Well, maybe. Some people might.
No, I think so. I mean, you're a lot more honest with your friends. That is a true statement. Molly, on DHDs out here, where we talk about the CT Shaper rankings, because Shapers start earning points right now in the quarterfinals for the men and the women, and we'll update you at the end of the day who's going to be the lead in the CT Shaper rankings. Lakey Peterson, she's on the Channel Islands out there. Specifically, she's on a 6'2" CI Pro, which is one of their new performance shortboard models. So sounds like just a couple inches up from her standard board. As we talk about Channel Islands, look at this shot here. Britt Merrick, the head shaper and second generation craftsman over at Channel Islands with the beard, and Brent Powers, the team manager, the guy who orders all the boards, slugs them around the world in giant board bags, make sure to deliver them.
He's been caddying also as well. He's been social media content creator as well this event. I've seen him. He's wearing lots of different hats this event.
And it's really good to see, it's not like it's never been, but with the CT Shaper rankings, I feel like we even have more involvement with the pit crews. Taking a look at our current CT Shaper rankings coming into this event, number 2, well, at Pipeline, it was a story of Channel Islands. So CI, they're sitting on top right now. We'll see if they can hang on to that number 1 spot. Sharp Eye, Felicity, has a number of surfers in the quarterfinals, so Sharp Eye is going to be gaining some points.
they will be, and I guess this is my part where I plug Lost right now.
Of course.
As we see Lakey
Peterson on her first ride eases through just a roundhouse there. Wave steepens up on the inside, and Lakey will give the advantage over to Molly Picklum. So lack of a finish there is going to hurt that score. Here we go with Pickles right behind. Wave number 2 for Molly. A little slow off the top there. Wave was flat, but it steepens up for a big hack to finish. Molly Picklum doing a good job of getting a backup score to that 6.83 opener. And she kicks out in the channel right to the Red Bull jet ski.
That was interesting. You could see Lakey a little bit stressed there as Molly was coming towards her, and I think it was probably after yesterday's scenario with Gabby Bryan on the wave and Sawyer paddling back out. And Sawyer actually, not intentionally getting in the way, but got in the way of Gabby and got interference called on her. So you could just see that Lakey was looking a bit stressed, like, let's make sure I really get out the way there. But yeah, obviously Molly getting the better of that exchange. And as we have a look here, this is Lakey. This is her opening ride. Definitely a little bit flatter on the face there. Sort of had to two-stage through that cut back a bit. Goes up to hit the lip, but was just a little bit late. And this is Molly's second wave. So Molly did well here. I mean, this section didn't probably stand up the way she envisioned it, but she just got the finish here. It was pretty dynamic. It's going to be a good backup score. I think interesting to see who. Oh, yep, Lakey's got priority as they get out the back. That would be because she caught the last wave. But at the moment, it looks like there's a couple of sets still rolling through the lineup, so hopefully we get a little bit more action.
Yeah, surfers getting back to the peak, and as the surfers get back to the peak and we wait for the second score of Molly Picklum, let's welcome Surfline's Kevin Wallace. Thank you for joining us, Kevin. We've been loving your reports. We've been loving your forecast. Today, finals day, give us details of what's in the water.
Yeah, beautiful conditions. The northwest swell that was filling in yesterday throughout the day has stuck around, and it's going to continue throughout the day, shifting a little bit more north-northwest through the day. But, good energy. I was very happy to see last night and early this morning on Buoy 1, even just a little extra energy in the 14 to 16 second period band. So a nice day. Travis Logie mentioned earlier that we may see even a little pulse in that 2 to 4 range this afternoon, which will be during the finals. And it's all coming from this as we have a look here. That really nice looking low up in the Northwest Pacific about 4 days ago. Really strong low. Didn't take a great track at Hawaii. That's why we're not seeing massive surf, but it did produce pretty good surf. Long lasting too, filled in through the day yesterday, holding all day today, just slowly backing down tomorrow, and beautiful conditions, like as you mentioned earlier, like we've got really light offshore easterly winds right now, similar throughout the day. We're looking at 8 to 12 foot faces, so roughly 1.5 to 2 times overhead on the sets. It's a little bit slow at times. This is the only swell in the water now, basically. That's why it's so clean and groomed out there. But when the sets do roll through, we got a lot of waves in the sets, 4 to 8 wave sets. Seems like every 10 or so minutes, maybe even a little less than that. So a lot of opportunity, I think, for the competitors and just beautiful conditions today. Yeah,
and tomorrow, still some waves for the free surfers as we come off the back of this event. So good call. Another great forecast that we've been blessed again with great waves for 2 stops for our Hawaii leg on the championship tour. Kevin, I got another question for you. Surfline, we talked about the energy coming in and out today, the wave energy. You have a new feature on Surfline as far as reporting and forecasting?
Yeah, one of the new features we have is called a swell spectrograph, and it's a great way to look, kind of like get a cross-section view of a swell. It's a way just to visualize data, and on a day like today, you can see that, hey, there's just a single swell out in the water. So if you're interested in seeing something like that and how that might work for your local break, give it a check out on Surfline. Appreciate it.
All right, and remember, there we go. So explain to us what's going on here when someone's looking at this.
Lot going on here. So this is Sunday. If we think back to Sunday and everything that was going on, just this chaotic lineup, right? And you can see the energy spread across a lot of different swell periods. Swell periods on the bottom was short on the left-hand side, right on the right-hand side, or long on the right-hand side. And you can see just this kind of spike of all these different swell periods. This is an illustration of a chaotic sea state, essentially, and that's generally not great for points and reefs, but it can be okay. And, if we had a look at today, we'd see just a single kind of spike of energy and concentration of energy and really clean conditions.
And you can talk us through right here the swell models with the swell period, and size.
Yeah, so we're looking at, just kind of offshore here on the Waimea buoy today. We should see roughly 4 to 5 feet of swell, and that swell period's going to hold at 15 seconds all day. Still a little bit of some older swells out there, a little bit of trade swell, a little bit of north swell, but that's really pretty small. It's for the most part just that single beautiful northwest, longer period northwest to north-northwest swell.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Kevin Wallace from Surfline. Make sure you get your premium subscription to Surfline. Right now, we're seeing some sets come through, and we'll see if Lakey Peterson takes this one. She needs to come back against Molly Picklum. Lakey under the priority of Molly, so there must have been a paddle there for that priority switch to update you.
Yeah, I'm assuming that there must have been a paddle for sure. Lakey's obviously lost that, and Molly's now got it. So maybe a bit of an error there for Lakey. As we're starting to see a couple of sets roll through. She's on the ropes at the moment. There's 13 minutes left. Good news is that there is a lot of energy still. There's probably going to be another set as we have a look here at Lakey.
Here we go. Peterson fades into that bottom turn, long bottom turn, swooping top turn for Lakey. Eases through a roundhouse cutback, banks it off the whitewater. This wave stands up on the inside. Lakey puts it together. So that was a well-choreographed approach for Lakey Peterson. That's going to get her back in the game.
Yeah, that was really, she really needed to make it happen right then, because she's now made her job a lot easier. If she's going to sit any longer, her job's only going to get harder and harder. That's definitely going to break down that score for sure. I loved the first turn. I feel like that was really, really strong. Probably one of the strongest carving maneuvers we've already seen in this heat. She just didn't quite get the finish. When I compare it to Molly's wave, because they were a little bit similar in terms of turns, she didn't get the finish probably how she would want to, but the beautiful fade here, this is the carve that I'm talking about. This was done really well. Beautiful technique. Threw a lot of spray. It was a little bit sleepier through this middle section, just like Molly's. But this turn here, she gets ever so slightly just a little bit hung up, and it wasn't actually converging two bits of whitewash like how Molly's was. Molly kind of got that clean finish. I'm interested to see where this score is going to go. In my eyes, that first carving maneuver was money.
Well, we're going to step away for the first break of the morning, but we'll come back with that score and more for you. Katie Simmers, she's going to be next up against Brisa Hennessy. Stay tuned. And Molly comes with a 10. Pipeline packs the pipe barrel. Molly Pickup spit out, earns a 10-point ride, as well as a Yeti 110 Tundra, just stuffed full of Yeti merchandise all year long. That's packed with Yeti gear. A 110 for a 10. And Molly Pickham's already got one in her garage.
That 10 was absolutely incredible. And that heat, I think, in my eyes, was one of the best ever women's heats in competition that I've ever seen. And also we had another 10 during that finals day with Barron.
Lakey Peterson, last wave, when we went to break, we were waiting for that score. The score came in at a 5.83. Peterson has tightened it up against Molly Picklum. Picklum with heat control, she's got priority, she's got the lead, but Lakey Peterson now just needing a 5.34. You can see that in the needs column to turn the heat.
For sure, I think, it's a smaller requirement, you know, it's not a massive score, it's totally within Lakey's wheelhouse. Yesterday, Lakey put together two of, you know, there was moments from lots of women out there yesterday, but Lakey, I think, scored an 8-point ride. It was just two beautiful big hacks, and her technique and the way she really has the ability to look over her shoulder and just really arc that carving maneuver down as we see her opt for the bail.
Well, she got pushed back from the first duck dive, and then wisely didn't want to lose any more ground out there. And She is under priority, so maybe being wider also will help her out positioning-wise. You can see the separation between the surfers as we fly by.
For sure. I think Lakey's sitting a little bit down the line. She can sort of see what Molly's going to do. If Molly doesn't go, then you get to turn and go. If she sits deeper than Molly, she's kind of got to force the issue, whereas she's sort of leaving it up to Molly to be like, hey, you're going to go this or not? And it's just interesting positioning because you can see the positives from either sitting right close to Molly to try and force the issue, or you can see the positives of Lakey sitting and gaining a little bit more distance from Molly right now. But as we see Molly, she's moving down more so towards Lakey, so I'm assuming she's going to try and put a little bit more pressure.
Looking into some analytics here for Molly Picklum at Sunset Beach. 80% of her heat winning percentage, her HWP. She surfed 10 heats out here, has won 8 of them. Here she goes, and she's using her priority, looking to better a 4.33. Pulls into the barrel, travels through this one, and it clamps. So switching priority over to Lakey Peterson, who just needs a mid-range score. Peterson, wave number 2. She's going to hold her position, Flick.
If Molly would have come out of that barrel, potentially could have been a good score, but there was nothing else after that. And it was very clampy, and we know that the barrel is super hard to read out here. So she used her priority here, keeps Lakey off this one. She decides to pull in, but this one was just, didn't really have an exit, right? As we see from the water here, get a better look. It was open in the beginning, but then it just crumbles, and I don't really see an exit. And after that, there wasn't really any other section. So I'm wondering, that was maybe a slight error from Molly because, it's only a small score that Lakey's needing. She's only needing a 5.34, but I guess in Molly's mind, she's probably thinking of, I might have been able to better my 4.33 and maybe make that requirement a little bit higher for Lakey. So we'll see what happens. But now Lakey's in the driver's seat right now. This is where you want to be if you're in Lakey's position. 5.5 minutes remaining. You want priority, and you just want the peak of the best waves that's coming through. You've got to think that probably both of these women are going to get another roll of the dice when these sets have been coming through this morning. They're coming through in 2s and 3s, so I think it's going to be an exciting finish to this heat.
There you can see her needs a 5.34 to turn the heat. Lakey Peterson. And in the context of what's going on, I feel 5 minutes is ample time to see another set come through.
Yeah, I'd like to hope so. I hope so. I think we're definitely going to see another roll of the dice. If it's not a set, I think Lakey's probably going to move in a little bit more and just try and go on anything. Kevin just said, sets maybe every 8 to 10 minutes. So we'll see. I don't think that last little pulse that came through, I don't think that was a set. So I think you're right, Caps. I think hopefully we'll see another set. But out to the horizon, it sort of looks like there might be a little bit of rain out there. And sometimes when that rain hits the water, it sort of brings in its own little weather system and sort of does a little bit of funky things to the waves. So, and generally, from just my time spent here, it sort of stops the ocean a little bit.
Yeah. It kind of generally, just to expand on your point, there'll be a little ugly period as a squall comes through, and then the back end, usually, things just go glass. So, honestly, that squall could work for or against Lakey Pearson. The nice thing about squalls like that, as the sun gets higher today, we're going to see a lot of rainbows. So, 4 minutes on the clock, and this is tense time. So how does a surfer just stay present, stay in the moment right now, Flick? Because Lakey's has to be centered at this point, because she probably is just going to get one more chance at this point.
For sure. But I think if anyone's going to be able to do it, it's Lakey. Lakey's still young, but she is a veteran, right, on tour. She's been on tour for so many years. She's got a lot more experience than Molly. But these are the moments that some people revel in as well. I could think back to Courtney Conolog comes to mind, and she really likes moments like this where, that heart rate can be a little bit higher. And she even said to me recently, I thrive in those moments. I love it when there's 5 minutes remaining and I'm up against the ropes and I need a score. And that's when she would perform at her best. So I guess there's two ways you can look at it. You can either look at it as a challenge or you can sort of fear it. And I think you just have to reframe and, look at it as a challenge. You've obviously prepared your whole life for this moment. As we have a look at this recap, This is Molly's opening ride here, so beautiful first carve. She kind of gets a little bit slower through this section, but coming through to the inside here was what I really liked. She was able to go straight up into the lip, and that was that 6.83.
Here's the backup.
Yeah, this is the backup. This is the 4.33. A little bit slower. She does this turn right in front of Lakey, and that's basically where all the points come from, was in that last turn. This is Lakey's. Well, Lakey's answered back. She answered back with a 5.83. She's now chasing a 5.34, and she just
caught a wave. Yeah, so we'll get caught up on that. Actually, it was an in and out fractional score drop, so that was Lakey just taking a peek at a wave. What she did do, though, is hand over heat control, hand over priority to the heat leader, Molly Picklum. So with 2 minutes to see what happened. This was a decision.
This is definitely a mistake. I understand that she wanted to go. I understand that she knows she only needs 5.34, but whoa, I mean, with a minute and a half on the clock, probably not the right decision. And now Molly's got total control of this heat. She's going to be able to play defense. She's going to be able to keep Lakey off the wave. And I mean, right now, when you look out to the horizon, though, it does look very slow. So who knows if there even will be another opportunity come through right now.
Yeah, Molly happy to sit right next to her good friend, Lakey Peterson, holding priority, controlling the lineup with the lead. And you can see that Molly's not going to let Lakey break away at all.
No, definitely not. She's definitely going to stick to her like glue right now. I think, you know, this is the moment when you're going to be closing out a heat. You're not going to leave space between you and a competitor right now. I mean, it's just, that'd just be silly. So I think maybe a tiny line coming through the lineup right now, but I honestly think that this is probably almost over right now. It just looks very, very small. Out to that horizon, doesn't look like there's much motion. It'll be awesome if we saw one more set, but I think maybe they were just even exchanging a few words just then, it looked like.
Yeah, good friends having a conversation, just realizing there's only 30 seconds left, and Molly Picklum should be able to close this one out easily. Lines coming through, but they're so far out, I don't think they're even going to break in time. And so a pretty elementary final 20 seconds for Molly Picklum to close this out and mentally prepare herself for the semifinals. This is the one opportunity, maybe if this wave even rears up, and Molly will for sure give the block. There it goes. And Molly Picklum, after a runner-up finish at Pipeline, finds herself now in the semifinals at Sunset. Lakey Peterson, equal 5th exit. That's an improvement as we head into slot 3 for Peterson, but it's all about Molly Picklum into semifinal number 1. We'll be back. Quarterfinal number 2 out on the water. Katie Simmers, Brisa Hennessy will match up there.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Hurley, official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. By Lexus, experience amazing. By Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the WSL. And by 805 Beer, properly chill.
quarterfinal.
Katie Simmers, Big Cave. Katie Simmers is your champion in Pipeline.
Pipeline's for the f***ing girls.
Katie Simmers, outstanding at Pipeline with a win coming into this stop number 2 on the championship tour. She's in quarterfinal 2 with the 2022 Sunset champ, Brisa Hennessy. This is a great matchup. Kuiper Girl along with Flick Palmatier on the call here. I like this one. And both surfers have been pretty solid in their previous heats out here.
For sure. I think they've both been very, very solid, and I think Katie's obviously coming off this amazing win at Pipe, and where we just got to see so much of her, obviously in the water, and her dialogue and just everything, which was amazing. But I think Brisa has just got ever so slightly the edge in this heat. Just if I go off performances already in this event so far, I think Brisa has a beautiful affinity with this wave, so I'm very excited to see how this one plays out.
And the stats back your opinion. The 2022 Hurley Pro Sunset Beach winner, that's her only CT win. But when we look at the heat winning percentage for Brisa Hennessy here at Sunset Beach, it's a giant one, 90%. She surfed 10 heats here in competition. She's won 9 out of those 10 heats.
Wow, what a stat. That is crazy. But I believe it. I mean, I just got to look back to all her performances already in this event. And yeah, like I was saying before, I just feel like she has this beautiful affinity with the wave. It suits her style of surfing, and she really has the ability to pick the eyes out of this wave. I think her wave selection is very on point. She understands where to sit depending on different swell directions, and I'm really looking forward to this because I think that Katie is also very, very fired up from her win, and she's not going to want to lose this yellow jersey and knowing that Molly just advanced through that last heat, you know, it's on for the race.
Yeah. Katie Simmers, our 2024 Lexus Pipe Pro champion, started off this season with a win, her second season on tour, 76 on her back because she's proudly representing the 760 area code for San Diego. She proudly represents Oceanside, California, and the pride of Oceanside. Started off the year with a bang. Here comes some sets here. Open priority between the two women. So right now, Brisa, deepest on the peak, would have priority if she wanted to go. Both of them seem like they're a little deep on that one, and that one went wide.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, the start of this. I think a lot of these heats today someone's obviously going to be more dominant than the other one. But I think more often than not, they might be slightly out of position for this first set. Whoever goes might be a little bit too deep. Just trying to, be a bit more assertive, be a bit more dominant. But I kind of like that they are moving a little bit wider. I just feel like you can get really easily trapped just paddling right up the point, and just going deeper and deeper and deeper. So we'll see how this plays out.
We always like to talk about surfboards too for specific events and what the equipment are. We have Brisa Hennessy. She's been solid on her Glen Pang shapes. Glen Pang, a shaper for Town & Country Surfboards, has been making boards under that label for over 3 decades, and he's a master when it comes to North Shore equipment. A number of surfers who have a regular kind of brand that they ride for most of the year still get those Glen Pangs when they come to Hawaii. So Brisa, she's been looking good on her equipment. Katie Simmers is an interesting topic when we're talking about surfboard. Katie Simmers riding Chris Borst designs out of Oceanside, California, generally through most of the tour, all the year last year. We've noticed she's been on some special equipment here from Eric Arakawa, another Hawaii shaper who, again, has designs for the North Shore that have stood the test of time over decades as far as performance.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, another surfer that comes to mind that's doing that out here will be riding an Eric Arakawa is Jack Robinson. Similar story to Katie. He obviously rides Sharp Eyes throughout the year, but coming into Hawaii, his secret sauce out here is the Eric Arakawas. And I mean, I don't blame him. I mean, Hawaii is so unique, and the waves here are unique. They're very powerful. Sunset, even just when you switch from sunset to pipe, it's a different story. It's a big playing field out here, and I mean, these shapers that from Hawaii have been refining their craft for years and years and years. So I think it's a smart idea.
Paddling over this one, yeah, great strategy. And we'll see if anyone takes the second wave of the set. Looks like there's going to be a hustle here. And hotly contested there, but it's going to be Brisa Hennessy with this wave. Brisa, smooth on rail, solid on her feet. Nice snap on the inside. And Hennessy is putting together a great opening ride. Bonus section on the inside, and she exploits that bonus section with a nice layback hack. So a little bit of a surprise at the end there, and Brisa was able to greet that surprise handedly. Great job stitching together that ride.
For sure, you could really see at the beginning of that ride, before both women even took off, I mean, Katie was really forcing the issue there. But Brisa actually almost didn't quite scratch into that. You could see Katie had like the little bit of chip, but yeah, Brisa asserting dominance there. This wave was a beautiful opening wave. First carving maneuver here, but this one I was really impressed with. This wave bowled out a lot more. She was really able to put that board on rail. Sort of looked like it was getting a little bit sleepy through the inside, but it sort of stood back up, and I was surprised that she got this final little hit here and jam in the pocket. So yeah, I think this is going to be a good score for Brisa, a really, really good opener, and she just has a really good read on the wave. I feel like she doesn't oversurf it. You know, I feel like she very much waits for the section to present itself, and knowing that there is so much power out here and it's on tap, she just deals with that really well.
Let's take a look at our Pacifico fan picks. 60% of you picked Katie Simmers in this matchup, 40% to Brisa Hennessy. Remember, throughout the day, you can go to worldsurfleague.com, click on all of the heats, and in those heats, you can pick who you think is going to win the heat throughout the day. Pick your favorites, and we'll report the news with our Pacifico fan picks. Katie Simmers is slightly more popular than Brisa Hennessy.
It's interesting, right? Obviously, she is wearing that yellow jersey, so yep, okay, let's pick Katie. But where do you sit, Kai? So how do you think this heat would play out?
Well, I agree with what you said at the beginning of this heat, where we look at the analytics and we look at the heat winning percentage. I mean, the numbers don't. A lot of times, you know, the numbers work against you, and it doesn't really matter. But numbers-wise, yeah, Brisa would be the pick in here, but you gotta give it up to Katie Simmers, because the surprise factor that she brings is incredible. Let's check in the water. Hey, good morning, Strider Wazalewski.
How you guys doing?
We're doing great in here. How are you?
Oh, beautiful morning out here on the water. You know what? The surface, a little bit of lump on it that you can't really see from, when you're on the beach. So definitely a little challenge in that. But once you're up and riding on some of those waves, it looks beautiful. But definitely hard to lay into the rail. Definitely hard to it's a challenge today. And then the weights in between all these waves, that's where your positioning's got to come in key. And I saw Katie looking like she was a little bit kind of paddling towards the channel just now. So I felt like she might be a little bit lost out there in the lineup without somebody to key her in. So she was right next to Brisa on that set, but she was kind of paddling back towards the channel, back and forth. So we'll see if that kind of knowledge of Brisa will pay off in this heat. I feel like it is so far.
You're in the channel, Strider. Do you see, is Tommy Witz in the channel, Katie's coach?
Yeah, Tommy's out here. He's got the backup board. And, she's on that Arakawa, the 511, it looks like.
And is Tommy giving her any signals, or as far as positioning and stuff? Tommy, we got him on the screen right now. He looks like he's really comfortable with her play right now.
Yeah, you know what? It looks like they've come up with a game plan. So maybe they're waiting for those bigger wide ones to come through and make sure that they hold that kind of a position to be on them when they do come. It's one of those days where you could either be over more towards the point where those, because kind of coming in northwest and it's pushing onto the point, and then some of those are just standing up, beautiful long runners with 3 turns in them, and then some are going wide, and those are those bigger ones that come in. So it's kind of a roll of the dice right now. Time is your enemy at sunset. We've heard over and over and over again. So we'll see what happens. Looks like a couple waves on the horizon coming now.
Thank you, Strider. Let's get quickly to our first winner of the day, Molly Picklums with AJ McCord.
Yeah, Kaipo, Molly coming in, having tied things up with Lakey Peterson in head-to-head heats, 1-1. And I know, as good of friends you are, you knew that stat coming into today. You heard what she said yesterday, talking about having to put the Grom in her place. What would you like to say now?
Grom's in her place. She's through the semis. Nah, but seriously, I definitely knew, like, obviously Lakey got the better of me in J-Bay, and unfortunately for Lakey, it wasn't really a surf out today. It was just like, I don't know, I ended up on better waves, and yeah, I don't know, but I mean, I'm stoked. 1-1. I want to keep it going for sure. You don't want your friends to be beating you, no way. It's like there's more nerves with your friends because, like, there's more dinner talk at the end of the day. So, no, I'm happy to have made that one for sure.
Well, and yesterday you talked about how there were some things you wanted to clean up about your strategy within the heat. How do you feel you did that this morning, and what are you going to carry into semis?
Like Strata said, it's like a roll of the dice out there, and I think it's hard. Like, you can't get too structured out there because the ocean changes, and sunset's really tricky. The positioning's like quite big today just because it's not as consistent. And there's like inside double ups, and then the distance for those big ones that we got caught inside for. It's really hard, but yeah, I don't know. I just want to get stronger on my feet and do more power surfing.
Another opportunity coming soon. Congratulations, Molly.
Yeah, let's do this.
All right. Picklum will match up either on Katie Simmers or Brisa Hennessy in semifinal number 1. A quiet ocean right now, and Katie Simmers holding position and priority. We're going to start it up, froth it up. Bonzoy Brew Break will be back, juiced up, ready to go right after this. WSL One Ocean partnered with Shiseido Blue Project as well as Sustainable Coastlines Hawaii to do a beach cleanup at Kahuku State Park and just ridding the sand of nasty microplastics that end up reaching our shoreline, and we want to get those out of the ecosystem. Thank you to Shiseido, Yeti, and of course, WSL One Ocean, Sustainable Coastlines, Raphael and the crew over there. That was a great activation here in Hawaii Nei. Back to live action with Brisa Hennessy. Brisa opened up with a 5.17, finds this wave under priority of Katie Simmers. A little late there, so it's going to be a small backup for that 5.17 opener flick.
You've got to be thinking if she made that last turn, I think she was on her way to a good score. That wave face was super smooth, and I think just going back to what Strider was saying before in the lineup, that there's a lot of lump and bump here, but this one was particularly smooth. She went up for this first turn here, and it was looking really good. If she just could have got up here a little bit earlier, got to be thinking that would be a really smart move underneath priority, sort of capitalizing on that situation.
Yeah, still gets a decent number, 4.5 as a backup to the 5.17. So Katie Simmers now with priority and has been very patient out in the water. 17 minutes has gone by with Katie Simmers just sitting out there without riding a wave.
You've got to be thinking if Brisa just literally got a 4.5 for one turn right then. She didn't make that second one. I have a really good feeling if she would have made that second turn, could have even gone, you know, over above average into the good range. And yeah, I mean, she would have been having even more of a lead on this heat. Katie right now needs a 9.67. She just needs to open up her account. I'm wondering if what Strider was saying might be true. This is a very big lineup right now, and you know, with only one other person in the water. Yesterday we saw overlapping heat, so that gives you sort of a bit of a, in terms of positioning, you kind of know where you sit because there's always other people in the water. Whereas now, that playing field has just become a whole lot bigger, and with like the very long lulls today, I feel like that could be maybe playing into it a little bit.
Right on the sideline of the playing field is Strider Wazalewski in the water. Strider, what do you got for us?
Just, you know, what we were talking about with Katie Simmers and all this time going by and her not catching any waves, really kind of out of rhythm and out of position. I mean, a really great wave came through. She was just outside of it, didn't really give an effort to it, and she probably could have caught the wave, maybe thinking there was another one outside, but the headspace maybe a little off right now because she just seems to be sitting outside and wide and not really getting into this heat, which is not a good thing. This time is ticking away so quick now, and you know, you really got to get into this thing and get yourself on the board, and you know, you need 2 waves, so it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, you're right. And you know, Katie Simmers, #1 in the rankings coming here to Sunset Beach. Well, #2 in the rankings coming here to Sunset Beach. Molly Picklum has already made it to the semifinals, so if Katie wants to hang on to that yellow jersey, she's going to want to make it out of this heat.
For sure. And, I mean, she's going to know that. She's still got 10 minutes on the clock, and it's definitely enough time for 2 waves, a wave every 5 minutes. But these lulls this morning, they're about 8 to 10 minutes long. That's what Kevin from Surfline said. So, interesting pickup that Strider said there was a wave that actually came through and she was just out of position. Didn't even really get a chance to have a look at it.
Take a look at our head-to-head matchups between these 2 surfers, and it's even. 1-1. Katie got Brisa at last event in the semifinals on her way to a title. 2023, Brisa beat Katie at Pipeline in the round of 16. So even matchups. Look at the maximum heat scores and the average wave scores and everything. When we looked at head-to-head matchups between these 2 surfers, really level.
For sure. I think coming into here, you obviously, we were talking about it at the beginning of this heat, but Katie obviously coming off the win at Pipe with so much momentum, a lot of hype and a lot of attention, and rightfully so. But Brisa, I think, you know, she already is just speaking to the connection she has with this wave and just being out of position. You can see right now, I mean, Katie's still sitting quite a lot further out than what Brisa is right now. Looks like there's a few little lines starting to roll through, so hopefully we get to see Katie open up her account and have a roll of the dice and get 2 waves on the board. Yeah,
I think Brisa came in with a different game plan than Katie, just to stay busy. And there hasn't been a lot of waves breaking, but Brisa's been on those. Katie, obviously she's showing that she wants to show dominance and just control the peak and be patient. She set anchor out there. We're down to 9 minutes, however, so it's going to be, we talk about the time bandit that Sunset is. It's going to be the time bandit that Katie's going to have to battle right now because she needs 2 wave scores, and it's under 9 minutes.
For sure. We had Jake in the heat in the booth yesterday, and he just couldn't say it enough that, you know, Sunset, you've got to catch waves, and it's a wave catching contest, and you can really easily get caught just sitting there and dropping anchor, and that's exactly what we're seeing. This wave just snuck through under Katie. Brees is actually having a little look at this one. What are you thinking? Hopefully Katie's going to maybe have a roll of the dice here because things are going to get really difficult if she doesn't catch a wave in this set right now. We have a look, and Katie's once again paddled over that one. Brisa's having a look on the inside here.
Yeah, so no go for Brisa there. Katie tracking this wave, setting herself up. She's going to have to really, really claw into this one, and too far out. Brisa is going to exploit the corner here. And Hennessy, little chatter off the bottom, smooth on the cutback there. Wave stands up here, aims for the lip, and puts in a nice carve. Wave runs away just a little bit, but Brisa gets back out in front, catches a rail, does not get the finish. We'll see if that betters for 4.5.
Well, she really would have cemented the fact if she made that last turn. I think that would have I think Katie might be in a combination situation after this last wave anyway. However, that was really beautiful surfing and positioning from Brisa. You could see that Katie was just, she was just out of position. Just sitting that little bit too far out. Brisa had position further in, a little bit wider on the peak. And this is Katie having a look, but you can just, and also vocally, she knows it. Brisa takes off and does a couple of very beautiful maneuvers here. This one was my favorite, just really, really cranked that rail around. And I just feel like she was on her way to possibly an excellent score if she would have made this last turn here. But yeah, just making things very, very difficult for Katie. There's 6.5 minutes left on this clock. I've got to take my hat off to Brisa. I mean, she's surfing a really, really smart heat and also under priority as well, just in terms of positioning and it's just very, very interesting, Katie's game plan right now. I think once again, sort of out of position, maybe sitting too far out and too deep. I mean, that was a beautiful wave right there.
Yeah, we can see Katie have to paddle over there as we take a look at our tour leaderboard. Molly Picklum already into the semifinals. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, she's going to come up in quarterfinal number 4. Brisa Hennessy, she's sitting at number 3 in the rankings coming into this event. So Brisa, if she gets through this heat, she's going to have a bid at that yellow leader jersey that Katie's on. And Joanne DeFay, Caroline Marks, they're in the conversation as well. So the top of the rankings is really solid with all those surfers that we just discussed in leaving the Hawaiian leg of the tour. All of those surfers are going to look strong, are going to look very, very strong as we move on to stop number 3.
Definitely. I think, this heat right now is going to be pretty telling to see how this all plays out. Right now, I'm struggling to see how Katie's going to put 2 waves on the board with 5.5 minutes. I hope she can, but I'm struggling to see it. That was a set right then, okay? And this morning, it's been about 8 to 10 minutes between sets, and there's 5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, it's doomsday, it feels like. 6.5 is Brisa, even with the incompletion at the end of that wave. Combine that with the 5.17 for Brisa. That puts Katie Simmers in a 2-wave combination. It's a soft combination, but feels pretty solid to me because there's only 5 minutes left on the clock. So Katie needs 2 waves, and it will be a monumental accomplishment to make that happen given the time.
Definitely. I think also just going to speak to Brisa's 6.5. I mean, that was for 2 turns, and I definitely got to say if she'd finished that last turn, it would have gone excellent.
Speaking of Brisa, there's Mom, Katie, and the support squad from Town and Country Surfboards. They look happy with what's going on.
Yeah, they're stoked. I mean, if you're Brisa right now and your competitor hasn't even stood up on the surfboard, I mean, this is, wow, okay, like almost unbelievable right now. So, yeah, I think Brisa's 6.5, like I said, it had the ability to go excellent, but right now it's just so hard for Katie. She's in that combination situation, and I mean, we just know how well she surfs and how good her ability is. I mean, we've seen it all week, and she's had moments of brilliance, but yeah, Brisa, you've got to be wondering if Katie now has sort of turned to Brisa to be like, okay, where are you sitting? And I wonder if Brisa's sort of dragging her off the lineup. I mean, that you see that, we've seen that done so many times. The surfer that has more experience in a lineup sort of then tends to drag the other surfer who doesn't have the experience off the spot. Looks like Katie...
She's going to miss another one. So Katie Simmers is an incredible surfer, but the first part of surfing is you got to get to your feet. And Katie Simmers has not gotten to her feet as of yet in this heat. And now just handing over heat control and priority to Brisa Hennessy. Hennessy has Katie Simmers in a 2-wave combination. So this looks like almost an impossible task at this point for our rankings leader.
It does. And I feel for her. I feel for her right now. I think she's such an amazing surfer, and she brings so much to the sport, and she's just going to have to look at this heat as a learning experience. And, you know, when she gets in, she's going to debrief with Tommy, and, you know, I'm sure they'll talk about positioning and probably getting an earlier start. And she's already had an amazing start to the year with that first. And, yeah, she's just going to have to look at this as a bit of a reset after this event.
Strider, what's going on out there?
Well, to be honest, the veterans coming through, the knowledge, understanding of the heat, and really just getting busy when, you know, and positioning. So she knew her place on the reef, she knew her lineup, she knew exactly where she needed to be in the heat, and Katie was just off the mark the whole time. So I think that the veteran, as young as Brisa is, she's still a veteran in this heat. She's had success out here before. She found, you know, the wave. She got busy. She, you know, had a backup score. Then she bettered that one again. So I feel like the veteran just playing through. Brisa Hennessy coming with the knowledge.
Here we go with Katie Simmers, her first wave. Nice lip glide over there. The frustration evident with Simmers with that exit from the wave.
Yeah, you could see the disappointment and sort of the lack of, I guess, interest there. I feel for her. This is a really tough moment for Katie, I think. But she's going to come back stronger from this. She's so young, and she's already had so much success. And, I mean, just from that one turn that we saw, I just wish we got to see a little bit more surfing from her. I mean, just having the ability to go straight to the lip in that first turn was exciting to see. So Brisa just, really showing that experience.
Katie Simmers, even leaving here with an equal 5th place. Mind you, the next stop, Portugal, was where Katie Simmers won her first CT event. So Katie Simmers looking forward to stop number 3 at Super Tubos, a place where she's been the champion. So that's the bright side of things for Katie Simmers, and she can just prepare for the chilly waters of Portugal. And we'll see who's going to be wearing the yellow leaders jersey at the end of the day. We're down to just 40 seconds, and this heat is closed out.
Yeah, definitely. I think, I mean, my thoughts just go to Molly, who just advanced in that last quarterfinal. And I mean, although you don't want to wish people not getting through a heat, I mean, Molly's going to be thinking about that now. Like, okay, like I'm one step closer to regaining that yellow jersey and sort of being in that driver's position, and knowing that Molly won out here last year is very exciting. However, she's got a very tough draw. I mean, this next semi-final will be Brisa, who's won out here before, and Molly.
Well, it'll be number 2 and number 3 in the rankings as well. So when we talk about that yellow leader jersey, that semi-final is likely to determine who is going to be wearing that jersey right there on Katie Simmers. Katie, equal 5th. Exit and celebration from the support squad for Brisa Hennessy. We'll see Brisa Hennessy in semi-final number 1 up against Molly Picklum when we get to that. But first, we got to get to a commercial break. When we come back, it's going to be Joe, Jesse, Brett Simpson, and Caroline Marks and Joanne DeFay out in the water. Stay tuned for more from Sunset.
Finals day, everybody. This is the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach Stop 2 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Caroline Marks in the lineup with Joanne Defay after a very interesting heat just came to a close. Just one wave ridden from Caitlin Simmers, world number 1, exits out of the contest as we continue. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, Brett Simpson joining us for the call. Jesse, sometimes there's those interesting heats like that. I think Katie had a clear game plan to wait out the back and didn't really adapt. Interesting way to get knocked out of the comp on finals day.
Yeah, I don't think that was a bad plan for the start, but you got to adapt with the situation. Obviously, this morning we saw a bunch of waves coming through, a bunch of sets, and first heat was pretty consistent as well. But then you kind of adapt as the ocean rolls your way.
And that's the story of a world title race. The last time we saw this water shot for Katie at the end of her performance was at Pipeline, and it was all glory, getting the yellow jersey, one of those significant wins in surfing history, and then stop 2, just a shocker, Brett.
Yeah, well, I think sometimes you could see she gets on the little my way or the highway, or, like that's how it's going to work. And like Jesse said, you have to be able to pull an audible at some stage and kind of, fight your way back, whether it's a 4. You got to get on the board and kind of build. And that makes it tough when you're out there for 30 minutes and you don't really ride waves. Like, it looked like there was some waves, maybe a little bit out of position. She'll become accustomed to the break more and kind of figure that out. I'm sure you have to get, on the professional side, that's the name of the game here,
And especially against a surfer with a lot of experience at Sunset and all the different changes that can happen in the lineup. Brisa Hennessy, a past champion out here, moving on to the semifinals where we'll have a classic matchup with Molly Picklum, 2 Sunset champions going head-to-head in semifinal number 1, Jesse.
Yeah, that's very exciting right there. I think they're probably the most informed surfers of the event on the women's side, together with Bella Chu, that had an incredible heat yesterday. Yeah, it's going to be a fun one to watch for sure.
Caroline Marks made the final here last year, and then fast forward to September, ended up becoming a world champion, adding another big cup to the state of Florida. Now, a lot of surfers from Florida flew out there for that big day. She also won in El Salvador, the backhand featured there, and then also won in Tahiti, which was really important for Caroline Marks. And then when it came to the title match with Carissa Moore, it's best out of 3. She won the first 2 back-to-back with a lot of people on the beach, more pressure than ever before. DeFay's felt that format in the past, and what they all say is how quickly that day goes by, Brett.
Yeah, well, she just, she relished the moment. She had all the rhythm in the world, and you know what? Like, she surfs out there a lot, and it just showed. She was on the right waves. She was confident. She looked very comfortable, and sometimes, and when it's your day, you're rolling.
You've got a lot of good friends in Florida. Sometimes they just are a bit more hungry coming from that state.
We talk about that all the time. The East Coast gratitude of like the waves they grow up in, they become like, there's all these crazy chargers from there because they become so hungry to just charge and get big waves, and they come over here and just go nuts. So yeah, like the Hopgoods, obviously the list goes on from like all the way up to New York. There's a lot of good surfers, and they're just like, they have just a great outlook on life, and especially when it comes to like surf conditions, they embrace it all.
Yeah, a lot of world titles for athletes like Frida Zamba coming from Florida as well. Lisa Anderson, 4-time world champ. Hopgoods, Lopez brothers, Kelly Slater. It's something about when they get swelled, you've got to take advantage of it. Those kind of hurricane type energy swells when Florida gets really good, you got to cancel your plans because it could be gone tomorrow. As we see a little paddle attempt to get things started. Caroline versus Joanne Defay. A cool one here. Joanne, the clear veteran, the oldest in the draw here on finals day, who's famous for big wins, especially in shallow lefts where she can feature a big backhand attack, but her forehand served her well, especially when Honolulu Bay was on tour. Saw how powerful she was, and the 7+ ride she got yesterday, she looked really comfortable on the sunset wall. Here's the goopy foot. She'll control the start. Caroline Marks throws down a first turn, just kind of throwing that one away. So priority will just switch to Joanne, Jesse.
Yeah, wasn't that great of a wave, but something to start. And warm up a little. Obviously, they recognize that the wave slowed down a bit from the previous heat, but here there's more potential on that wave than she got, and maybe a little bit back-footed on that turn right there, and then the nose kind of went up high, got some wind under her, and just kind of got stuck on top. But yeah, just to start.
I was talking to Caroline yesterday in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and she was hanging out with her coach, Luke Keegan, and she was just talking about boards here. You know, for Sunset, how when in doubt, she just tends to ride a few extra inches at Sunset. Just having a little bit more length has been helping her in the last couple of seasons on tour. She kicks off this quarterfinal with just a 1.23. Joanne Defay will be patient. Caroline working with Luke. Joanne working with Love Hodel, as we have the winner of the last heat standing by. Brisa Hennessy is with AJ.
Yeah, Joe, and we are tucked away here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone because it's been pouring rain for much of your heat and certainly for this interview. But Brisa, an important time to catch up with you because your experience here at Sunset really showed in that last heat. How did you rely on being a past winner, having all this time out here at this break to find your waves?
Gosh, I really just have to give it to all the people that have really helped me out here. Poncho Sullivan, Kahea Hart. I remember he took me out when I was like 10 years old, and it was like 8 to 10, and I was so tiny back then too, and he got me on the wave of my life. And I think his knowledge has been super important for my career. And Greg Nakamura, he's here, he's my uncle, and he placed third, I think, in the HIC. So I think it just comes with a wealth of knowledge and the people behind me. But I'm still learning. Sunset definitely always keeps us on our toes.
Well, on your toes today, but on to the semifinals as well. And you did it by taking down the girl in the yellow leader jersey, Katie Simmers. How did you put that aside to just focus on your surfing?
I think this year has been a lot about, I don't know, you're going to come up against obviously the best in the world. And I think the biggest competitor that I'm realizing is myself. And that's sometimes my worst enemy, and I think my biggest cheerleader. And I'm trying to just be more in like kind of the blinders on and not really caring too much about, my opponent. But obviously Katie, even when she was comboed, I was like, she could make it happen. Like, this is still so stressful. She is an insane talent, and I'm very inspired by her.
Well, as are we by you. On to the semifinals. Congratulations. You want to say anything to friends and fans in Costa Rica?
Yeah, gosh, muchísimas gracias. Estoy muy feliz y un poco cansado, pero hay lluvia, pero hay muchos alquilis y sol también. Gracias por el apoyo y mensajes, y vamos por los semifinales.
Love that Brisa always shouts out to everybody in Costa Rica. It's where her surfing life began, in a very remote location where her parents were there, and they had a few solid right-hand point breaks and not much technology. As we know, the story evolved as she moved to Oahu and got to work with great coaches like Kahea Hart that she mentioned earlier. Also Poncho Sullivan, one of the most successful surfers in Sunset history. As we look at Joanne Defay lock into her opener, goes straight up off the top, little air underneath her board, and unable to stop it. That definitely would have put her in the lead. And Jesse, how about the one behind it?
Yeah, that was the beauty of a wave, but that's the problem today. We had bigger waves yesterday, and the swell is dying a little bit. So we're going to see them being out of position a lot of times, because you got to position yourself a little bit lower so you can actually capitalize on those down moments, and all of a sudden there's going to be an 8-foot set, and you're going to get caught or just be out of position.
As we saw there, so you'll have the Hawaiian Water Patrol on the assist today as we look at live action from Caroline Marks. It's kind of up and out on her opener, lays into her first true completion of the quarterfinal, Brett.
Yeah, that was nice. I mean, sometimes when you got to get the ball rolling, and even if out here at Sunset, if you see a nice wall and it allows you that one major maneuver, we've seen it this whole event where the scores can go good, sometimes excellent. So yeah, I think for her, she was like, hey, I just got to get a, it could be a 4, somewhere in that range, and then now it's rolling. There was a little bit of an error there for Joanne. She drops in on this one and really attacks this section right there, but I think she was a little bit surprised. Like, she pulled it fairly easy and then was kind of like lost her balance, and then Caroline was on maybe wave number 3 of that set.
See Caroline coming down with that backhand turn, waiting for the score, but Strider, that was the set we were waiting for.
Oh, well, that was the set that Katie Simmers was waiting for. A little bit late there. That set was amazing. That thing broke another 200 yards outside of where the surfers in this heat were sitting. And, I mean, way out on the corner. It was crazy how beautiful those waves were. But, you know, how long did that take? You can't wait for that wave. And I feel like, you know, you're going to have to get started somewhere. But there's a lot of positioning out here. And when those sets come, they're literally 200 yards away from the surfers where they were to begin this heat. So there's a lot of maybe some game coming into the headspace right now. Do I go back out there? But I did see love, and you got, you know, the coaches are out here watching him. Louis out here telling Caroline what he thinks. So I'll go find out what they told him.
I love when you eavesdrop on those guys. Good man, Waz. Yeah, tough to see Caitlin miss that opportunity for the set she was waiting for, just coming through in the heat following. And we kind of saw a similar heat from Caitlin last year where she stuck to her game plan in El Salvador and lost to Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, where Katie just ended up having a couple of ones and Betty Lou had a couple of sevens as Katie didn't adapt to the changing conditions that day. But that'll be interesting to see what happens to that yellow jersey as we continue. Molly Picklum, number 2 in the world after Pipeline, is in the semifinals to surf against Brisa Hennessy and surf for the number 1 spot on the rankings. Rolling into this one is Joanne DeFay, and just a little bit lost there. She steps out. Backside snap scored for Caroline at a 4.17, and here she goes again. It's holding her at the top for a bit. Now locking in. Big drop, well overhead section. And the world champ throws down her first backside snap on this wave. It's just running down the reef quickly, and she has to just kick out.
Yeah, and that's that last end bow section. It's pretty tricky to hit it. It's just a lot of power. The lip is going everywhere. You're trying to time it. You can't find herself the proper way to do it, and she just ended up getting a little bit late, but it was going to be hard for her to land anyways, even if she put her board on top of there.
Yeah, noticing a different type of strategy needed for a day like today, Brett. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, well, we noticed yesterday too, there were some really nice deep wave sets like up on the point, and it is hard to commit when it's in that 4 to 6 foot range. You kind of, if you go up there, then there's these swing wide sets, and you end up getting caught in between mines, and that's like the worst place to be when you're in a heat. And Carol, that wave right there, you know, in hindsight, like if sometimes that big bowl, if you can get up there a little bit early, it's a little bit safer. Ooh, Joanne.
Straight down on the takeoff.
I think it's Sunset's always tricky. Like that's just the name of the game. Do I go up towards a point, and you can find a wave that gives you 3 turns sometimes, but then also if a big set comes, you can get steamrolled, you can be paddling a lot. So that cat and mouse makes it tough, but I think you know the best waves are kind of coming from all the way up top of the point.
14:25 to go. Joanne DeFay with priority. These surfers can get the Hawaiian Water Patrol on the assist. They've got to paddle out of the impact zone, so if they catch a wave, you'll see them kind of riding whitewater out of there. They'll only go into the impact zone if it's a safety mission, but they'll try to get them back into position so they can catch more waves today. Joanne DeFay, 1.17 and a 0.57 so far, as she has Caroline Marks, the world champ, who's kind of had her way with Joanne DeFay in their career. Undefeated over the veteran, and Caroline's done that at different venues around the world. They often meet in quarters or semifinals, and Caroline also beat Joanne DeFay in France when Joanne was the favorite for the locals that day. DeFay trying to change that script around in this matchup, looking for a spot in the semifinals. Both these surfers started with an equal 5th at Pipeline, as we're going to enjoy a Hurley board breakdown for Caroline Marks with the Waz.
Yeah, we can get into that right now. I just wanted to move over a little bit because it looks like the inside pole might fire up, but I think we're okay. All right. Well, she's actually gone down a couple inches. She's on a 6.0 driver, so she's, you know, the round pin, tri-fin setup, but Luke Egan said they went to a 2-inch difference going down in size for today to try to create some, you know, the ability to get more underneath it, more radical in the lip line. So that's the goal today, is to get underneath the waves, later drops, more vertical and more radical in the lip at sunset.
I like that. Louis just got such a smart mind and knows how to push Caroline Marks. I like to reference that boat trip that they went on when Caroline stepped away from competition. This all led to a world title year where he really pushed Caroline with her equipment, even using bigger fins. He just was noticing that she just wasn't falling. And she, I mean, which was great. She was getting scored for it, but he wanted to have her push her limit and even make the judges give her higher scores for even making those big backside turns even bigger. And so she had to actually challenge herself by releasing the tail even harder and seeing what she could come up with. Brett, did you ever have a formula like that to improve your game?
Yeah, I mean, I tell Groms all the time, it's like, it's okay to fall. Like, you have to get better, you have to be able to push it, and you're going to fall a million times. But at the end of the day, you are going to get better, and that's great to see Caroline, like, pushing herself to where, you know, it's a little bit out of your comfort zone, and we as competitors can kind of get not robotic, but you just, like, you know, if you fall, you're probably going to lose. So you don't want to really think about it. But at the end of the day, to get your turns 10% better or whatever it may be, you're going to fall. And that's just the name of the game.
11:30 to go here. Caroline with a 4.17 and a 2.67, still leading. Remember, Hennessy got past Katie Simmers in the previous heat with 11.67 combined total here on finals day. As we anticipate another big matchup coming up next, Isabella Nichols, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson set up in quarterfinal number 4. We'll be right back.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Pacifico. Live life anchors up.
Simmers at back door. Simmering, boiling on the stove and coming out. Caitlin. Wow.
This is such a cool experience for these girls because a lot of times for Rising Tides, they get a chance to be in the water. But today, they're going behind the scenes. How are you guys? Hi. They get the all-access pass to how these women prepare for their heats. They're rooting on the surfers, cheering them back in. It's an awesome moment for these young girls.
We surfed small pipe. Yeah, we surfed small pipe.
Really small pipe.
I surfed like 3-foot pipe with Moana.
Rising tides, it's all in the name. A rising tide raises all ships, and that's what we're trying to do is create more access for these young girls. This is the moment for these girls where they can start to put those pieces together so that someday it's them running out here for their finals day at Pipeline and the next generation of young girls rooting them on.
Rising Tides!
Really love the Rising Tides program presented by Pura Vida. Young Piper back in there. Local Grom, one of the coolest little surfers that you could run into on the North Shore, is still beaming from that experience as we now watch Joanne DeFay step off on an important ride. She's still second to Caroline Marks in this heat, as she's hoping to go on and win this event. It's been a little bit of time since Joanne won a big CT. Go back to G-Land, where she was always expected to win. Here's Caroline looking at better at 2.67. Throws off a snap, incomplete situation. Now stays the same as they're running out of time and still trying to work out the kinks of Sunset Beach on finals day. The Caroline looking to back up her world title this season. As we take another look at what happened for Joanne here, Jesse.
Right there, that lump, she went through it and wasn't expecting. Maybe a little shaky for both of them. They look like not almost that confident right now, even though they're in the quarterfinals. They've been surfing great the whole event, but Caroline kind of a mistake right there as well, going a little bit too high on the lip line and just getting stuck once again. And she missed a great opportunity to capitalize, and let's see what's going to happen with Joanne here.
Joanne Defay taking off with some speed, bit smoother on the bottom turn this time, and throws her signature move, that power wrap. Combos it up with a second effort. Her best wave so far of this quarterfinal, and she steps off calling for the assist from the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Finally connecting there, not giving up. Kind of a similar approach that she's kind of had round by round, where she'll go through some stumbles, trying to find the right waves, but as a veteran, she knows she's just got to keep catching waves to give herself more opportunity. Great signs for Defay on that last one, Brett.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Kind of gets that weightless drop and then puts her right in a good spot right here. It jams into the pocket and holds the rail. Nice little cutty there. And yeah, I mean, for her, she has really nothing on the board right now with, just under 6 minutes. So it was imperative that she got a score right there to kind of battle back. I don't think it is going to go 5-6, but it's going to be probably the best wave of the heat at the moment by a hair. And it's going to really come down to this last 5 minutes. Who, wins that exchange? Wow, there it is.
Scores coming in. Last of Defay, 5.5. New best wave of the heat so far, Strider.
Yes, and you know what? Wow, a lot of positioning going on here. Big set came through while you guys were at break, and the ladies had to duck dive the left of the wave. That means that peak was out off to the side of them. The new northwest is filling in, and with that, all the swells coming from the west, pushing onto the point, taking the current out the back and deeper. So the last couple of days, we've had a lot of current coming down into the channel. It's the exact opposite today. So a lot of different positioning happening out here. But let me tell you, these peaks that are coming in right now are beautiful. Huge A-frames, rainbows out the back. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous. The playing field is set.
It certainly is, Waz. Yeah, we see the challenge of those sets coming when you're not sure exactly when they'll come through. So your positioning is the hardest part today. That's been really evident through the first few matches of the morning. But yeah, a little bit of rain this morning. Always fun to see rainbows, especially on finals day. Great conditions as we look down the coastline here towards Pipeline. And now right into action again. Priorities with Caroline. Late takeoff, almost pearls. Going to that shorter equipment maybe could have affected her entry into that wave, Jesse.
Yeah, no doubt. That plays a huge factor out at Sunset mostly. You need so much paddle power. And right there, just getting a little bit late. I don't know how much potential that wave had in front of her. It seemed like it ran pretty quick and then it went into the deep channel, but it seems like everything's kind of going Joanne's way right now in this last few minutes.
As we have another look here, Brett.
Yeah, it was weird. Joanne was digging hard. She was obviously trying to keep, Caroline honest, like making sure she's going with the priority. So, and then Caroline kind of poked the nose a little bit and kind of like stumbled her. So she didn't really get any drive into that first, off that bottom turn. So she had to kind of straighten out. But now, yeah, like Jesse said, balls in Joanne's court needs a 1.34. So those are one of those scores where you're like, what do I do? I just got to get on a wave, And we've seen heats go, 20 minutes where someone doesn't catch a wave. So it's 3 minutes, 10 seconds. I think she's going to go up towards the point. I think that's the best, like, high, opportunity with percentage-wise is like get up there. There's smaller waves that kind of go a little bit longer, and she's going to be able to get a few turns. Caroline might sit down the end I feel like the inside bowl's a little bit of a non-factor today. It's a little warbly and it dies out really fast. So I think it's going to be these deeper waves towards the point that are going to be getting the bigger scores.
2:30 to go. We'll see if that will start happening for our competitors today. Lining up the right part of the reef to sit on for some big numbers. Caroline Marks still just a 4.17. DeFay getting a 5.5. And looking for her first win off Caroline Marks in her career. Joanne DeFay, a standout in last, but also won at the Surf Ranch, showing her depth and also featuring in the title race where she finished 3rd in the world just a couple years back. Representing Reunion Island in the southwest of France, DeFay is liking the way this one's shaping up. Has a 1.34. She's chasing for the lead. Throws down the arc. Just wants to make sure she gets it as she's into this little double up. Little wedge popping up there for that off the top. And you can tell just nervous moments seeing that wave go through the inside. She knows she doesn't need much, and sometimes that creates more nerves when you're surfing for a 1-3 compared to like a 6 or a 7 when you can unload. Caroline now off the bottom. Squaring up, maybe one of her better hacks of this matchup. Goes up kind of late, gets tangled up on the finish, and misses the combination on a very important ride.
Wow, this is going to be tricky because Joanne goes on the smaller one. This does some busy work, but it's probably in the 2 range. Got the score, but then Caroline does a really nice turn and then a huge turn and falls. So I'm almost leaning towards, I think Caroline's going to flip the heat right here.
What do you think, Jesse?
Yeah, you kind of think of Joanne should be playing safe, but maybe not that safe. You know, that's very small wave, and right here you can see like there's nerves going on. I could see her breathing when she was battling. She was deeply breathing, trying to calm herself down probably. And here, just a beautiful wave from Caroline. A very good first turn. Right now, she just kind of goes a little too big, but that was the only option she basically had.
She had to go for it.
Wow, missing the combo. Joanne DeFay's mom holding her breath right next to Jordy Smith and Garth Tarlow. And they know how close this is, just like you thought, Simpo. 2.17 for DeFay with that nervous approach towards the inside. Did get the lead change, but with that one big turn on a bigger section, Caroline Marks is hoping for a 3.51. Doesn't get much closer than this.
It's not, you know, in hindsight of it all, it wasn't a mistake at the moment, but then it's going to cost her because there was a set behind it, and that's just, sometimes you have to make those decisions and it hurts. And
so Caroline with the fall, with that one turn, is just enough to get the lead back on Joanne DeFay and survive a very close battle. Marks moves into the semifinals. Joanne DeFay leaves with an equal 5th, back-to-back 5ths in the Hawaiian leg, and she'll throw a nice shotgun to Caroline, shake that one off, and she'll be packing up and going back home to Europe very soon. Wow, close one there. We're going to continue our conversation with 2-time U.S. Open champ Brett Simpson. Caroline moving on. Isabella Nichols coming up next to take on the local Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. We'll be right back.
Before each event, there's an electricity that builds. Having grown up in Hawaii, I can feel it like the change of seasons. Everybody's thinking about the surf, surfers are gathering, and everyone else is getting ready for the madness. Hawaii's a wild place, and usually I'm traveling all over the islands this time of year, seeing friends, checking spots, talking about the surf today, tomorrow, and what's to come. Whether you're catching a wave, driving down the line, or driving down the road, it's all about taste and style.
Finals day continues at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Quarter number 4 hits the lineup. Isabella Nichols, 9th after Pipeline. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, 3rd after Pipeline. Go head-to-head for a shot in the semifinals, and they've had the advantage of watching some of the nervous moments from Finals Day morning. And Betty Lou is going to get things started for us. Nice, healthy bottom turn, cool attack on the open face. Already ready for her second maneuver, puts a lot into it with the slide, lays low to control it. Sakura feeling good on Finals Day and putting up a nice combination of turns and almost just floating right on the back of the sled. Well, great start to quarter 4. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, and Brett Simpson on the call. Let's watch the combination again, Jesse.
Yeah, that was crazy good right there from Betty. Just looks so solid on her feet. That's for sure the best surfing we've seen all day. Just very confident, and right here getting an extra release right there on the tail, which is very hard to control here at Sunset, and coming out clean. That's, in my opinion, has to be an excellent score compared to the waves we've seen previously today.
Nice start there, Brett.
Beautiful timing. Like, she just was at, like, each section she just tapped into, like, hey, I'm going to focus on this, and this turn right here gets the drive, like, comes off the bottom, opens up the shoulders, twisting all the way back, and even gets a little release there, and is able to hang on through a little bit of that warble, which is, showing her strength as well. And there it is.
Well done for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. We've been talking about low-scoring heats in the past. Caroline won with a combined total of 8.57. And on the opener for Betty Lou, 8.17. Here we go. That's what we were waiting for.
Yeah, like that was almost an easy task for the judges because it was excellent surfing right there and an excellent wave. Like, that was the best we've seen all day, and that was fun to watch.
We've seen her just on such a roll from Pipeline. She was one of those top 3 we keep mentioning, even though there's more heroes from stop number 1 of the season. But she's now kind of taken on maybe what like Molly Picklum was doing at Pipe, where she's finding excellent scores every round. That's what Betty Lou's been doing. Even a 9.17 the other day when she got barreled and then did that hammer to finish. She actually said she never really got barreled out here before. I'm not sure if she's being really humble about it or if that was a true story.
Sometimes the barrel, I mean, I don't think you go out there looking for it, but it just kind of happens where you want to focus on the big turns and the big carves, and then if the barrel's there, try it.
Might as well pull in. That's created a lot of excitement over the years at Sunset. Like you're saying, it's like you're not expecting it, so it makes it quite heroic when you pull it off. Betty Lou and Isabella Nichols, a great story there. Nichols being more of a vet, 26 now, years of age. Had a breakthrough rookie season in that shortened season where she was able to make the final at Newcastle, and her post-heat interviews back then were just going, wow, I can't believe I beat my heroes. All these people that she looked up to. She was still looking at them with just wide eyes and couldn't believe she was in the water with them. Her win at Margaret River coming a year later, it was a crucial one because when we looked at the rankings heading into Stop 5 that year, she wasn't making the cut. So that win was crucial for her to have a complete season on the championship tour, Jesse.
Yeah, it's totally, and back against the wall as well. Like, last event needed a win in order to stay on tour, and then she kind of had a fall down the next year, fell off tour and came back very strong. She's looking in form. This yesterday she was probably one of the best surfers in the water. She just was choosing big waves, solid sections, and delivering to us to watch. It was fun.
As we see the situation in front of us, 23-15, Betty Lou back to first priority. So you see the 0.3 from Isabella Nichols. She started things off first, didn't get anything with the 0.3, then was inside for Betty Lou's 8.17. And maybe because Betty Lou went right on the sled, was able to get back out and regain first priority after the 817. I mean, that's, I don't know if you could do anything more to make your coach happy. Ross Williams celebrating that start to this heat.
She's feeling great. Yeah, I don't know what happened, if she pedaled for a wave or just got beat out the back. But yeah, that's it's a bummer for Isabella because, you know, your competitor already has an excellent score and then they have priority. You're kind of going, darn. What do I you need to get them to kind of jump on something. Maybe they fall to try to regain it. Oh, here it is.
So this is how Bella started off the heat. She took the first wave, did the pin drop, and then was stuck inside.
Wow, that's a tough way to start. That's where we were talking about. Sometimes it's almost better just to ride the wave all the way in, because then you end up getting back out, and you'll, at least if it's tight, you'll hold priority because you rode the previous wave before. So where she tried to paddle back out and like, I'm going to get out right to the spot, and if you get caught, you're losing a few minutes.
Yeah, because you can't really just turn to the beach on a wave that big. You like literally you're gonna get exploded. So she has to first let the set go and then paddle in. So
yeah, you've got to be clear with your game plan. And sometimes when you think I'll just sneak right back out in position paddling, and all of a sudden Sunset will keep you honest and hold you in that same spot on the inside section. As you see where they're positioned now, Betty Lou with priority, 817 start. Best start we've seen this morning. Is looking to move on to the semifinals to compete with Caroline Marks. Molly Picklum will have Brisa Hennessy in semifinal 1, and we'll keep you posted on the status of the yellow jersey with Caitlin Simmers losing out today. Bella representing the Sunshine Coast in Australia. She was actually born in Denmark, then moved to Australia at a young age. Her dad pushed her into that first wave back at Rainbow Beach on the sunny coast. So you've heard of Coolum Beach, you think of Julian Wilson and a lot of great surfers that come from that part of the world. And she's a proud Australian, battling it out for many years on the QS, had a big World Junior title moment in 2015. And I guess when you compare it to when these two started surfing, for Betty Lou, she was really into it about 6 years of age, and Bella didn't really start till about 11. But had a very quick learning curve where she was considered one of the best juniors even after surfing for just a couple years. We saw her get wild cards when she was such a tiny grommet on the Gold Coast of Australia. Here comes Bella now. Setting up a big walled section. It's opening up and absolutely drills it. If Bella's got a signature move, that's definitely it. Just under the hook, and she'll get beat up by the end section. Betty Lou's on the next one as she winds up hard off the bottom. Nice little wrapping cutback to back up the 817. Driving hard in the pocket again. Sakura out in front. Nice paced wrapping turn. She's made 2 choices in this heat. They've been brilliant. 817 start. Another great number coming for the local girl. And Bella Nichols turning in her best wave so far, Brett.
Yeah, well, Betty Lou's on 16 points at least, and Izzy, that first turn, she blitzed it right there. She was a beautiful snap. Here it is. Kind of underneath. Betty saw something out the back, didn't want to take this one. Beautiful snap right there for Izzy. This thing goes a bit foamy, but she kind of does a nice little down carve and then attacks that section right there, and it kind of bucks her off. And then Betty Lou's maybe on the wave of the day.
Yeah, that was a great wave for Betty right there. As you see the acceleration on the second turn right here, just pushing it so hard and so much drive through that turn, and then just finish it up, the good old little cut back into the channel. But the second turn right there was just money, not this one, the next one. It was beautiful surfing from Betty.
The way she set that up, dude, pulled it right back into the power source, and then this turn is, it's going to get her a lot of points right there. Twisting into the pocket, and then she just kind of stays with it. Obviously you want to finish on a high note. Nice little carve right here, cutty into the channel. That would have felt really, really nice.
Betty Lou back on the 6.0 Ghost model from John Pizell. I talked to John yesterday. He said about a month ago, started making a bunch of boards. You know, when you live in this community for Paisel, he's known Sakura since she was just a little kid. He's been friends with her dad for a very long time, so it's super easy to have those conversations about building a quiver since she's searching for some good boards this season, mixing it up quite a bit. 817 start for Betty Lou, 733. Great feedback for that Paisel Ghost. In a solid position in this seat. Getting a lot of room over Bella Nichols. Bella at the moment chasing a 9.67 after that big first turn came in at a 5.83. Let's hear from the reigning world champ. Caroline Marks is with AJ.
Yeah, Joe, Caroline and I were just talking before you came down to us about the lineup today. It looks very different than it did for you yesterday, but you were explaining how it's still kind of tricky out there to figure out where you want to sit. So what was the strategy that you and your coach Luke had in the water?
Yeah, it's interesting. We woke up this morning and I think the swell's more west. I'm not too knowledgeable on like swell forecasts and stuff, but from my understanding, it's more west. It's like a bit more up the point. Then yesterday it was like, I think more north, so it was kind of like a super big playing field. I actually went to a smaller board today. It looked a bit smaller, and then my heat started just bombing. So I was like, oh my gosh, and I was like barely able to paddle into him. But yeah, still always tricky. Like sunsets, obviously, there's always such a big playing field, and it always surprises you. So you always have to have that in the back of your head. But yeah, I mean, the waves are absolutely firing. Definitely was different than my free surf this morning. So I feel like my next heat I'll probably be more comfortable on like where to sit and kind of know the lineup a little better. But yeah, that was a pretty funny heat.
And nothing comfortable about the way it ended either, because you knew you needed the score. You took off on that wave. Walk me through how you approached that final wave, knowing you needed around a 3 in order to get the win.
Yeah, it's funny. Last year I was in the final and I lost the final needing a 3 for like 10 minutes. So I was just going, oh my gosh, it's actually sometimes that score is so hard to get, you know. And yeah, I just kind of wanted to surf the wave good and just kind of focus on turn by turn. So. Yeah, I fell on my second turn. My first turn felt like I timed it nice, and my board felt really nice in that wave. So I was just, more than thinking about the score, I was like, I just want to like rip into a turn, and thankfully it was the score. And yeah, I'm really happy to be moving on to the semis.
We'll see you then. Congratulations, Caroline.
Thank you.
Well done, Caroline. You could tell her in that interview she's just learning a lot. That was a learning heat, and she's happy to be on the right side of that. You know, that could have gone either way. It was incredibly close. DeFay chasing that 1-3-4, surfed for the score and looked very nervous, got the 2, and then Caroline did a snap to fall just to keep it even closer. 8.57 to 7.67. Caroline remains undefeated over Joanne DeFay in her career, now with 4 straight wins, going back to 2018 when that all started. And now the yellow jersey on the line. Just a simple way to put it. If Molly makes the final, she'll be in yellow. We'll keep you posted on other scenarios if we have different winners here on finals day. But Betty Lou has just been all over the event top scores. 917 barreled a hammer combo the other day. 817 we just saw at the start of this heat, Jesse.
Yeah, man, and it was a funny moment right there because Betty let her go on that wave. Obviously, I couldn't see what was behind because they were showing just Isabella paddling, and it almost felt like there's a little bit momentum shift right there, and she was going to get it started very well. Ended up falling, but it was still a solid score. But Betty just capitalized and got an even better wave behind. So sometimes it's tricky to get out of that rhythm of always someone's like on the better waves and making your job a little harder.
Look at these conditions, guys.
Wow.
There's like a little local cell that's kind of like has a little rain, but it's just these picturesque waves. It's like howling straight offshore, which Caroline mentioned. If you're on a shorter board, sometimes it is hard to get into them, so you got to kind of position yourself a little bit under. And you know, at sunset, like, you know, if you are on a shorter board, sometimes you're like right in the, you're almost looking for that little roll in or like right in the lip. But I feel like if you can get away with a little more board in these, when it's howling offshore, I feel like it just looks really good too. More rail.
Very true. Yeah. Longer boards just really makes sense at this wave, even if it's not clearly gigantic like some of those historical days. Even smaller days where you think a smaller board might work keeps you guessing, especially on the takeoffs, especially if you have to switch your positioning, all the paddling that you have to do. It's a very demanding wave where you got to earn it. show your ocean knowledge at the same time. Nichols kind of faked one way with priority, now chasing Betty Lou down the line. Bella working with local legend Miles Padanka, as we now see her just step off, so she'll end up throwing away priority.
And that's kind of what Betty Lou was just keeping her honest, like, I'm going, and was kind of digging down the line, and Izzy couldn't resist, you know, and then it looks like Betty Lou's on a wave right here.
Trying to better a 7.33. How about that bottom turn? And what an arc, right on the money. Set up off the top. Just looking so connected to these changing conditions from yesterday to today. Very busy day for all of our athletes. Opening round, elimination round, round of 16, all to set up a finals day here on Wednesday on the North Shore of Oahu. Betty Lou putting on a clinic at the moment, but Bella is still chasing, hoping that she won't be comboed when we come back from the break as finals day continues. It's finals day. We've got to open the WSL vault to just honor the past champions. Look at a young Miles Padanka. These were those great local stories here on the North Shore of Oahu where these guys would come out of the trials and then take out the best in the world, which was the top 44 at the time. The tour was a bit bigger with amount of participants, and Miles got through the local trials, which had guys like Keiko Bacalso, who's in the Red Bull Athlete Zone right now, with Kea Hart, who's been training a lot of these athletes, and also Roy Powers. This was that year in 2001 that CJ Hobgood won the world title. Mick Fanning was a wild card. And Brett, the other day, he said this is one of your favorite eras in pro surfing. How fun is it looking back?
It is. They're all on like 7.2s, 7.6s. It looks so cool. But yeah, this is the year CJ won it. I mean, the Florida boy. I got to travel with him a lot of years on tour. Man, him and Damo were definitely iconic for me, and I look up to them a lot. But it's good to see Miles. I saw Miles out in the water the last few days, and he's obviously coaching a few of the crew, and they're having a good run, wealth of knowledge, and that goes a long way, especially at a wave like here.
Runner-up in the final in the main event, Mick Lowe, the big goofy foot from Australia. That was so dangerous on tour, but it was all about Miles getting barreled. I think Mick Lowe saw him get shacked, knew it was over. Equal third that year, Kalani Robb, Pedersen Rosa. Fun looking back at the ceremony, and a huge win for Miles, huge win for Hawaii, winning the Triple Crown that season. And now doing some great coaching at the moment in the water right now. Caddying for Isabella Nichols and passing on all that knowledge along the way. Always fun and running into Miles on the North Shore of Oahu. And shoot, if you need some coaching, what a great guy to call up, especially when it comes to the challenging waves on the North Shore. Even if you're not trying to win big events on tour, you get a hold of Miles and you just want to go on a surf trip, he'll make sure you're in the right place at the right time. Always leaning on those locals, no matter where you are, is really important when you're traveling. Jesse?
Yes, 100%. And I feel like some surfers really take advantage of that. I remember Carissa always kind of having that local knowledge as well, picking guys at Bells, West Dawes, with her coach, but also having the guy that knows the lineup pretty well. So she's taking advantage of that. And yeah, it's playing off so far, even though this heat's kind of tricky for her right now.
Bella turning in a 4.83 on this one. Simpo?
Oh, she had an opportunity there where the first turn was really nice, and then she came off and kind of did that lip line and got hung up in the wind. But I think if she came a little bit farther out and carved it, she would have cut into that gap a bit and, you know, gave herself a little more of a chance. But now comes in just under a 5, and she's still looking for that almost near perfect score.
Bella feels like she's been here for ages. You know, when you have a lot of weights in the waiting period, time can kind of disappear. You forget what day it is, but you've been out there each and every day just preparing, and you kind of have to start balancing how much time you're actually putting in. You don't want to be exhausted when you finally get to surf. You almost have to know when not to surf at the same time.
Yes, 100%. And Sunset, it's very taxing. So it's going to run out at the end of the day. You know, mostly if you're making the finals today, you really got to conserve the energy and be smart with that.
That was always the toughest part, like being on tour, is the lay days and staying consistent and staying on a routine. It's easy to like, oh, the waves aren't, if it's small, like, oh, we're probably not going to surf when it's like this, but you never really know, you know, if it's going to be at the point or not. So I think the routine of just getting out there, we heard like Rio and the men's just really trying to get, you know, become acquainted with the wave. And it does, at the end of the day, that, you know, you got to sacrifice a lot to get to the top. And I think all these athletes are doing that.
Also the challenge too, when you're on and you only have to surf one heat in a day and you're like, let's keep going.
Oh,
you know, those days where you're feeling good, last thing you want to do is go to bed and start all over.
You don't want the day to stop.
Were you superstitious at all, Jesse?
No, I wasn't. And I always try not to be. You know, if something was like something I did at the event was working, I just didn't want to get caught in that headspace, because if you're that superstitious and something goes a little different, they're off for the whole like heat. You know? Like, if something goes as not expected and as the plan. So, and we're dealing with surfing, man. It's so many variables that like the more superstitious you are, the more you're gonna get in your head. That's just what I thought.
Hockey told me he was superstitious. You have to wear the same trunks every time, but then he also the bar of wax.
Yeah, that I will say the wax is one I was kind of on. Like sometimes you're making heats and you're like, this is the magic bar, and you're just milking that thing.
Make sure you don't lose it as we go for a heat check here. Anything popping out for you, Jesse?
Let's check this out. I think they were pretty even right there. All of the judges on Sakura's best wave, they all went excellent, which in my opinion was kind of easy to identify that. And on their second waves, a little bit more of a spread, but still pretty solid right there as far as you think. You know, opinions are different. We even think different a few times, a lot of times actually. So yeah.
Yeah, you can kind of see how it works there. Their top score, then their last score. The top score for Betty Lou is her start 817. Her last score 603. She's actually not counting Bella Nichols. Her best a 583. That big, dangerous vertical gouge she has. She could put that in a very critical part of the wave, and she's been able to count on it. It's brought her to this quarterfinal so far with 4:21 on the clock. Bella's going to go up and out, still searching, chasing a 9.67. And Betty Lou just putting together a super heat. We've seen her grow so much, and got to remind yourself that Betty Lou's still 18, because you know she had a rookie year and she's still in high school and trying to balance a lot of different things. It was a super emotional roller coaster that first half of the season she surfed, and she's just a kid really on tour.
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy. And a lot of these athletes, I mean, not many qualify at that age, but we have seen on the women's and even on the men's with Felipe and Gabby, and a few of these guys got on there, they're teenagers. It's you can only imagine, I mean, you can only really imagine like what they're going, you know, what their mind's really going through as they're growing. But that was a cool little moment there, because, and a smart moment for Betty Lou, because there was kind of a little medium-sized set, and the Grom in her probably was like, I want to ride this wave. And then she goes, no, I'm in priority. I've pretty much, you're in the lead. You got 3 minutes, 15 seconds. Like, you just sit there and the next best wave, because Bella wasn't really out there yet to like get it in the prime zone. So it was smart of her. Like, she could have grommed out and rode a wave, and the next thing you know, you kind of let Bella back in the heat, where now she's probably going to shut it down, you'd have to say.
Yeah, I'm with you. And she already grummed down in that 603. Like, you could kind of see that the wave wasn't the best wave for what she already had in the heat. But that being said, it's very easy. Mostly when you have the lineup to yourself, waves are firing. I feel like everyone has done it a few times.
So true. And yeah, grommed out, for those of you that don't know what that means, you know, a grom is just a young surfer with that youthful exuberance that just wants to surf all day, catches any wave, and then the expertise comes in when you're controlling a heat and knowing when to let waves go. The surfer in you just wants to ride and keep enjoying the lineup like you would in a free surf, but Betty Lou definitely making smart decisions now, holding priority on that last exchange where Bella just went. But her 603 might have helped her learn that, going, you know what, I didn't need to do that. I've got better numbers, and let me hold down the court with priority.
Yeah, it's kind of just like you want to identify the waves that you've ridden already, were like her 2 waves just by the naked eye were like better than the wave she dropped in on that she got the 6. So it was kind of pointless in a way. But at the moment she's in stern, heavy control right now. So it's minute 40. She's going to sit there and, whether the wave comes or not, she's got to make that decision to, take it and kind of hold Bell off.
Definitely feels like one of those changing of the guard type moments in pro surfing on the top 17. When you look at a young final at Pipeline, you look at the youth that still remains in the event. Brisa Hennessy, at the moment, the oldest left in the draw in the semifinals at just 23. Got Molly, Caroline in there. Betty Lou, just 18, controlling this one over the 26-year-old Isabella Nichols. Betty Lou definitely looking like a world title threat this year for her ability in hollow waves, how much she's learned in the last couple of seasons, forced to go back to the Challenger Series, surfed a complete year last year, looked super strong after her shoulder surgery in the offseason. And now with 40 seconds to go, it's looking like she will be in the semifinals, Jesse.
Yeah, she's looking great. She looked great since the first wave she caught. She was just solid on her foot, surfing with confidence. And the crazy thing about it here, if you look back at Isabella Nichols, like, she's probably 2 turns away from not being very close in that heat. That 583, if she landed that big closeout section, she would have probably get something, and she's close to the excellent range. And her 483 was only 1 turn wave, and she fell on the lip line.
Yeah, it definitely costed her, but you'd have to say Betty Lou's been probably the most in form in a way. I mean, I think her heat totals and the way she's kind of constructed this event so far has been pretty on point.
Some happy supporters for Betty Lou. Sakura Johnson, Shinobu. Betty Lou's mom is her absolute hero. So much support there, and they'll be cheering her on into the semifinals as she will be taking on last year's world champion Caroline Marks. The semifinals are set for the women as we'll be transitioning into the men quarterfinal. Coming up next, Kanoa Igarashi takes on Seth Moniz, followed by John Florence and Jordy Smith. That's a big heat for the yellow jersey. Liam O'Brien, Ryan Callanan, Italo Ferreira, Jack Robinson. It's going to move by very quickly. Jesse, thank you always. You've been here with us full time. And Brett, every time you come in, we have a blast. We really appreciate it.
Awesome, guys. Thank you.
Awesome.
Have a good rest of the day.
Yeah, thanks for all you do for pro surfing. And we'll be chatting with Brett all the time. Brett Simpson, longtime touring professional on the championship tour. And we'll take a break. Quarterfinals are on. Seth Moniz taking on Kanoa Igarashi. We'll bring in Kaipo and Flick for the call.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Hurley, official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Hurley Pro Sunset Beach and our women's semifinals are all set. Quarterfinals are completed. And hi. Welcome to the set. I'm Kuiper Gura along with Felicity Palmentier, and we got the women to the semifinals, and I'm excited because we have 2 past champs in the semifinals as well as our reigning world champion.
We do. I'm just going to start off by saying happy birthday today, Kuiper.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we do. Very, very exciting women's start to the day. But moving on now into the men's, and these first couple of heats, I'm really excited to call with you and yeah, bring it on because the waves are shaping up to look very good this morning.
Yeah, waves shaping up, and Kanoa Igarashi activating. Igarashi smooth on rail here and gaps that finish there. It's not done, actually. He's got more in the tank. Nice opening ride for Kanoa Igarashi. He's up against Seth Moniz in men's quarterfinal number 1. So we just started our men's quarterfinal. Kanoa Igarashi up against Seth Moniz. Both surfers on a bounce back after a equal 17th finish over at Pipeline. So a better keeper result for both surfers, but you really want to get into the semis. You really want to get into the finals. Kanoa came so close to winning this event back in 2022, runner-up here. Here we go, under the lip takeoff for Seth Moniz. And then let's review Kanoa's opening ride.
Yeah, I love this opening wave from Kanoa. It's just really, really well served and at a very beautiful pace too. His timing was on point there. I love that he was able to mix it up with that little bit of variation with that layback hack. But yeah, 3 big, beautiful turns with a little bit of variation in the middle there. Wow, Kanoa, beautiful first wave.
Yeah, that's the consistency and the solid surfing that Kanoa brings to Sunset Beach. He's, I mean, he's got an 83% heat win percentage here. Let's take a look at our men's bracket. We just got started with the quarterfinals. Kanoa Igarashi up against Seth Moniz. Don't go anywhere. Quarterfinal number 2, we got 2 past Sunset champs. John Florence up against Jordy Smith. Then Liam O'Brien up against Arcal, and Italo Ferreira is going to have the challenge of Jack Robinson in that 4th quarterfinal for the men. Taking a look at our semifinals for the women, they're all set. Molly Picklum, Brisa Hennessy, 2 past Sunset champs up against each other in semifinal number 1. Caroline Marks, our defending world champ, is coming up against a red-hot Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, who just came out of her quarterfinal heat with a heat total of 15.5. Strong showing for Betty Lou going into those semifinals.
For sure. When I look at those semi-final matchups, if I just look at momentum throughout this event, I mean, Betty Lou, she's had some of the highest wave scores throughout this whole event. She's looking so assertive, so aggressive, so on point. She's obviously got barreled out here yesterday, came out with that big turn, backed it up, and yeah, got a 9-point ride. I think she's looking deadly out here.
You know who else is looking deadly? Kanoa Igarashi. Why? Because he just started off his quarterfinal number 1 with an excellent number. Igarashi, with the numbers there we see them, an 8-point ride and a beautiful start for Kanoa Igarashi. Don't you think so, Strider?
Yes, I mean, you got to be kidding me. Doug Silva out here caddying for Seth was like, whew, that was a big score. Come on, we're going to need a big one. There's so much information out here right now. So Seth Moniz riding a quiver of sharp eyes that Felipe Toledo left here that he was going to ride at Sunset Beach. So he's got a whole plethora of brand new boards from Sharp Eye that Toledo, he's riding Toledo's quiver out here at Sunset, which is great because he needed some thinner, better boards, which they had identified. Kanoa out here on a Glen Pang, and those boards are 6.6s, Seth's on a 6.4. And then after Kanoa's wave, Snake paddled over and just said, same set as Seth. So basically saying that don't grom out, don't go searching for some little wave on the inside for a backup. Wait for those sets that Seth's going to catch. There's going to be 2, and catch one, and then you'll be 1 wave ahead of Seth this whole heat, is what he was saying. So a lot of information, a lot going on in the channel, and the waves look amazing when they come.
Thank you for the reporting, Strider. And yeah, nice start. There's our caddies in the channel. On the left-hand side, you have Jake the Snake Patterson, and then on the right-hand side, you have a serious speed demon in the way of Doug Silva. He could hear his name from the beach. Just turned around there. Doug, a great competitor, as well as Jake. He's a 2-time winner out here at Sunset, so a lot of knowledge in the channel. Speaking of the channel, we take a look at it from high up above. Yeah,
it looks like there's some beautiful lines starting to roll in, and I really loved what Jake said. Well, we had him in the booth here yesterday, and I mean, it's very, everyone, a lot of people know, but Jake is so strategic, and just having that tiny little bit of knowledge about, hey, make sure you're on one of those same set waves that Seth decides to go, it's just super important, and just really speaks to that strategic mind that Jake has, and sort of that information he's able to pass on to Kanoa being out in the channel, which is super important.
Here we go. Seth Moniz with priority, taking a spin on this one. Seth dropping through. Wave tapers, so he's going to have to ease into a cutback, hoping for this wave to stand up on the inside. It does so, and Seth attacks the lip with a beautiful carve. Drops back into the trough. One more time up into the lip for Seth. Hooks it all the way around, has to ride a foam ball all the way out of that for a completion. Kanoa Igarashi tugs the rail on a cutback. Looking smooth on the Glen Pang board. Kicks out early to maintain priority.
Yeah, that was a really nice wave of Seth. He really needed to stick that last turn. I'm super impressed that he did. It became a lot bowlier than I think what he thought it was going to be. Had to sort of ride that foam ball out at the end, but super smart surfing from Kanoa. Took off, will break down Seth's wave first. So really late takeoff there. Sets up this section. This is just more of a setup move as he moves through more to this bowlier inside section, and this is where a lot of those points are going to come from. It's a beautiful turn there. He has to sort of set his line, comes up, gets a little bit hung, had to ride out in front of that foam ball. But yes, Seth really needed to make that that last turn just to really sort of show that there's a heat on his hands here. I mean, knowing that Kanoa's already locked in that 8-point ride, which is a really, really big score. Yeah, it was super critical that he made that last turn. So this is Kanoa, and sort of doing what Jake said, you know, make sure you're on a wave within that set that Seth's on, that's going to put you out in the lead. But really smart surfing, choosing to kick out that little bit earlier, and he's hoping to re-get priority, so we'll see if that actually does eventuate. So we see Kanoa looks like...
He's in no rush, so I think he feels like he's got priority with a slow paddle. Kanoa Igarashi, number 50 on the back of his jersey. The 50 is symbolic of 50 storms. Igarashi, translated into English, means 50 storms, his family name. He got a 2.33 as a backup to that 8-point ride. Still waiting for Seth Moniz and his score. Kanoa does secure first priority with heat control.
Yeah, Kanoa's looking super impressive out here right now, and just with that first opening ride, locking in at 8, you've got to think that that's going to just be doing wonders for his mindset to the sea.
Seth Moniz, quarterfinals in 2022, when Kanoa had a runner-up finish here at Sunsets. Seth with that number 7 on the back of his jersey, representing the 7 family members in the Moniz family. Well, coming off the women's quarterfinals, maybe we saved the best for last, because Betty Lou Sakura Johnson was on fire out there, AJ.
She really was, Kaipo, and couldn't take her eyes off of the ocean even after she got in here, because you saw Seth Moniz get that fantastic wave. How good is this sunset from someone who has surfed it their entire lives?
Yes, I mean, today we woke up to great conditions. The swell is great. It's just really pumping out there. And yeah, Seth's out there right now, and I think we have like the mana from home, and I think we're just carrying the good vibes.
Well, and the good vibes certainly being passed on to the scores that you keep receiving from the judges. How have you seen these waves come through that you're able to combine maneuvers, find the barrels when they're there? What is setting you apart here?
Yes, I mean, me and Ross, we've just been kind of connecting with the ocean. That's my goal for this event. It's just to feel the ocean, respond to it quickly, and yeah, just had that good mojo. But yeah, we've been having good plans and it's been working every heat. So I'm going to stick to it and hopefully we can get to the podium.
Well, we'll see you in the semifinals. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yep, in the semifinals, Betty Lou again up against Caroline Marks in that semifinal number 2 for the women. We're going to get into those semifinals straight after our quarterfinals for the men. Score in for Seth Moniz, and he nearly matched Kanoa's opener with a 7.5. So Seth got the job done and keeping this a tight, exciting heat, Flick.
Yeah, that was a great answer back from Seth, 7.5, and I think a lot of those points coming from those last 2 turns. The first one was just that setup, but the last 2 turns were really critical, especially that closeout turn where he rode out in front of that foam ball. And, you know, now we've really got a heat on our hands, right? And you've got to be thinking it's going to be a battle of the backups here, and with so much time still left in this heat, I think it's going to get really exciting. Before we came in here, I just wanted to see who, you know, obviously you spoke about Kanoa. He's, you know, come so close out here with a second place finish to Barron. But on his way to the final, he had not an easy journey. I was just having a quick look. He took out in the quarterfinals Jack Robinson, who's obviously won out here before. Semi-finals, he took out Ethan Ewing and then came up against a very informed Barron in the final. But just his road to the final wasn't an easy draw. You know, when you think about those guys and how well they surf out here at Sunset, yeah, it wasn't easy, as we see Seth.
Seth under priority drops into this one. A little laybacky slash and gets a little too caught on his heels and caught in the whitewater there. Little off kilter for Moniz. Right behind him, Igarashi. Double pump bottom turn to get around this section. Long rail slash, holding the rail through the entire turn. Vert there, quick and out in the channel to get ahead of Seth Moniz and regain priority again. The gamesmanship, the heat IQ, and the execution by Kanoa Igarashi so far in this heat, top notch.
Yeah, I've just got to echo everything you just said there. I mean, this is Seth's wave. Sort of looked like he was maybe going to search for that barrel just at the very beginning, goes up and just like a bit of a loosey-goosey turn here. But yeah, that wave selection just probably wasn't the best. It didn't really offer that much wall, but out the back, Kanoa took off behind him, sort of had to wait a lot for this opening maneuver. And this turn here was super impressive. He went up almost beyond vertical, and I've got to say he's going to obviously replace that 2.33, but just so smart kicking out in front of Seth, choosing to paddle out before him, hoping to regain priority, which he now has. So yeah, I think it's just so smart, you know. Super smart surfing from Kanoa.
Jordy Smith and John Florence will be in quarterfinal number 2. Like I said, you're going to want to stick around for that. We're halfway through quarterfinal number 1, and we're waiting for the last score for Kanoa Igarashi. We're feeling that it's going to be a good score, and heat control to Igarashi when that score drops. Right now, Seth is in the lead, but just a 2.5 will take Kanoa up into the lead.
Yeah, it looks like there's sets on the horizon. It looks like I think Kanoa might have a swing here. These ones look to, it seems like they have quite a good shape.
There we go, 4.67 comes in for Kanoa Igarashi. He retakes the lead, he's got priority, and he's on the go. Here we go. Wave number 4 for Kanoa, off the bottom. Slashes off the top. Patient on the bottom again. Layback hack, downturn off the top. And Kanoa starting to build his confidence, build momentum. This time he's going to ride the wave all the way in and get a jet ski ride out, knowing that Seth is hanging on to priority out the back. Good.
Yeah, I think, and that was really smart of Kanoa to realize that Seth was just on the inside there on the wave second to last. He pulled out just before Seth, regained priority at the back, and then was able to hold Seth off this wave. And I mean, it was a bigger wave than his last wave, so I'm thinking that he might just improve on that 4.67 with that sort of beautiful layback hack there under the lip. You can see this wave really had a beautiful bowl to it, and I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Kanoa. I just feel like obviously his surfing looks on point, but strategically and his mindset, it looks 2020, very, very clear.
What did you see, Strider?
I'm seeing and I'm hearing the snake out here and the confidence in the messages that are coming across from him. The really cool part about Sunset on a west swell or northwest that we're seeing right now is you can see the sets coming from really far away. If you look way out on the horizon, you can see these big stacking dark lines. And so the caddies lighting up in the channel, screaming for it, and they can see him coming so they can tell them to get ready and get into position. Doug Silva yelling at Seth, check your markers, check your markers. And so, you know, there's a lot of incredible information coming across and confidence being pushed while those sets are approaching, and you can see them coming.
Yeah,
here comes another one right now. Look at this thing. I mean, seriously, look out there and look at those sets.
Yeah, unique thing about this particular playing field, Sunset Beach, is that we have those in-water caddies who are also coaches at the same time. Here comes some sets rolling through. And let's go to the VIP headset with Jesse Mendez. He's got more coach talk.
Yes, I did. Ross just crossed me a little bit ago, and I was telling him how solid Betty Lou looked and how much she was able to attack the waves. And I was like, man, that's exactly what I was trying to talk to her. Because she's so comfortable in these conditions, grew up here, she sees every opportunity in every big section and wants to go 300%. And he was just trying to calm her down. And like the waves are firing, it's so easy for you to psych yourself up and grum out. And he was just trying to make her be solid in her foot, identify the sections, breathe through the turns pretty much, and just stick to her power surfing. And that's what she did in the previous heat, and she's looking incredible.
Thanks so much for the reporting, Jesse Mendez, former Triple Crown champ. Kanoa again, and on attack here, big float to finish, get some air underneath the board for that. So he did that under priority, using priority here. Seth Moniz, it's firing out there at Sunset Beach. Seth with a lot of rail control. Sharp eye, surfboard under his feet. Mistimes that, and you can see the frustration with Seth Moniz and the family and the backup. And there's the top of the pack of the Moniz family. That's Dad, Tony Moniz.
Wow, you could just see it in Seth's body language. He knew that he'd mistimed that second section. That wave looked like it was about to shape up to be really, really beautiful. But yeah, that first turn looked great. However, Kanoa on his last wave, this one right here, this one here just looking super beautiful. This had a really, really nice bowl to it. And he got up there. That was so late. It was so critical coming down with that lip. As we look out the back, this was Seth's wave, really bigger set wave, was able to get that first carving maneuver here. Now, this is sort of where he sort of mistimes it. The wave also didn't really cooperate with him. I think he thought it might be standing up a little bit more. But I've got to be thinking, in my opinion, that Kanoa might be bettering the situation. I just feel like those two turns were really well timed. He had that variety. The first one was a layback and then followed up with that lip line floater.
We're going to step away right now and take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll come back with the scores. Kanoa Igarashi up against Seth Moniz, quarterfinal number 1. We'll be back after this. It is the Pulse. Let's get you caught up on today's action so far. Molly Picklum up against good friend Lakey Peterson. Quarterfinal number 1 for the women, and Picklum picked apart Sunset. 6.83, a 4.33, and she goes even. Steven gets back at Lakey Peterson. They're 1-1 on head-to-head matchups now, and Picklum into the semifinals. Brisa Hennessy, she's won this event in 2022. Quarterfinal number 2, she was matched up against the rankings leader, Katie Simmers, and Brisa, steady as always at Sunset Beach, was able to defeat Katie Simmers. Simmers had a shocker out there, just a 2-point ride. Brisa Hennessy will be faced up against Molly Picklum in the women's semifinal number 1. Quarterfinal number 4 for the women. Benny, Lou, Sakura, Johnson. She took it apart, defeating Isabella Nichols, 8.17 for the North Shore local, and a 7.33, 15.5 heat total. Sakura looking strong, moving into the women's semifinals. Now you're caught up with the Pulse. And we're back to live action here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Men's quarterfinal number 1 out in the water. Kaipagura along with Felicity Palmatier on the call. And Kanoa Igarashi scored a 6.67. We were waiting for scores. When we went to break, Igarashi checks in with a 6.67. Seth Moniz, a 3.4. Seth needs a 7.18 to turn the heat right now. Just under 6 minutes.
Just under 6 minutes, and it's sort of like I thought. I thought Kanoa was definitely going to improve on that situation. He's made that requirement just that little bit harder for Seth, now needing that 7.18. I mean, we've already seen Seth drop a 7.5 in this heat. It's definitely within his wheelhouse, and he's sitting out there with priority, which is where you want to be with 5.5 minutes remaining if you need a score. However, I mean, Kanoa right now is in the box seat.
Kanoa looking at his Sunset heat winning percentage, 83% for Kanoa Igarashi. His best wave score, a 9.77. Kanoa Igarashi, when we look at his matchups here at Sunset, he's had 12 starts with 10 wins in heats. So high heat winning percentage for Kanoa Igarashi on paper. When we look at the analytics, he would be the favorite, and it's playing out that way as well, Flick.
For sure, and not just, I mean, obviously, you look at his scores, an 8-point ride and a 6.67. No doubt about it. His surfing looks on point, but more than ever, I think it's the heat IQ and just how his ability to be so strategic. We've seen him make a couple of really great strategic moves here. Obviously, he's being coached by Jake Patterson, and we all know that Jake is very strategic. He's got that sort of coach brain, and he's able to sort of, you know, dictate to Kanoa, hey, even we just, that little insert we heard from Strider from the water where, you know, Jake was telling Kanoa, make sure you're taking off when Seth goes that next set, make sure you're on one of those set waves because you're going to come out and head. You could see Kanoa clearly kicking out 2 times before Seth, knowing that he would paddle back out the back and regain priority. So just very, very smart surfing, and also just surfing really well on the waves as well.
Yeah, Jake Patterson, a 2-time winner out here at Sunset. He won in 2003, again in 2005. And so Kanoa Igarashi has a great coach in his corner. Seth Moniz, there's our in-water caddies and coaches. Looking up next, when you see Ross Williams in the water, you know who's coming out. John Florence up against Jordy Smith in quarterfinal number 2. Garth Tarlow out in the lineup from O'Neill for Jordy Smith. 3 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. Priority with Seth Moniz. He does have opportunity here.
He definitely does, and it looks like there is some sort of lines out on the horizon. Maybe not the biggest set, but it looks like there's going to be a little bit of opportunity, which is good. And he's in the box seat. You know, he needs a 7.18. He's got priority. He's already dropped a 7.5. We know he can definitely do it. We know he's logged a lot of time out here. And we know how hungry he is as well. I mean, he's spoken about it in his post-heat interviews with AJ and just saying how things, you know, he's been dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's, but things just the chips haven't been falling his way just yet. So this event has been special to him just to keep advancing and knowing that the hard work he's putting in is finally paying off. But you just know that he wants it so much. And I really hope that, you know, he does get one more opportunity here with 2 minutes 30 on the clock.
Yeah, Seth Moniz, he wants to put together a year on the championship tour. His rookie year, 2019, he finished 12th in the world. That was his best finish on the tour. Since then, 2021, he was 20th, and 2022, and last year, 22nd on the rankings. So wants to do better than that. He has survived that mid-season cut every year, but you know, you want to end up in the top 10. Ultimately, you want to be in the final 5.
For sure, and I think, I don't know, I just think about surfers who have been on tour for quite a little bit, and we're seeing them about to come up. One that comes to mind is Ryan Callanan. He's been on tour, and he for quite some time, and he only just had his best year to date last year. So I think sometimes it can just take a little while to find your feet, but this is a really great event for Seth so far. I mean, quarterfinal finish is good, especially on the men's side. That's definitely a keeper when you think about moving forward, and that maybe pipe wouldn't be factoring in for Seth, knowing that he got a 17th there. So this is a great start.
Yeah. So Seth Moniz will leave, regardless of the outcome of this, he'll leave with a throwaway and the keeper, but he wants a keeper. That means a semis, a finals, maybe a win and 10,000 points. Here we go. Seth Moniz opportunity, pulls into the barrel straight from the takeoff, and that is going to do nothing but switch priority as well as eat up time for Seth Moniz. Only a minute on the clock.
I just wonder if he was ever really going to come out of that barrel.
No,
I don't think so. I think it was, as we see him take off again.
Got this one inside. Snaps under the lip there. The old school shampoo snap. Needs a big number, though. I don't think that one turn is going to get that number.
No, I don't think so either. And I'm not sure if he's going to get another opportunity. And I don't think, I mean, he just maybe had to roll the dice there, but maybe some movement out on the horizon. I just don't think he was ever going to get that 7.18, you know, on that sort of smaller, wedgier wave, especially pulling into that barrel. I don't think there was really ever an exit. I understand he has to roll the dice, but I don't think it was going to happen on that wave, and he's just now lost priority.
Here's Kanoa, and a standard way to close the heat. He's just going to paddle straight up to Seth Moniz, make sure that he's got the insurance policy out, hold priority. Any opportunity that comes through, like this wave right here, Kanoa will likely do this. And defense got the block. Now on offense, Igarashi throwing spray into the sky. Kanoa continues with a great rail work there, and he's going to ride into semifinal number 1 with a victory in quarterfinal number 1. There's Kanoa. And let's see the numbers for Igarashi. Actually, we're going to have to wait for the numbers because this is still a scoring wave as he rides all the way through Flick to Val's Reef.
Yeah, I've got to be thinking, obviously, Kanoa's got this win. I mean, he's just surfed so smart this whole heat, and he's just continuing on with that momentum. He's sort of been a standout for me throughout this event, and he's looking dangerous. I just think his surfing combined with the choices that he's making in the heat strategically is sort of a winning combo right now.
Yeah, little takeaway there for Kanoa Igarashi on to semifinal number 1. Seth Moniz, equal 5th exit from Sunset Beach. We'll be back with more action. John Florence, Jordy Smith will be in the water, and a special guest will be on set. Stay tuned.
Difficult. Did I win? Yeah. I didn't know there were going to be like multiple like 6s and 7s. Stylo just kept picking them off. So hard.
It wasn't pretty. It was not pretty.
Oh, it's really a beautiful weight. I was just icing on the floor.
Jordy's still going. Come on, Jordy. Oh!
What's going to what? I keep pulling.
What is the absolute what? You're looking around like I lost spot in the thunderstorm.
So I was like, oh, I'm gonna go do a turn. And then I don't know, it was just a spray of stuff, water, everything. And then I was like in the white water.
Some BTS from the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Welcome to the set, Kaipo Guerrero, along with Felicity Palmentier and surfing pioneer, the guy that ran the show here on the North Shore for decades, Randy Rarick. Thank you for joining us, Randy.
Oh, Kaipo, it's good to be back here. You know, it's kind of feels like the old school days.
I love it. I mean, Randy gave me my first start really in this realm right here with the Triple Crown, and that was quite a while ago. And what do you think that how everything's evolved so far, you know, in professional surfing? Back in Hawaii with 2 events and at a CT level, mind you.
Oh, it's great. You know, I'm really stoked to see it at Sunset Beach, especially because it really shows. And now with the tour starting in Hawaii, it really sets the pace for the rest of the year. And it's come a long way from, like you said, 3-4 decades ago when we started this whole thing. I mean, back in 1976 here at Sunset Beach, you'd be lucky to get, 5 guys that wanted to paddle out.
Well, look at this. We got such a matchup here, an incredible matchup between John Florence and Jordy Smith. Let's start here with John. John on a 6'2" Paisel Ghost. And John doing what he does out here. Just solid. Nice little start for John Florence, but I feel, Flick, that he's going to need more than that to get past Jordy Smith.
100%. In my eyes right now, this could be a final. These two guys have looked so in form. As we just break down this last one, this is John's first wave of this quarterfinal matchup. Just that trade good at. Backs it up with another one here, but I don't think this, if we just look at past performance during this event, in my eyes, this isn't going to factor in. I don't think so, especially with just the quality of the waves that we have today and the caliber of the surfers in this heat. I'd like to think that there's probably going to be some big numbers drop.
I concur. I've been looking forward to this heat. We got Jordy Smith on the prowl here. Here we go. First wave of Smith. Screaming down the line, has to punch out. So early advantage to John Florence. John out there with priority. Randy, you've been around since in 2016, Jordy won out here, the World Cup.
Yep.
And then in 2011, a young John Florence won out here.
Well, you know what's interesting about that is John, when he won at Sunset, redefined how guys surf Sunset. Prior to that, it was kind of the old school where guys had longer boards, they would take off farther outside, they would fade into the pit more, set the inside up. When John won Sunset on that year, 2011, he redefined how guys surf Sunset. Yeah. What he did, because he was so small and he was light back in those days, and he moved inside and he was taken off underneath the lip, just basically falling into the waves rather than paddling into the waves. And that redefined in the last 10, 15 years what surfing has happened here at Sunset Beach. Much the same way that Kelly did with Pipeline and Backdoor. Kelly never did very well here at Sunset, and that curse continued this year as well, as we know. But it's interesting because surfing really changed here at Sunset Beach with John. Here it is literally 10 years later, and everybody is surfing that way now.
Yeah, and that's a great insight, seeing the evolution of performance surfing out at Sunset Beach. And I'm glad that you time marked that, because that was a pivotal point in surfing. And this year we saw a pivotal point in women's professional surfing, what happened at Pipeline. So, history's made here on the North Shore.
Oh, without a doubt. And, it's really exciting for me to see the women doing so well, because back when Fred Hemmings and I were running the events in the early days of the Hawaii Pro Tour, even before the Triple Crown started, we used to have women's events, and everybody else shunned the women around the world. But they would come to Hawaii, and it was back in the era of Margot Oberg and Lynn Boyer and Jericho Poplar and the early pioneers. And then that changed, as we got into the 80s and 90s, and then we saw the new generation, the Frida Zambas, and then later Lisa Andersons, and, a new young group of Hawaiian surfers. So the fact that finally the women have a chance to compete here on the North Shore in equal conditions with the men. I mean, and it finally happened at Pipeline. I think actually back in the days of Rochelle Ballard and Keala, they could have done just as good, but they didn't have the opportunity.
Yeah.
They didn't have the chance to go out there. The guys didn't give it to them.
True, true. I think Strider Wozlewski, he's out on the water. He wants to get into the conversation. What do you got, Strider?
I just paddled over, had a little conversation with Garth, who's out here for, Jordy Smith, and talking about surfboards. He went down in size. He was riding a 6'9" on the big day, down to a 6'5" right now, and it's a Smith shape. His dad shaped it for him, so a little bit of family love in that board out here. And then John got caught up with Ross Williams and the headspace there. I said, what do you tell guys like John Florence before a heat at Sunset? The guy's so successful here. He's such a great surfer. And he just kind of gave him a little bit of an insight on kind of where he was watching waves. But more than that, it was about the headspace and calming him down, because John is the biggest frother in the world, he said. All he wants to do is ride waves, and basically told him to calm down, take your time, pick your waves.
Thank you so much for the reporting, Strider. Yeah, to expand upon Jordy's equipment, he's got a 6'5", shaped by Graham Smith, his father. The fins on Jordy's boards are interesting. They're a solid fiberglass prototype future fins, and the core, the blank in the middle of that board, is a Arctic foam core. So Jordy came with a 6'4", 2 6'5s, and 6'6" today to the yard. And there he is. Opened up with a half-point ride. He needs to get some business done. We got 21 minutes, however. And John with the lead, slight lead with the 4.17 and priority over Jordy Smith.
Yeah, one of the neat things about Sunset, and Jordy's always been so good here when he won the World Cup back a few years back, and he has that power type of surfing that really comes out well here at Sunset. You don't see that in some other spots, but a guy like Jordy, you can put your money on him. And like Felicity said, this is like amazing. This could be a final right now, and two guys that really dominate Sunset. And we're so lucky here on the last day here to get such clean surf too.
Yeah, you live right here, and so you would know what your backyard looks like. It's a nice day to surf Sunset, isn't it?
It is. It's funny because I walk out 20 seconds out to the beach from my house, and I look at it every morning right about 7 o'clock. It's light enough to see what's going on, and even though I've retired, many years ago, I still go, this is a contest day. and people say, well, here we go. So here we go, Keifer.
Here we go with Jordy. In the foam here, carves that Smith shape on rail. One more time with a vicious hack, and that's the power that we like to see from Jordy Smith here at Sunset. Looking to finish this thing up in the lip variety. Solid surfing. Jordy Smith will take the lead after that wave score clocks in, Flick.
Yeah, that second turn that he put together then was so critical. The timing of it was impeccable. The start of the wave was a little bit slower, and it sort of had a little bit of froth on the face, but yeah, really great way to sort of answer back to John's 4.17. In my eyes, that was a pretty nice wave as we break it down here. So yeah, just like I was saying before, a little bit of a frothy face there as for the takeoff. It was a little bit beautiful roundhouse, but this turn here was money, just so perfectly timed, just throwing all that power into that second turn, straight up into the lip here, comes down with that, and yeah, great backup, great answer to John's 4.17.
Let's take a look at the head-to-head matchups between John Florence and Jordy Smith. Jordy with the advantage, 4 to John Sweet. Jordy got John in 2019 in Rio in the quarterfinals, 2017 in Tahiti again in the quarterfinals, 2014 that was a semifinal in Portugal, and 2014, remember that final in Trestles, Jordy comes out the winner. John beat Jordy 2019 at Bells Beach in the semifinals, 2016 J-Bay quarters, John got the best of Jordy, and way back 2013 in the quarters at Cloudbreak. So slight advantage in the head-to-head matchups with Jordy Smith, but John Florence would love to even that statistic up, Flick.
For sure.
Score in a 6.83 for Jordy Smith, and he takes the lead now. John, he's a small score to come back. There we go with all of our judges' numbers. We throw out the high and the low, the scoring science that we've kind of developed over the years. Randy, you've seen it all. You've seen 3 judges, you've seen best 4 waves, you've seen best 3 waves.
Oh my gosh, over the last 40 years, we had 6-man heats, we had 20-point scores, we had one final at Pipeline where we had 7 surfers in the finals, and the judging the thing that's funny about it, the controversy continues to this day.
Yeah.
You know, being subjective, it's never ever going to be decided. It's not like an auto race where you know who the winner is or what have you. And you know, here at Sunset, it's really tricky. You got to know what you're doing and where you're going.
Jordy Smith knows what he's doing. He pulls into the barrel, treads through this barrel, fights his way out of that. Jordy, talk about knowing what you're doing. Smith with a 6.83 already in the score bank, and he may go excellent on that one, Felicity.
Wow. Wow. That was so well surfed. You could see that John was a lot deeper up the point, and he sort of had a little look at it. He decided, I'm way too deep here. As we see John
on the comeback here, hacks it off the top like he always does. Fades that bottom turn. One more swoop. The foam doesn't bother John. He kicks out, so we're going to wait for 2 scores to set the situation here at the 17-minute mark.
You know, it's interesting. Both surfers surf here a lot, and Jordy's won here, and so is John. And today is a little bit of an odd day. It's what Dennis Pang, Makana Pang's father, deemed as sort of the dreaded 7, where it's a little too big for the point, so they're not sitting up on the point, but the middle's not really cranking yet. So it's that in-between size between like 5 to 7 feet where it doesn't quite want to make up its mind. Does it sit on the corner of the point or does it move over into the middle? And it's really tricky. You've got to know where to sit, and a lot of luck factor in a day like today.
Yeah. For more on that, let's go out to the water to Strider Wasilewski.
Nailed it, Randy. That luck factor. Him paddling back, Jordy paddling back out inside of John and kind of sitting a little bit wider. John couldn't get onto that wave. Felt probably like he was a little deep. Jordy just slipped right into it. I got to look right down through the eye of the barrel, basically locking into the tube with Jordy, watching him like mold through that and kind of breathe through it and ride over the foam and then take the lip a little bit and coming out of it. So, I mean, just beautiful work right there from Jordy. I love the fact that we're seeing these 2 surfers match up right now. It feels like a final, and the waves are just absolutely phenomenal looking out here. I mean, I don't know, it's like a full painting of the way how perfect the waves are today, Randy. And I think, well, this is a day for you out here.
Yeah, well, if the contest wasn't on, I'd be paddling out for sure. So. But this is really, really good surfing. And as I said, you saw, and Strider, you pointed it out, John was trying to get one off the point a little bit more, sitting a little deep, like I said. And it's so hard, to be in the right spot because you don't know where to go deep like that and hope for the best. Or as Jordy did, he lucked out on that one and got that inside tube, and the score showed it.
Going through the replay here with John Florence. We're still waiting for that number for John. We can tell you, Jordy Smith with excellent, an 8.33 clocked in for Smith, and he has a strong lead over John Florence. We're still waiting for one more score for John. There's a spread, though, from all the judges, Flick.
Yeah, it was a great wave. I thought it was going to be excellent. However, that single turn that John did on his wave, in my eyes in this heat, just that one single carve was the best single maneuver. Unfortunately, that wave just didn't kind of keep standing up and keep offering a little bit more scoring potential. But yeah, Jordy has at the moment got John on the ropes out here. And yeah, it's just interesting just pointing out that positioning and, on a day like today where it is that sort of in-between size and Jordy sort of slow paddling his way back out and yeah, just being in that right position for that 833. I mean, that barrel was a hard barrel to ride. I mean, a lot of those barrels out here, they're open in the beginning and they just have that really crumbly section and not an easy exit.
John waiting for his number. He's currently in a combination, but he's going to break that combination when this comes in. A 6.93 for John Florence. He now requires an 8.24 to take the lead off of Jordy Smith. We're going to take a break right now, step away, but we're going to come back with more conversation with Randy Rarick and this incredible heat. Why would you go anywhere? Stick around. Welcome back to the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Kanoa Igarashi is in the semifinals with a win in quarterfinal number 1. Let's hear from Kanoa. He's with AJ.
Kanoa, what a way to start the day, not just punching your tickets to semifinals, but in that heat, starting out with an 8.0. How much did that set you up for success the rest of the way?
I mean, I wish every heat started like that, honestly, but that's just not the way it goes a lot of times. But I mean, yeah, I mean, the wave actually didn't look that good. It looked like it had a weird kind of, it looked like it didn't have much wall on it. But with this westerly, or I'm not even gonna act like I know, but I don't know, it just did something where it kind of just doubled up, and it gave me 3 sections. And yeah, I'm just happy to not fall on my first wave, and it definitely gave me a big boost going into the rest of the heat.
Do you have anything you want to say to friends and fans back in Japan before we let you go?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say to everyone back in California, what's up, guys? The waves are pumping. We're into finals day, and Sunset is putting on a show for us. I'm really excited to keep going here. そうですね、あと本当にみんな日本のファンの皆さんにもう一度喋りたかったので、もう本当に今日は大切な日で、ファイナルズデーということで、もう本当にゆっくり一つ一つやっぱり嬉しすぎないようにするのがやっぱりそのコントロールをどうにか自分の中で見つけて、本当にちょっとずついい波を乗っていいパフォーマンスを見せるために頑張ります。みんなの応援もよろしくお願いします。
Congratulations, Kanoa Igarashi. He's going to be matched up against the winner of this quarterfinal number 2, John Florence. Through that interview, this happened with a 7.33 for Florence Flick.
Yeah, this was insane. Just one big money turn at the top there. Couldn't get around that section, but let's just break it down from this angle. This was so critical. I just can't believe how technical that was, how much he just put everything on the line here. But just beautiful surfing. It's just shades from that last day of competition when he was just throwing big turns like this with big scores.
And all the judges' numbers. So the unabridged version there, one judge and a couple judges actually went as high as a 7.5 for John. But not enough to take the lead off of Jordy Smith. John here still needs a 7.84, under 10 minutes on the clock as John checks his watch, realizes the situation. John does have priority as we take a look at the career heat winning percentage here at Sunset for John Florence. 75% heat winning percentage. John in the CT has surfed 8 heats here, has won 6 of those 8 heats. Best finish was a quarterfinal in recent time, in CT time in 2023. Again, John, another thing, Randy, is John, if he comes out of this heat and gets into the semifinals, he's going to take the yellow leader's jersey, Randy.
Well, I'll tell you, Joey's not making it easy to him. You know, Joey is really showing his knowledge of this place. And as Felicity just said, that one turn of John's, 10 years ago, you wouldn't even have seen a wave like that. I mean, it's amazing how much the progression has happened in the last 10 years. And John was winning 10 years ago. And both these guys have been out here for nearly a decade or more. And they both show their versatility and the fact that they know what they're doing out there.
Yeah, and Randy, long history here at Palmalu, Sunset Beach. Ever since 1976, we've been holding professional surf contests here. And you've been here for all of them.
Yep. I mean, it's been 60 years of surfing Sunset, and I've been running the events. You know, I ran them for 38 years here on the North Shore, and retired about 8 years ago now. It's amazing. It's been 8 years since I retired, but I've seen them all, and I've kept my finger on the pulse of what's happening, follow the WSL each year and watch what's happening. And as I said earlier in the show, it's great to be back here at Sunset Beach because it really shows the versatility of the surfer that can do good here and do good in Trestles or El Salvador or South Africa or wherever. But Sunset and Pipeline, you know, it's interesting that the tour starts here now. It was really fun when it ended here. So, you know, who knows what the future will bring.
Yeah.
But Sunset itself, I think, is great to be on the tour because it's like nowhere else. And I saw with the ladies earlier in heats, a lot of them were out of position because they don't spend that much time surfing Sunset. And you can see guys like Jordy, and who has put his time in here, he knows where to sit, and it's showing.
Yeah, and I guess there's no shortcut to wiring this break just because it has so many different personalities.
every day I go out, I mean, I live right here at Sunset. I surf here literally 95% of the time. And you can ride Sunset at 2 feet. You can ride it at 15 feet. And every time it breaks on a northeast, a north, a northwest, and even breaks on a west-southwest. It can go the full range and all those different reefs. It's really neat when we see it from the aerial shots. You can see the different parts of the reef that make it. And as I said a little earlier, we're kind of in this dreaded 7 size now. So do you go deep like John's been trying to do, or you stay a little bit wide like Jordy's done? And depending on where the wave wants to come in, if you can pick it, a lot of luck factor on a day like today.
Yeah, luck factor and Flick, we've been talking about it. Also the time bandit, as time just seems to speed by at this particular break. And before you know it, you're like John Florence. You're down to under 7 minutes. You do have priority. You came close with that 7.33, but you still need to do better.
Yeah, I just, the thing that just sticks out to me is when we had Jake in the booth yesterday, I just constantly keep being reminded that it's a wave catching contest out here, and we had Kevin Wallace in the booth from Surfline this morning, and he was just reiterating the fact that, we're going to have lulls from up to, anywhere from 8 to 10 minutes in these heats, and it can be really easy to sort of just drop anchor and just sort of think that there's just going to be a better one, and then all of a sudden, I mean, we saw it happen in Katie Simmer's heat. She literally was a little bit out of position, and before she knew it, she only caught one wave in her whole heat.
Yeah. Taking a look at our current leaderboard, grayed out are the competitors that are out of competition, and that means John Florence and Jordy Smith have a huge opportunity in front of them. Either of them can take the yellow leader's jersey here. John just needs to make this heat. Jordy needs to win the event, but let's go to our heat recap. Flick, it's been Jordy Smith on a tear.
Yeah, he has. He's had a really good read, and this wave right here was this 6.83. He surfed it really well. He showed variety, going to the lip there. John couldn't quite scratch into this one. Jordy said, "Thank you very much. I was a bit wider. I'll pull into this barrel here. Not an easy barrel to ride. It clamps here at the end, but he muscles his way through." And yeah, this was just really, really beautiful read from Jordy. He was just obviously sitting that bit wider on the reef. John didn't go, and Jordy really capitalized on that with that 8.33. But, I mean, John hasn't left it a chance. I mean, John's sitting out there with a 6.93, and that single maneuver right there, that was a 7.33. And we've seen John do that throughout the week. There was one particular heat, I think it was John's last heat. Get back to that live action.
John rolling into this one. Big hack there, medium-sized wave. He's going to get 2 turns. Wave goes a little sleepy here, hoping for it to stand up on the inside for John. John, quick to the lip there with a slash. One more time with a bank, needs a 7.84. He surfed his heart out on the wave. Randy, I think the only thing, maybe the size might be something of concern, but he needs a 7.84.
Yeah, he's certainly putting the maneuvers in there, and like I said, the wave is the only thing that could be detrimental to him. And this is why we've got such good judges panels. These guys will go back and rewatch this. And as Felicity said, you watch this maneuver. Now watch he comes off and look at this right there. That's, he's getting the points scored up, and he does it again. And the wave is just dying out on him. I mean, he literally is coming through almost to Val's Reef. And the only thing that will be going against him is the size of the wave. And over the years, we've seen all these surfers from, way back in the 70s when Sean Thompson and Mark Richards and those guys. Then in the 80s with guys like Gary Elkerton and that, and then into the modern era, Sonny Garcia, and then Andy Irons. And my favorite out here used to be Joel Parkinson. He won the event here, and he was so good. And Jordy followed up on Joel's things. And then, of course, John coming along. So we'll see what the judges thought of that one.
We are anticipating this number. It's an important number. Again, 7.84 is what John needs to turn this heat. He went to town on that. Judges are certainly, Flick, taking a look at some replays right now before finally assigning the number.
Yeah, we've said it. Maybe the wave height is going to let him down.
And it does. A 6.8 checks in. You can see the 6.8 just checking in for John. There it drops on our heat check. On the bottom, you see the last score for each of the surfers. The best waves of the quarterfinal up in the top. You can see that 8.33 for Jordy, a 7.33 for John Florence, and all the waves ridden, an unabridged version there. 4 waves ridden by each of the competitors. Thanks for the heat check.
In my eyes, he surfed that wave the best he could. I don't think he could have done any more. He squeezed absolutely everything out of it. Yep. And, unfortunately, just coming a little bit short.
top scores on the bottom of the heat check. Jess came into view, giving you all of the different countries from all the different judges. We have a global judging panel. And was that something that was started here on the North Shore, having an international judging panel, Randy?
Yeah, in fact, the predecessor to this event used to be the World Cup of Surfing. And we always try to invite surfers, even if we knew they weren't going to do that well, but we were the first to have the Japanese surfers here. We were the first to have the Peruvian surfers here. We were first to have Puerto Rican surfers. We really went out of our way. And in the same vein, we decided let's get judges from all around the world. So we had guys coming up from South Africa, the old Gunston 500 judges. We had guys from the old Coke Classic in Australia coming up. We had U.S. mainland guys. Meanwhile, back to action.
Back to action. John under priority. Jordy's going to stroke for the block here. Here he goes. Jordy Smith, our heat leader, screaming down the line. Comes around that section. Layback hack. One more big snap, gets sticky on the rails. It's not going to be one of his top two. John with priority. John with an opportunity. John's need will remain the same flick at a 7.84.
Yeah, it's so tough, right? Jordy had to use priority then, because knowing that John's the one surfer out here that's literally gotten, you know, up to almost 8-point rides just for one single maneuver. So it's totally within John's wheelhouse. Like, you know, any other heat you'd think, no, that's not going to be the score. I'm going to, you know, I could maybe afford to let that one slide through. But Jordy had to utilize priority there. It'll just be all up to John now and basically the ocean, and if it's going to cooperate, if it's going to give him another opportunity.
Maybe this is the cooperation that we're seeing. Seeing the position of John Florence. Patience, 30 seconds on the clock. Let's that first one go under him.
Yeah, he knows he's got to get a high score, and he's, you know, no point in going for one that's not going to deliver. With only 20 seconds left, the clock is definitely winding down.
This is it here. John's last chance. He's going to activate. Florence scratches into this one. Looking down the line, setting up for something big. Has to skip that section, needs something huge, throws it up, and catches the rail, goes down. John Florence will take an equal fifth off of Sunset Beach, and Jordy Smith continues his in-form surfing. Jordy Smith on to the semifinals. There's the numbers. 8.33, 6.83 does the number for Jordy Smith. We'll see him in the semifinals up against Kanoa Igarashi. We're going to step away, but we're going to keep Randy Rarick in here, bringing Joe and Jesse. Jordy Smith, this 8.33. Will that be the Cup Noodle wave of the day? Find out. Keep watching.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Hurley, official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. By Lexus, experience amazing. By Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the WSL. And by 805 Beer, properly chill.
Jordy Smith just takes down John Florence as he still has a best record in one-on-one heats against John. It adds another win, and this time on the home court of Florence. Jordy, so dangerous at Sunset. One of those athletes that had an instant connection with the place, won at the World Cup level, and now moving on into the semifinals. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, and surf pioneer, absolute legend of the sport, Randy Rarick. I'm so happy you're sticking around for us, Randy, because one, this is probably the most important wave as far as what molded your surfing. Is that correct, right here at Sunset?
Without a doubt, like I said, it's really neat that they got Sunset on the tour, and I think it's really important because it's a big wave, and it's an amazing wave of that. And you know, I've been surfing out here for 65 years, so there's a lot of waves under my belt out here for sure.
And still enjoying it. Thanks for joining us for the call once again. Liam O'Brien takes on Ryan Callanan. Kind of think about where they came from in those IPS days, which is what the tour was called when Randy co-founded it with Fred Hemmings. Would have been Mark Richards winning those titles in that IPS era. That's really close to where Ryan grew up, Meriwether Beach, same local beach. For Liam O'Brien, they would probably be closest to PT, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. That was the IPS era, is that right?
Yeah, we started in 1976, and PT was the first world champion. We declared him, and it was really interesting because PT always says they had a scoring system in Australia on the APSA, and he said if we use that, and I said, no, we're going to use our own system, and we changed it. And I said, by doing that, PT was the first winner. Had we used PT system, it would have been Ian Cairns. So PT owes me one for winning the first world title.
I have never heard that story. That is incredible, because at the time, you guys were setting up kind of what pro surfing meant on a tour, and PT's really happy that it went the other way, because his name is always there as the 1976 world champion. PT then moved to Southern California, lives in Surf City, USA, in Huntington Beach, but always loves talking shop. And what happened in the tour evolution, as you look at Liam O'Brien, this guy has been just really reminding people that he's an absolute charger, one of the hardest charging athletes on tour, Jesse.
Totally underground as well. As we see someone approaching, they're just going to duck dive. But yeah, very underground. I've been seeing them, both of them actually, charging for the past few years. But you kind of need to be a charger in order to do good here, and that's translating to that. Obviously, today we have smaller waves, but the first 2 days, the waves were very big from the north, so it's just kind of sketchy. Channel closing out, and yeah, all those years charging over here paid off.
Well, we just came off a super heat. Jordy Smith standing by with AJ.
Yeah, Joey, Jordy coming in the same rhythm he's been in really for this entire competition. Changed today, no booty on the foot, but you still managed to find the best waves of this heat. How did you find them?
That's one of the hardest heats to draw at you. He is surfing at his pinnacle when it comes to rail game, and for me it was just a good opportunity to kind of try and go up against that. Try and pick the good waves. I started out picking a bad one that kind of ran off on me, and then fortunately just kind of got the ball rolling, got a wave, got a 6, and then he ended up being too deep on that wave that I got on the ball, and I just kind of went for it, got a good barrel, stoked, and then came out and got an 8, so that kind of changed the rhythm. And then he was getting doing those big single turns and getting 7, so I knew that if he had got 2 sections, he was in the running for getting the score. So at that point, it was just for me to wait for my best chance of getting a good wave out the back. Took the last wave off him, and that was kind of it in the heat. He didn't get another chance in the end, fortunately for me. But yeah, it's always awesome coming up against John. You really got to take it to him because he's the guy.
Well, I was going to say, throughout the first 2 events, we've been talking about how much work you put into the offseason, how much you want to prove. You belong right there in the best conversation. How does a wave like an 8.33, a win against John into the quarters, validate that?
Yeah, it gives you a bit of confidence, a bit of momentum, and now it's just about staying focused, trusting your process, and yeah, like you said, we worked hard in the off season. Let the ball play out and yeah, have fun with it. You can't take this too serious, man. Just enjoy it.
Well, we're certainly having fun watching you surf. We'll see you in the semis.
Thanks.
Really cool sense of calm around Jordy Smith right now, and the second oldest guy on tour these days, next to Kelly Slater. And AJ referenced the booty being off his foot. He got stitches on his foot right after his second wave right into the season at Pipeline. he was saying, well, I got my injury out of the way. I'm going to move on, and he looks absolutely dangerous into the semifinals. As we're looking forward to his matchup as this one continues. Liam still with Ryan Callanan, still enjoying our conversation with Randy Rarick, and just being on a live broadcast here at Sunset. You're reminded that this happened back in the 60s, you know, on ABC Wide World of Sports with the great Duke Invitational event as we watch Ryan Callanan get started. Big backhand hook off the top. Nice wedging wave, good pace for the backhander. To have that real cool pace style. Getting on the board, his opener, but behind him, he'll see his buddy Liam just up and out. So Arcal, nice clean rail lines. But yeah, Randy, you probably remember those. The media being all over this event, Duke showing up to hand out the golden trophy, and even Bruce Brown on the interviews back then.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to think that was 60 years ago. Think about that. And so I was here on the beach when that happened, and Jeff Hackman, who was kind of one of my contemporaries, he won the event and as a teenager, and he beat everybody. And it's, you know, but you look at it like this, that the surfing is better than ever nowadays than it was from back then.
And we couldn't have been here without the pioneers from back in the day. Ryan Callanan just enjoying a nice paced backhand wave. Jesse, what'd you think?
Just another wave for Ryan right there. Just textbook, beautiful surfing. Obviously, the wave was a bit tippy, so it didn't give him the opportunity to get vertical, and that's what you want on your backhand. The difference point here today for backhanders is trying to find that very critical section and get up vertical, because if you're going carve to carve with the front side, you're probably not going to get the knob, because, I don't know, you got so much more power and like drive throughout the turn on your front hand and your front foot when you're surfing front side. So yeah, I think if he can apply that surfing in a more critical wave, he's going to get rewarded very well.
Yeah, it's interesting because the goofy footers usually have a disadvantage here. You know, over the years, probably Tom Carroll, in my mind, was the best goofy footer. Derek Ho, of course, and Aki did really good. But really, being a backsider, it's tough. And most of the time, when Sunset's good, Pipeline's good. So all the goofy footers always would surf Pipeline, and all the regular footers would be here at Sunset. So for years, you'd always see the regular footers basically winning here. And I think until Tom Carroll came along.
Wow, great history lesson right there from Randy Rarick as we send it to Strider, another goofy, maybe the goofiest of them all in the water right now.
Yeah, I was just going to touch on goofy foot surfing at Sunset, but out the back here, we got Liam O'Brien gliding into a beautiful wave. He's driving down the line. Could have set up for a barrel, but decided to go around for this big hack right there. Beautiful. Spray everywhere out the back, looking for the closeout turn. Did he ride out of that? Yes, beautiful surfing right there. Oh, man, I love watching these guys and attack the lip line. But my point that I was trying to get to for the goofies is, you know, on this last couple of days of competition out here, we've had these like kind of more north waves coming and running away from you, making it really hard for the backhand surfers. Today, I feel like there's enough west in it to stand it up and slow it down a little bit. So the backhand surfers having a little bit of a more of an advantage on a day like today to go right up into that corner and really whip it.
Thanks, Strider. Great perspective there. Ryan Callanan, 4.83, and Liam's going to be right in the mix with such beautiful, effortless lines that he got from start to finish. As we take another look, Jesse.
Yeah, just beautiful read right there. Wass called it. He could almost set up for a barrel, but he was kind of iffy. Actually, he got pretty wide right there, but he was just wanted to go to turns, and that was a beautiful hack. Just down the line carve and finish it off strong. Just that's a great start. That's what you kind of want to. You kind of want to have. You see Walls right here, just eyeing it down that barrel, hoping that he was there. But beautiful surfing for Liam overall on this wave.
I like the breakdown. It's like, do you want to get caught up in the barrel here where it can be very unpredictable and clamp on you, and then you're starting off with an incomplete number, knowing that he wanted to get some turns off. Smart decision for O'Brien, as we can look in hindsight and say, hey, maybe pull in, get barreled like Jordy did in the previous matchup. But thinking about a consistent broadcast for pro surfing back in the 60s, and us being able to find old footage is just absolutely priceless. When Jeff Hackman won, he was about 17, which probably started the theme in surfing, Randy, where we're always looking over our shoulders and seeing who's coming up as the next hot grommet, because, you know, for a guy like Jeff winning at 17, I'm sure the older guard wasn't too happy about that.
No, and it really was interesting because back then, by the time you hit 25, you were done. That was it. You had to be a youth competitor, and old guys bailed out at 25. And you look at Kelly's in his 50s now, and still going, and Jordy is still going. So it goes to show that I think the training longevity has gotten so much better, and pro surfing has improved so much. And it's interesting in that, you know, as you were saying about coverage, back then it was ABC Wild World of Sports or NBC Sports World. They would come film it, they would take it back to the East Coast, edit it, and you didn't see the show for about 6 weeks later. So there was no, like now it's instantaneous with internet and everything else. And back then, I actually was flown back to New York to do the commentating, the color commentating on a show in the middle of February after we'd run the event in December. So.
That's hilarious. Oh, that's so great looking back. You just be anticipating watching all your highlights on ABC. And thanks for everyone watching on ESPN Plus right now. Enjoying the viewership on finals day with 17 on the clock. Liam O'Brien 4.57, Callanan 4.83 as we'll check in with Kaipo in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Hey guys, whether it's sunny or cloudy here in Hawaii, one thing that's ever present is ultraviolet rays from the sun. So protect you from that ultraviolet rays, Shiseido's new Ultimate Sun Protection Lotion. It has 50 plus SPF of protection and 80 minutes of water resistant water time. Put it on you. It's also, you can feel good about the packaging of this. It's made out of 90% plant-based plastic. Thank you, Shiseido.
Oh, thank you, Kaipo. Great advice there to protect your skin with Shiseido, especially when you're putting in long days at the beach here watching the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, top 2 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. And we're hanging out with surf pioneer Randy Rarick, who really got to create a platform with some of his good friends on what it would mean to be a world champion. I think you got really close to winning a world championship. Was it in 1970, Randy?
It was close. That was,
Ish?
Yeah. Way back then, you know, I was able to compete in the old Duke Classic you were talking about earlier. They had the Smirnoff Pro-Am, which was the predecessor to the pro events here. And I got up there, but I was a little bit ahead of time. Back then, there was really no money yet. It was just, they were giving away $1,000. So, you know, it's a lot better today. Jesse, what about this one?
Yeah, this looks like a beautiful wave for Ryan. That's what I'm talking about. Beautiful critical turn right there. And able to get another one. This is going to look healthy for Ryan right there. That was amazing surfing from him.
Wow, first turn was absolutely brilliant, but Liam O'Brien's got a wall now. The regular foot from Burley Heads lays in. Super controlled, perfect transition, and goes off the top. That's the type of rail work that you just love to watch out here. In sync, you didn't see him pick up his rail and pump. Went from turn to turn, seamless on the transition. The Aussies putting on a show. Regular versus Goofy. Burley versus Merriweather Beach. Arcal, a little bit more reps on tour. Liam O'Brien still feels like he's just getting started. But even when he got called up as a wild card to Wajimup or Rottnest Island in the West, he featured in the semifinals. So he already had a knack and an ability to take down big names, Jesse.
Totally. If I'm not mistaken, he took down Felipe. In-form Felipe as well is having a great year. And as you see right here, Ryan, just a beautiful wall in front of him. And that coping right there, just how vertical he went and was able to release the fins out the back, get some air time, and also another great crack. Kind of way dying it out a little bit, but that was beautiful surfing from Ryan overall. Right here, as I said, like got some air time on when he was landing, and then finish it off strong. That wave's looking good.
Big backhand hammers looking great from Arcal. 4.83 start. This is clearly his best wave so far, Randy.
Yeah, without a doubt. You know, Jesse, yesterday you guys were talking about how in the old days you got photo incentives, you know, whether you got your picture in the magazine or if you got a cover or if you got a fold out. Now it's instantaneous. You can see the photos right on your screen or your phone or anything. So it's amazing how immediately you know what's happening and you can see where contemporary surfing is going.
This in real time. Liam O'Brien on his last effort. Jesse, where's this one fitting in?
Yeah, that was. It's going to be pretty similar scores, I would say, because that first turn from Liam right there, he was able to lay on rail so hard, and he's finishing right here as you see it, pushing his back foot, and see how much of inside rail he has on the water right there. That's so critical to do, so hard, dynamic, and he came out pretty clean and finished it off on the kind of on a smaller section than Ryan. That's probably what's going to keep the difference on score right there, but both very well surfed waves.
Oh, this is an amazing heat. 13 minutes to go. Ryan Callanan getting a 7. That's the new high mark of the matchup. Still out in front. Liam O'Brien on the wave behind him started off with that insane connection on his forehand, but maybe due to the size of the next section, that'll dampen that score to a 5.77. O'Brien with priority as this heat is on fire now, Waz.
It is on fire, and that backhand surfing that we just saw out of Ryan Callanan, I mean, that was some beautiful vertical surfing at Sunset Beach. It's really hard to do turns like that in the lip line out here. So much wind, so much power, and so much moving. That's just insane to watch that. So right now, we're going to take it away. We got Liam O'Brien setting up a beautiful wave right now.
Is firing. How about that extended hook from O'Brien? Big section, drills it, airdrops, and ends up getting tangled up on what would have been a massive connection. Callanan's going to look to make him pay for that. How about that hammer out the back? Perfect transition on the wall. Nice wave choice as he'll go under the lip, and Ryan is on fire here on finals day.
That has to be my favorite wave of the event so far. That was incredible. On the men's side, I didn't see anyone do 3 critical turns back to back, connecting every part of the wave just perfectly. That was an amazing wave from Ryan.
Wow.
What about the first turn?
That was out of control. That was for the goofies right there, Jesse. That's why you started moving in your seat. Ryan just unloaded. And then right after the fall from Liam O'Brien, that was at a critical time in this heat. First to Liam's wave. We saw him with a great start, but what happened on this finish, Randy?
Yeah, he just got up there too high, and as you can see, he's come down. He's a little bit off balance, and he lands, and it just crumples himself into it. And if he could have just held on to that, as Jesse said, that would have been an insane score. But unfortunately, there he goes.
Charges big waves, charges on just big sections. And then Ryan's, Jesse.
Okay, this first turn is incredible, and it's all about the setup right here. See how clean that bottom turn was. He was able to come from behind and get so vertical, and just culminated up with 2 massive turns. That under the lip right there, that you should call under the umbrella or something, that was beautiful as well. Just very technical and powerful, and that first turn was money.
Oh, quarterfinal number 3 is heating up. Ryan Callanan out front, anticipating a huge number. Remember, he had a 7 before. Everyone at home, judge this one. Where do you think this is going? As we'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Sunset Beach has been around for a long time in professional surfing. Happy that it's stop number 2 of the World Surf League Championship Tours. The quarterfinals and finals day continues. If you want to surf the same conditions and you can't be here, you can download True Surf now on the App Store and Google Play and surf in live conditions just like Ryan Callanan and Liam O'Brien with 7:45 to go. Remember, before we went to break, Ryan Callanan went to town, had the 7 before, and if you guessed excellent, you were right. A 9-point ride for a big connection on the back end multiple times, especially this big first turn, Jesse.
Definitely. I actually think that might be the 7-point ride turn right there. But it still was a beautiful turn, getting a good release, air dropping out of the sky, and finish it off pretty strong right there. As you can see right here, he's going to connect once again with the lip. And that was also a beautiful wave from Ryan. Just perfect execution in every aspect.
The 7-point ride that you're watching now then put him in rhythm to get the 9 right after that. So a 9 and a 7, 16-point total out front. His best combined total of the season so far. And Liam O'Brien is comboed, and it doesn't speak to his form because he's looking great at the moment. His 4s and 5s are throwaways now. And he'll try to dig deep to come back in this one. Still enjoying our time with Randy Rarick as it's going by really fast, Randy. But while we have you here, I just need to dive into a bit of surfing history because you saw it all in real time. You know, some of the sunset heroes and the legends that were heralded forever. Let's start with Peter Cole. You know, what can you say about him and any great stories about him out here?
Well, Peter was really one of the pioneers that came from California in the late 50s and decided he wanted to move to the North Shore, so he set up shop and built a house at Rocky Point, raised his family, and continued to surf sunset. And what was really interesting, he always wore a white T-shirt, red shorts, but never a leash. And so when he was a swimmer, when he was in college, before he moved to Hawaii, and when he'd lose his board, he would just swim all the way in or swim out in the channel if it was going out towards Hawaii in the rip. And you could always count on Peter to get back out there. I mean, that's when men were real men.
Ah, really cool, and what a big part of the North Shore community. Was instrumental in having Sunset Beach Elementary start, the school there that John went to, and Baron Mamiya and a bunch of others. What about BK, Barry Kanaiapuni? What was his big impact on Sunset?
Well, Barry was really the man at Sunset Beach, and he was riding boards that were 16 inches wide. He would go down, he'd check stall himself at the top of the lip, and then put his nose down, go all the way into the pit, and lay it on the rail and bury the entire rail and get unbelievable speed. Never did a cutback, believe me. He stayed in the pocket the whole time. So BK was the man at Sunset Beach. When guys like Sean Thompson and Mark Richards and those guys, especially Rapid Bartholomew, they all went to BK to get boards because he's a shaper as well, and they wanted to surf like him. And then the whole thing changed into the 80s. When he moved to the 80s, the great Dane K. Aloha came along, and then, you know, it was the era when the bumps on the beach was the tour, and it was almost all small waves. So you had Tom Curran, who only win was at Haleiwa. You had guys like, Tommy Carroll and Curran were a rivalry back then. And as I mentioned earlier, I think Carroll was probably the best goofy footer from that era. And, we just saw Ryan on that wave just showing and when it's this size, you can really go well. And you watch him go down in this one, and he just sets it up and he hooks it right under there. And as Jesse said, look at that, he almost completely releases. So this is a perfect size for the goofy footers on a day like today. And when I was in the booth with Kaipo, we were calling this almost the dreaded 7, where you sit deep and get the long runs like this one that Liam has, or else you wait for those bowls and you can whack it up into there.
Oh, what a day and what a heat as we enjoy the recap. Our count 9 and a 7. Liam O'Brien, his individual turns have been sweet. Went for a broke on this one, got super tangled up. That looked like it hurt. And then Ryan was on the one behind it, Jesse.
Yeah, and this is a 9-point ride, and that's the bottom turn that I'm talking about right there. He was able to put his hand on the rail and drive through. Once again, using that hand to get more stability off the bottom turn, and that's what set up his whole wave. Like, bottom turns were perfectly, as you see right here, fading it in the beginning, just getting the most critical part of the section and making that turn look so big. Hands on deck. Beautiful surfing, like there's nothing, it's flawless.
So great to see Ryan in this kind of form, a veteran these days. Looking for his first win of his career. Could it be today with this kind of form? And do one for the goofy footers here at Sunset Beach. Ryan still has his good buddy Liam comboed. O'Brien with priority. Needs to break down 16 points in about 3:10 on the clock. And quarterfinal number 4 should be getting inspired. We got a goofy coming up. Italo Ferreira, world champ in 2019, taking on WA's own Jack Robinson. And they've had some fun matchups from Bells to even the WSL finals, which brings up great topics with I feel like surfing having the most open mind when it comes to evolving with the sport, moving so quickly. And I'm sure, Randy, you dealt with that all the time. It's not like you create a tour and sit back and watch it. It's going, how can we make it better every year, not just through the IPS days, but also when you're at the helm of the Triple Crown.
Yeah, well, it was interesting because back then the ASP came into being in 1983, and they moved the tour finish to Australia. And so we created the Triple Crown in those days so we could give an award here on the North Shore because the world title was being decided in another country. And that happened in the early 80s, and then it happened again in the 90s. And now it's happening again in the modern era. So, moving the tour away from Hawaii is good. It keeps it progressing. It expands the awareness. And I think Hawaii is probably the best place to finish the tour, but, maybe it'll come back here. Who knows? The WSL, in their wisdom, will make that decision. But it's interesting that Hawaii's always been really the mecca and the grounding place. Meanwhile, back in the water.
Liam O'Brien trying to break a combo and pull off a miracle with not much time on the clock. Enjoying his form, though, once again. Laying into another big section. 2 clean turns for one of the smoothest operators on tour as he's down to 90 seconds. And even if he does run out of time in this matchup, he definitely made his mark on this venue this year, even in his ability at Pipeline. So he'll have a ton of momentum heading into Europe, Jesse.
And in this heat itself, like, he was one land away from probably having something close to the excellent range and being kind of in the game, as he still would have a big task in front of him, but his surfing was amazing throughout this heat, just on rail, engaging, dynamic, and Liam, you expect him to do very well in these conditions because his surfing fits very nicely.
So Liam O'Brien turning in some great turns, and great to see him still feeling good after that wipeout where he was upside down and bent different ways. He turns in a 6.33, his best number so far, and was effective in breaking the combination. And as a competitor, Randy, that's going to feel much better than to leave the beach saying, you weren't comboed and you put yourself in the game.
Yeah, as Jesse said, if he had pulled that one maneuver off and made it off the bottom, he could have easily been winning this heat. But you got to give it to Ryan. He's really, for being a goofy footer, he made it look really good. And I think he's got like the second or third highest score of the contest, really. So they both did good, and it's great to see Sunset Beach, and it's been pleasure to be with you guys, and glad to give you a little insight.
Wow, we could chat for hours, Randy. You have so much knowledge. You do so many different things. It's even hard to give you a title in surfing because you've basically done just about everything in the sport. As we count this one out, Ryan Callanan officially on the top scores of the event. A 9-point ride, moving into the semifinals, and maybe a chance to win his first event of his career today here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Randy, we didn't even get into your board building, but if people do want to check out some of the boards you've been working on, how can we find those?
The best thing is just to go online. I work with Scott Bass at California Gold Surfing. So, that'd be great to check that out. California Gold's always got a lot of my boards.
And restoring a lot of boards as well, right?
That's it. That's my specialty now. As a hobby, I've really gotten into bringing old boards back to life. And some of the boards these pros are riding, you're going to see them in the future hanging on somebody's wall, and I did the work on them.
Hey, Randy, I hope you know how many lives you've affected in a positive way, including mine, personally in my career. When you pulled me aside years ago, it's a moment I'll never forget from the surfers that have won the Triple Crown, like Jesse. We can't thank you enough, and for joining us today.
It's been my pleasure, and congratulations to WSL. I hope they continue to make the sport just keep going.
Well, what a legend. Thank you so much, Randy Rarick, joining us for the call on finals day at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Ryan Callanan's going to pass the torch to Italo and see if Jack can slow down the goofy footers. We'll be right back. Quarterfinal 4 starting now. Italo and Jack fighting for position and throwing himself over the falls. Late decision for Jack. And starts off with a fade. Already running through this inside track. Armbar to slow down to pull into the pit. Jack Robinson makes his way out. An absolute magician when it comes to barrel riding. Doesn't have to be a slab or a pipeline. It could be right here at Sunset. Late behind him is Italo, as he will now set that rail into the pocket. Now looking for something big as he heard the crowd go nuts for Jack. There he is right off the top. Real critical, hard landing. And this heat is on. Joe Turpel with Jesse Mendez for the call. Jesse on the CT in the past, a Triple Crown champ. We've been watching these guys for a long time. This is still the same wave, by the way. Italo never kicks out, even knifed the finish as he's setting up the ride from the Hawaiian Water Patrol. These two bring out the best in each other.
Yeah, that was a great start of the heat, and this is just how impressive Jack is out here. For me, looking at the screen, he kind of just looked like a TP wave, and he was just somehow ironing out that barrel section that it was probably about 100, 150 yards from where he was taking off. And yeah, just doing Jack stuff. Italo backing it up very, very strongly as well. That finishing turn was very critical. And as you see it right here, kind of looked like a TP wave, like almost wasn't going to give that good of an opportunity, but he just sees it way down there what's going to happen. Set up carve, and now he starts to wind it down. Now he stalls and gets just beautifully covered. So deep, going through the fumble. You couldn't see him from the side angle, which that just show how deep he was. And kind of a very critical takeoff as well.
Are you allowed to take off like that? How hard was that to accomplish?
Yeah, it's crazy when you're paddling up the face and you kind of just whip your board under, and as you see right here, pulling in. Look how deep he is right there. He disappears, almost disappeared from the channel angle. That's crazy how deep he got on that barrel. He moved his foot very forward, so he was very stable on his board. He's a big kid, so he's able to muscle through the fumble. And right there, just right in the fumble, 100% feeling. Barely can see anything. It's just magic stuff.
When you're on the foam ball, that's as deep as you could possibly be. Jack does it all the time. And what about Italo's start?
As much as I think Italo's wave is going to come under, I think it was very smart of him to actually pull that off. Like just a setup similar to Jack's, but right here, huge, massive turn, getting a good release on the tail. And right now you think, oh, he's done. He's just going to go straight to the ski. But he's usually surprising people in everything he does. Like, it's pretty impressive. He gets in the inside and does another big turn. But check this one out. Like, very critical. Get 3 fins above the back, which is very hard to control. Good landing right there, just stocky. Like, it didn't even phase him, that landing. That was very hard to do it, and it seemed like it was just another normal turn at Rocky Point or something.
Oh, totally. This guy surfs so hard, has different lines, super unique with his approach on waves around the world, where you have kind of a traditional approach. Italo brings his own energy to the tour.
Exactly. Like, his energy is unmatchable. I'll tell you that. Like, the guy's on non-stop. Can't stop. It probably doesn't even sleep.
Wow. We are still scoring here at Sunset, Strider. Great first exchange.
Yeah, you know what? I just had to touch on how incredibly difficult Jack's ride was. And, you know, taking off blind, basically in the barrel blind, just riding over foam balls and you know, coming out of these waves. He's like shape-shifting. You know, they say they want to create smell-o-vision. Well, I'd like to create, you know, a power feeling from how big and how heavy the water is out here. I mean, it looks beautiful right now, but man, it is so radical and so intense. And I wish we could just transfer that feeling into the people watching these waves.
I agree, Strider. Did you say smell-o-vision? Smells good out there, man. Jeez, that was amazing. I love your breakdown, because that takeoff, there was a lot of things going on there. As Jack's up again, big sweeping bottom turn, goes down the arc. Nice patience in between sections as well. Leading with the upper body on that last turn, and he will hit the lip. Awkward position, but he's been pulling these off all event. That one will get the best of him. And he goes down at the end of his second wave, but had some great moves before the fall. As you look in the corner of your screen, scores are in from the opening exchange. These guys know how to match each other. Italo 7-5, Jack 7-6. as Robinson will enjoy the Red Bull ski on the way back out. Here we go, Jesse.
Yeah, beautiful first carve right here for Jack on rail, just solid. The board was just relaying. He was relaying 100% on the rail the whole time once again, but just right here, a little bit late, so he had to kind of put sideways, and the landing just gets very tricky when that happens. As you see, the wave junctions, the energy, it's all on top of you, and it's hard to come out of that clean.
Let's hear from Ryan Callanan with AJ.
Yeah, Ryan, this is a wave that is notoriously tricky for goofy footers, but doesn't look tricky for you. How are you making it look so easy?
I have no idea what's gotten into me. Sunset's been notoriously tricky for my whole career, so I mean, it just feels like it's starting to click maybe after 12 years of coming here, but yeah, I don't know what's happening, but I'm really enjoying surfing it and being able to surf the way I want to on the wave. Normally I feel like I'm just surviving out there, so it's nice to put together some nice scores.
Yeah, one of those nice scores being the 9.0. Walk us through how that wave exemplified the kind of surfing that you want to showcase.
Yeah, I guess it was just like tall and steep, like everything you want as a backsider. My first wave actually was a 4, and I felt a little, I don't know, just a little carvy, and I said that to Dog as I went past on the ski, I need to get in the lip. And then the next wave I obviously improved on that, and then that one was much taller and just had really steep sections. So my board feels unbelievable, this JS 6.3. It just felt like it was handling and holding in on whatever I wanted to do. So to get the wave and to be able to do what I want and have trust in my equipment and myself to pull it off, it feels pretty good.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the semis.
Thank you.
AJ Ryan Callanan is able to laugh and smile about that performance because, yeah, it has been a struggle. His coach, Richard Dog Marsh, even joked about Ryan going left at one point, just trying to find a wave to work with in the past, where he just looked at it going, hey, let's just see how it goes. And this year, wow, easily the best numbers he's ever had out here. He had his best single score yesterday, or 2 days ago, I should say, in the 7+ range. And then now he just beat his own record with a 9 in that last heat as he heads into the semifinals.
Yeah, he's looking in form. Actually, it's good to see some goofies holding it down. And as you see the beginning of this heat right there, just as I mentioned, it was kind of a 50-50, like both different read-in waves, but very similar in scores. Jack got the nod as I expected because the tube riding is very technical here. And Italo just behind him, very smart move, because imagine if he was like, oh, I'm going to maybe sit and wait for a very good wave. He might have been sitting until now, and Jack would have had a 7.6 and a 5 with a big gap, and now they're pretty close. It's anyone's game.
Jack and Italo avoided each other last year on tour. Italo did get injured in the back end and had to recover from that back end float that he went for. But they had some matchups in the past that had a whole lot of meaning. We go back to Bell's Beach. Remember, that one was decided on the famous Bell's staircase. Italo ran up, fired up on Red Bulls, and ended up just continuing to run up to the judges' tower for an explanation on the last exchange. Jack got that win, but then Italo kind of got the last say when they met up in the WSL finals, and Italo was rampaging. They ended up meeting Jack in match 3, ended up finishing runner-up in the world to Felipe Toledo that season. And now this will make it honest now. Whoever wins this will take the lead in their one-on-one history. Jack now sets up a nice hook and over the falls.
That was trippy. You never expect that would happen, but Sunset just throwing some wild cards at you. Kind of had a little lump in the middle of his cutty. He's kind of carved down and ended up getting his rail stuck a little bit and just gets stuck on the lip and falls awkwardly, like kind of a sketchy fall for. Didn't seem like it was going to turn out the way it did, but as you see right here, it's just a beautiful carve right on the pocket, bringing it all the way around. Inside hand just really supporting all his weight, and right here he kind of gets caught outside rail as he was like kind of bottom turning and not bottom turning, recovering from that turn, and just gets smoked.
Wow. Sunset will do that too, even for Jack, who's one of the best out here winning at the World Cup level. In that famous end of the season with Ezekiel Lau, and then won at the Sunset Open in the past. So always a great connection with the power out here. And really what stands out is his ability to read the barrel, which we were discussing earlier. It's like with Brett, where it's not something you're always expecting to happen, but maybe one surfer that does expect it to happen is Jack.
Definitely, and the way he approaches the ocean on big fields and heavy waters, it's different. And those guys that are capable of doing that, there's not many of them. You can't count them in one hand. They usually tend to find those sneaky barrels that no one else could find, and they take advantage of it because it's just that simple for them.
Oh, it really is. It's like Jack, we often compare him to the style of Bruce, and Bruce would often say it doesn't matter where he's getting barreled as long as he is. He didn't mind if it was 1 foot snapper or 10-foot pipe. And I think Jack's a pretty similar type of surfer that just understands how to make it happen inside the pit. 7.6 for that start with one of the most radical takeoffs, because it's intense to get the inside for both these guys. That's what they were going for. Once Italo made this decision to duck dive, Jack just let himself fall with the lip, which set up that 7.6 that he opened up with. And we like to hear from you guys going to the Pacifico fan picks on who's going to make it to the semifinal. 61% went with Jack Robinson.
Yeah, I mean, as far as numbers, you have to pick Jack in this heat. Obviously, also being a regular footer, which you have the advantage mostly on the tube riding. Out here, very tricky at Sunset, even though today is more an even match because we kind of got that perfect size for backhand, and we've seen Ryan Callum just unleash against Leon O'Brien on his backhand. So Italo is totally capable. It's just going to be, I think it's really going to play the factor whoever makes the right decisions on picking the right waves, because they're basically tied right now. Obviously Jack with a slight advantage, but you don't expect Italo to finish this heat with not at least a 5.5 or higher, you know, with how the conditions are right now.
Italo Ferreira, a special surfer that kind of came in on the global stage really almost like once he qualified. That win at Bells over Mick Fanning was really the first win of his career. When you look through the junior ranks and even smaller QSs at the time, he had consistency to originally qualify. But back in 2018, that's when he finally started winning. And then he got used to that feeling. He understood it, became a world champion in 2019, which included a final that decided the world title when he beat Gabriel Medina when it was all on the line. It's amazing to see how quickly that he rose to the top. And right now, kind of in his recovery moment of his injury from last season, and his form's looking solid for 2024.
Yeah, definitely. He's looking great, and as far as the heat went, he's also looking solid on top of the board, and it's going to be a great match for us to watch. Look how groomed it is right there right now. It's perfect offshore. Can't get better than this.
Gosh, these are the days you want to just at least be in the water, watch pro surfing, or maybe even check out the merge tent. Where are you, AJ?
I'm in the merge tent, Joey. How convenient that that's exactly what you suggested, because this is the spot to make sure that you get this year's Hurley Pro Sunset Beach gear. We've got some athlete shirts back here, still have a few tanks and tees, but selling out quickly. So if you're on site and want to make sure you have your swag to remember this event, come on down to the merch tent. Send it back to you, Joe.
I love it. Thanks so much, AJ. And think of me when you're doing your shopping. As Jesse's sitting next to me. What was your number on tour, Jesse?
88.
88.
Someone took that. I can't remember. Someone have that already.
Did you have a meaningful reason for choosing 88?
No, I didn't. I actually have a funny story because Steph came up to me. She was like, "Why did you pick 88? I know you're much younger than I am." And you did. Well, you weren't born in 88. Not much younger, but a few years younger. And I was like, I don't know. It just looked good, and I thought it looked cool. And even upside down, it's still the same number. So that was kind of it.
I like it. Yeah, Baron Mamiya has it now, and that would be for 808, the area code of Hawaii. And, you know, Freddie P had it when he was on tour, if I'm not mistaken. But then he was like, oh, man, Steph has this number. She's the GOAT. I'm going to change it to 50 because, you know, Hawaii was the 50th state. So I think Freddie made that move to kind of honor Steph. So when Steph probably saw you with it, she's like, what's going on? That's my number.
She was kind of bummed. No, she wasn't. She was just laughing about it. But
oh, she's always happy. Yeah, big shout out to Steph. I hope you're watching. We miss you already on tour. She's taken the year off, but already accepted the wild card for next season. 8-time world champion, 33 CT wins. And that's a number that gosh, could be retired in the future.
Totally. And also, when I got on tour, it was definitely a few years later than Freddie P. So I had less numbers to choose from, you know.
11:50 on the clock here. Jack with a 7.6, Italo with a 7.5. That happened right out of the gates. Italo has priority here. Jack right behind him, watching him take off. Just needs a 5.11 for a lead change. There's that first turn, and that carve throws it up, a bit more of a hack there, and nice two-turn combination, hitting it with speed and throwing some variety out there as well. Pulled that first carve short to be able to get there and throw more vertical, surfing into the second section. And wow, you can never stop watching Italo. Doesn't like to kick out early and tries to stomp one in the flats. He'll lose that finish, but he'll probably take the lead.
Yes, and that's what I said. It was anyone's game right there. They're basically tied for first with the first highest scores. And a 5.1 for Italo, and with that much time in this good of a conditions, it was kind of obvious that he was going to get. And as you see right here, beautiful wave selection from him. Lost it a little bit, but still very powerful turn. And right here, that was money, just under the lip, very critical, bringing the board under his chest. And as you see it, he connected once again. He was going to finish it off with an exclamation point because that was critical, even though it was a small section already on the inside. But yeah, that was a well-served wave for Italo. And now it seems like, in my opinion, that, you know, it's going to be to Jack to decide in this next exchange.
Italo's been riding some big equipment this year on the North Shore. What he's on now is a 6.5 Timmy Patterson round pin. And the lucky part for Italo, he's got a lot of great shapers that he can work with Timmy at the helm, and also some shapers that he grew up with. Tico and Teco, that's making him boards for a long time out of Brazil. And those two brothers actually moved to San Clemente. Timmy Patterson gave him a job and taught him everything from building a board from start to finish. And they just loved it so much. When they met Italo, they're like, hey, let's get this guy on the Timmy Patterson program. And it's been an amazing relationship. And they celebrated that world title with Italo in 2019. 9:35 to go. Score still coming in for the last of Italo. We'll see if it's enough to take the lead off Jack Robinson.
Hawaii, I can feel it like the change of seasons. Everybody's thinking about the surf. Surfers are gathering, and everyone else is getting ready for the madness. Hawaii's a wild place, and usually I'm traveling all over the islands this time of year, seeing friends, checking spots, talking about the surf today, tomorrow, and what's to come. Whether you're catching a wave, driving down the line, or driving down the road, it's all about taste and style.
Quarterfinal number 4 continues with a peak popping up. Jack Robinson pulls up and under. Comes flying out of the barrel once again and nails it off the top. Rombo looking for another big section, drills it, and he is fired up. What a TP, Italo behind him. Already with a ton of speed, well overhead on the face as he will just run out of room and kick out. Holy smokes. Welcome back to quarterfinal number 4. Remember, we went to break after Italo got his wave. Italo Ferreira turned in a huge number, an 8.10, got the lead, and then Jack Robinson pulls into the biggest TP and packs it. That's that crazy connection he has with barrels no matter what venue he's surfing on. Remember, we love getting close to 10-point rides, Jesse.
Always. We're never going to complain on that. And there's two different of barrels out at Sunset. There's the one that's the most common on the boat that most surfers on tour are capable of finding and doing it, which is hard enough. But that one on the takeoff, there's only a very few guys that could do that well, you know, and Jack is definitely one of them and got rewarded almost a perfect score.
We got close. Strider, a 9.77 for Jack.
Come on, this was in the brochure. This is exactly what we wanted to see. I mean, when that wave came and it arrived and where he positioned himself behind it, I knew he was going to pull in, but it was such a huge risk. And then the wave just lit up like a light bulb, and the whole thing flew up into a massive bubble, and he just weaved right through it. As he came out, he just had the fist pump. You know, you could see him feeling it. And then on the way back out, he was paddling. You could see him trying to calm himself down, go into Zen mode, and it was a beautiful thing. So, it was incredible surfing. Obviously, Italo not out of it ever. I mean, the guy's an animal. Reynos in his corner, he's on that 6.5. He's just telling him, you're gonna need another 8, you need another big score. Yelled at him to get back out there and go for it. Sets are on the horizon. Thank you, Hawaii. This is why we're here.
This is why we're here. Was one more angle deep on the peak, Jesse.
Positioning right there, way behind the TP, and as you see it, he's just like, I need to really move forward because this is very critical how backdooring he is on that wave, and feet on the front as usual for those surfers when they're riding a tube ride. And right here, he already knew he had 80% of the job done. He just needed to be critical but not over pushing it, so he would just finish that wave and get a massive score. As you see, a second turn, nice and big, and right here, just laying it back. He could have been more critical, but he held it back. But I mean, why wouldn't you? Like, you know what you already got.
Well played, Jack. And even that second turn, he almost buried a rail on the way down, so he knew if he finished on his feet, he'd almost max out the scale. What a read. 9.77.76. That's a 17.37 combined total out in front.
And just like you mentioned, yeah, when he came out of that barrel, he's thinking scores, you know, like those guys are amazing at that. So he knew he already almost maximized the potential of that wave. So it's just a matter of fact of finish it off. So he was solid, calm himself down in between, because you get a lot of hype after coming out of a barrel that big, mostly on the jersey. So he was just perfect approach there for Jack to finish that wave off.
Gosh, it just goes to show, if you are an amazing barrel rider and considered the best in the world at that class, you can go a long way on the Dream Tour. I'm trying to remember a conversation with Parco, breaking things down in Tahiti years ago. Adam Melling was sitting around there, and they were talking about the art of barrel riding and how important it was to survive on the championship tour. There's one thing of pulling in and charging. Everyone's got that, but the difference in technique, the positioning, to be able to move on the fly and actually create those moments for yourself, that's maybe a handful of guys on tour.
Yeah, and that's the biggest point on tube riding, I guess. That's what he mentioned. Like, everyone on tour is basically capable of making that perfect barrel, but some of them are capable to find that opportunity where no one finds it, and that's what Jack did right there. Like, for you to find a barrel out here off the takeoff is very hard, very critical. For him to position himself the way he did on that paddle, that was impressive.
And it's just not just a one-off. He does it all the time out here. That definitely one of his best. The 9.77 with 2:40 to go. Like Strider said, Italo's still in it. He's not comboed. Needs a 9.28. His barrel from the other day in bigger, messier, crazy conditions when he was riding that big board. He got that 7-point ride in the pit, and it was a messy one, made it, got past one of the favorites in Federico Moraes to earn his spot here on finals day. Down to 2:10 on the clock. Winner of this takes on Ryan Callanan in semifinal number 2. Semifinal number 1 is Kanoe Igarashi and Jordy Smith. Yellow jersey on the line. We'll see where that one ends up. John's hoping for it, but Jordy's still in the contest. Italo pacing with priority, nothing available there. Minute 50 to go.
Yeah, it looks like there's a third wave right there. They're eyeing it down. They start paddling 4. Let's see if they're going to be in position.
See that one already starting to break. They're a little bit to the left of your screen. So not quite in position for that set that's breaking out the back. Now starting to move closer to this peak that's popping up, but Italo knows he almost needs to max out the scale as well if he does want a chance to move on. So he's looking for a very special type of wave.
Definitely, which makes things more simple in a way. You're only going to take off in really a wave that it's almost close to a perfect scoring potential. But the problem is the clock's running down and the task is very big right now.
It's going to force Italo to make a decision very quickly. And if the wave doesn't look like a 9.28 wave, you got to surf it up and do something that maybe the judges haven't seen today. And Italo's made a career out of doing stuff like that. Italo still searching, famous for 10s with that big full rotation backside rotator. I think if he did that on a 6.5 round tail at Sunset today.
That'll definitely be most progressive you've ever seen out of here at Sunset, mostly with this wind blowing that strong of an offshore, and he's up and riding.
It just doesn't happen. Let's see if he can pull it off, though. It is Italo as he's up now looking for a 9.28. There's the snap to start. Looked like he was thinking about that maneuver and just got clipped. And awkward wipeout that actually broke the 6.5 in half. Tough way to close out your heat, but he will have an equal 5th and a lot of good memories there from the earlier rounds. Tough one for Italo. Did have a solid approach in this one. 8.10.75, one of his best performances at this venue. But it will be Jack Robinson taking on Ryan Callanan in semifinal number 2.
Yeah, this is going to be an incredible match once again, and Jack just getting the job done.
Finding a nice left just to stay calm and controlled and put himself in the final series again, just like he does a lot out here at Sunset. 9.77 and a 7.6, giving us quite a show. That 7.6 on the start of the heat, almost going over the falls of the lip line and getting barreled. And then getting a better barrel, and his wife Julia absolutely loves it. I'm sure his baby boy Zen is somewhere trying to watch the action. Leandro Dora, his coach there, getting all the coverage, and who knows, maybe this will be the Cup Noodles wave of the day here on Finals Day. Semifinals coming up next. Molly Picklum taking on Brisa Hennessy. We'll bring in Kaipo and Flick for the call.
heard what she said yesterday, talking about having to put the Grom in her place. What would you like to say now?
Grom's in her place. She's through to the semis.
Setting up off the bottom, nice it, tail drops, a huge maneuver.
You're going to come up against, obviously, the best in the world, and I think the biggest competitor that I'm realizing is myself.
Brisa on the move. Snaps it hard. Coming around this nice bowl section here.
Good morning. Let's go.
It's time for the semifinals at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Finals day, and Sunset is cooking. Isn't it, Flick?
Oh, it's absolutely on fire. We've seen some great performances, but the hero are the waves right now. It's just looks so beautiful. It looks so dreamy. If you could dream up the perfect conditions to surf Sunset, that would be right now.
Yeah, we anticipated that. The swell growing through the day. The winds are perfect, grooming the faces. We've seen excellent scores, and that trend, we hope, continues into the semifinals. Semifinals for the women. Semifinal number 1 out in the water right now. Molly Picklum up against Brisa Hennessy. And not only is this going to be a battle in the semifinals, it's going to be a battle of who potentially can be wearing the yellow leader's jersey going into stop number 3 in Portugal.
This is a very exciting matchup, as we already see Molly up and riding.
Picklum has been so strong in her performances here. Easing off the top, down carve, fades the bottom turn, back up into the lip there, swoops a hook right in the lip. One more time up there for Pickles. Perfectly timed re-entry, variety and commitment. First ride, and Molly Picklum's already off to a blazing start.
I was slightly concerned at the very beginning of that wave. She sort of almost looked like the timing wasn't quite there on that first turn, but here we go, we'll break it down. And this beautiful looking wave here. This moment here, I almost thought she just bobbled, but she regained composure. But this turn here, wow, just everything clicked into gear. And then providing variety on this last maneuver, that was a really late lip hit. Yeah, she really pulled that off, and what a great start to this first semifinal.
Strider, what'd that look like from the water?
It looked amazing. I was watching, Molly paddle back out, and Micro's giving her the call, Glenn Hall giving her the information. She's identifying that the first turn wasn't great, but the second turn was money, and that was just an incredible second turn. There was so much going on before this thing actually kicked off. They were paddling out so far up the point, actually not trying to give you, wanting to have priority for that first wave. And, Brisa actually let Molly go on that wave. Watching the paddle battle earlier was interesting because, she was sitting out there not wanting to give it up. They're just so nice when you see them on the beach, but you get these girls in the water and it's on. They were scrapping for that first wave, but, that second turn out of Molly was money, and I hope I get to see a lot more of that.
Yeah, we're waiting for the number to come through, and Molly with likely a early advantage over Brisa Hennessy. Brisa now holding on to priority, and we'll be waiting to see first of Brisa Hennessy. There you see her coming into this event, number 3 on the women's rankings. So opportunity for Brisa to leave Hawaii with a giant start at the beginning of the 2024 Championship Tour season.
For sure. I just can't believe that this matchup is happening right now. And obviously these girls have both had wins out here in the past. Molly last year and Brisa a few years ago. As we see Brisa opening up for her account.
Behind the peak here, Hennessy is not able to make it around the white water, and she's going to choose to ride this wave all the way in for the jet ski pickup. What do you think about that decision?
I think that's actually sort of the first mistake I've actually seen Brisa make all event, as we see Molly up and riding on her second wave.
Here comes Molly. Pickles punches out the back, and it will be a paddle race versus a jet ski for priority. Jack Robinson, what can we say about Jack? 17.37, excellent heat total on his way to the semifinals, AJ.
Yeah, Kaipo, and one of the things that we noticed throughout this competition, Jack, is that you seem to have a habit of finding barrels here at Sunset. How have you developed that instinct to be so solid in your positioning on this wave?
I think just years of practice. Yeah, you never know what you're going to get, but
I try to look for things that will score well, and I feel like that's one of the hardest things to do out here, just because there's so much going on and so many bumps and like wobbles to the wave. But yeah, it was really just grateful the ocean sent me that wave at that time, because yeah, that was a gnarly heat.
Well, and speaking of the waves that score well, that 9.77, what did you see developing on that wave that you were able to just get the barrel, then a few turns, the whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of as good as a sunset wave can get, I feel like, just the way it peaks up. And yeah, it was funny they called out the score right before that wave came. I was like, all right, I just didn't blink, and I was like, okay, let's get back to it, get the job done. Yeah, because, I don't know, it was as good as just the perfect moment.
A perfect moment, on to semifinals. We'll see you then.
Thank you. See you soon.
Jack Robinson putting up some huge numbers en route to his semifinal, where he'll be coming up against Ryan Calnan in that second semifinal when we get to the men's.
Wow, I think back to what I was just saying before, I think that was probably the first mistake that I had seen Brisa sort of make this whole event. She's just looked very in tune. Her positioning has totally been on point. So to see her sort of make that little error, it was just not really something we've seen this event yet from her.
Heads up play by Molly Picklum to actually punch through and not lose a lot of ground out there, and decides to paddle rather than take the jet ski around. Picklum did get priority, so heat advantage and heat control to Molly Picklum with that 777. She started off with a lucky number, and now she has priority where she can really dictate the pace of this heat with 26 minutes on the clock.
For sure. I mean, it was a great start by Molly. If you dream up a scenario of, textbook how you want to start a heat, I mean, that is completely it. Kanoa did it earlier today too, dropping an 8-point ride on his first wave, and I mean, it just eases the nerves. It settles you. You're like, okay, I've already got one really good score. Half the work is done. However, if you look out to the horizon now, there is lines stacked. So I think we're about to see a little bit more action. Well, I hope so anyway. And I really don't think it's out of Brisa's reach. We've seen her drop excellent scores already during this event. And yeah, she's just got a special connection with this wave. So
let's take a look at the head-to-head matchups for these two. It's 1 versus 1, even for Molly Picklum and Brisa Hennessy. Brisa beat Molly in 2022 in the quarters on her way to her victory. Molly paid her back last year, beat Brisa in the quarters on her way to her victory here at Sunset. This is going to be the tiebreaker. You can see the max heat score, though, in favor of Brisa Hennessy. Here we go, live action. Molly Picklum uses priority. Drops into this one again. Solid on the rail. Pickles. Little caught up there, and you can tell she kicks out, so she will improve her score line. But now priority and focus over to Brisa Hennessy.
You got to be thinking that for Brisa right now, it's good news that Molly couldn't convert and get even increase on her score just even more as we have a look at Brisa. Just having a little look there, but yeah, if Molly hadn't got caught up there and sort of had solidified that first place a little bit more, made that job, she potentially would have put Brisa in a combination situation. I'm not sure how that first turn Molly did was really nice, but I mean, it's good news for Brisa. She's out the back now. She's got priority, and she's got 24 minutes in pumping waves right now.
So waiting for score for Molly Picklum. Anything over a 2.24 will put Brisa into a soft combination. So we're waiting for those numbers to come through. It does come through at a 4.17 and the soft combination to Brisa Hennessy. A soft two-wave combination Brisa has to overcome. She can't take the lead with a single wave ridden.
I think good news is it's only early days in this heat. When I looked at these couple of semi-finals, this was my favorite one just to watch, just because these women have both obviously won out here before, but I said it in Brisa's quarterfinal, but the pace to her surfing really suits this wave, and she really understands where to place her turns. When we've seen it this whole event so far, she's been in form. As we see Molly just having another look there on that little smaller inside wave, but I mean, she had a really tough draw, Brisa did, coming up against Katie, and she schooled Katie earlier this morning.
Rainbow vision off of that drone shot there. You can see the spray coming off of the beautiful plumes of Paumalu Sunset Beach. And evident in the wind has been increasing through the day as forecasted, but the direction straight offshore.
Yeah, as we look here, Brisa might be looking.
Brisa on the scratch. Hennessy up and riding. Brisa. Little caught up there on the first turn, needs to make up for it. Carves through, back into the whitewater, and controls the rail for a second turn before getting bumped off.
Well,
she'll be out of combination.
Exactly, yep. She's going to be out of combo, which is good news. But sort of just got to reiterate what you said, Kaipo, on that first turn. It sort of looked like she was waiting a little bit too long for that first section. And I mean, it was a beautiful looking wave. It was a smaller one. We'll break it down here. You can just see how strong that offshore is. It kind of just kept her at the top there a little bit longer than what she probably would have wanted. But this was that moment. She just mistimed that first section. And I mean, that was a better carving maneuver there. But I think this whole wave was sort of just put out of pace because of that first turn. And you know, you just got to talk about how important that first turn is on a wave, and it really does set you up for the rest of the wave. And if that first turn and the timing from that first turn is off, it's very hard to regain that timing and pace on the wave after that. So, yeah, it was just evident, but yeah.
4.67 is the number. She got out of combination with that effort. Brisa now needing a 7.28. Molly Picklum holding on to priority, 21 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. A conversation right now is, you know, when we look at these semifinals, all the surfers are clustered up at the top of the rankings as we go to our championship tour leaderboard coming into this event. Grayed out are all the competitors who are out of competition, and you can see staring at you, number 2 in the world and tied for number 3 in the world, still in the semifinals, as well as number 5 in the world, Caroline Marks. So you can think of the scenarios for the yellow leaders jersey. Molly Picklum, she makes it out of this heat, and she is locked into that yellow leaders jersey. Sakura Johnson getting ready for her matchup. Semifinal number 2 coming up with Caroline Marks.
Yeah, that's going to be a super exciting heat. I think, obviously, if you look at momentum throughout the contest, as we see Caroline just waxing up her board there, obviously Caroline, defending world champ, but for me in this event just yet, I haven't really seen, Caroline's had some absolute beautiful moments where she's just connected on one big turn on her backhand, but I think we're yet to see her click into that momentum that sort of Betty has had out here. So I'm interested to see if Caroline can sort of switch gears, and knowing that, you know, she's coming up against a very, very in-form Betty. So we look out the back, it looks like a set's rolling through, and it looks like Molly's having a look.
Here we go with Molly Picklum. Delays the bottom turn. Wave raises up, pickles up into the lip. Big explosion behind her, and what a turn. Molly Picklum taking it to the house.
Whoa, that was so major. That was such a big turn on such a big section. And I think even since this heat started, I feel like okay, we're getting a few claims. This is good. I love just seeing that the personality shine through, and also the passion. But even since this heat started, I feel like that wind has just kicked up even a few more knots as we look at Brisa.
Hennessy, long wall in front of Brisa. Nice carve there. Looks for a barrel, pulls in. Brisa Hennessy traveling through and gets clamped at the end.
Yeah, back to that wind. I feel like it's clicked up even a few more knots since we just started in the booth here. And Molly's wave was not easy to surf. You could see she sort of waited for that first turn, and it was a really big one too. It was the first wave of the set that had come through, and usually that means that there's going to be a lot more wind on the face of the wave. So you can look at it here. Look at these little rivets that Molly had to sort of play with as she like lined up this first section here and just cranked it off the lip.
That's radical. Radical. One more time.
Yeah, this was so beautiful. It was such a big wave and such a big section. You can really see how powerful that was, and the legs were fully extended there, and she just hung on for dear life. Just really love this angle here. You can just really see that how thick that lip is as she went up to hit it. Beautiful rainbow spray as well. this in my books was probably one of the best, most critical turns that has been laid out by any of the women all event.
Maybe in the history of Sunset Beach, actually, when you look at just the disconnect there, the size of the wave, look at right on her heels, an avalanche of whitewater. I mean, not just this event, I'm going to say in the history of women's surfing at Sunset Beach. And Picklum, as the numbers come through, she has a reason to celebrate. There they go. A 9.67. One judge goes 10.
Holy moly, that is just insane. 9.67, one judge even threw a 10. I mean, we definitely had that feeling when we were watching it that that was an amazing wave. It was amazing one turn. I wonder if that's the highest score that's ever been thrown for one single maneuver in a contest. So that, no, maybe not.
Yeah, but
for
hey,
the
look
women,
at that. That is a noteworthy number. And we talked about Brisa Hennessy before being in a soft combination. Now, Brisa, this is a hard combo. This is a hard combination that Brisa Hennessy's in. 17.44. She needs to take the lead. So back to the drawing board for Brisa Hennessy. She has to throw out both. Well, she has a fractional score, but that 4.67 is not going to help her. She needs two more numbers. Just got a 4.4 on her last ride. That's still not going to help her to break the combination.
No, it's not. It's a hard job right now. She's literally about to surf a 16-minute heat, and she needs to start from scratch. And I mean, right now, mentally, when you hear that your competitor is literally, I don't know if she knew that that was just one turn or if she saw that, but when you hear that your competitor has dropped a 9.67 and a 7.77, and I mean, I've got to be thinking just for mindset, and I mean, it's tough right now for Brisa. There's no doubt about it. That I've just got to go back to that one turn from Molly, though. That was just absolutely incredible, and just continuing with that momentum from pipe to sunset and being able to shift gears from, you know, such a barreling, high consequence wave to a big open ocean wave. The flexibility, the adaptability. Wow, I just can't sing Molly's praises enough. I just feel like she is on an absolute roll. And even when I think back to her at pipe, I mean, in my eyes, she was the most informed surfer. Katie got her in the final, and I think Molly made that one little mistake. I don't think she realized that Katie's backup was a two-turn wave, and she kind of just sat there. She had the highest wave score of the heat, so I know for a fact she's so hungry to show the world that she deserves to be in that yellow jersey.
Here we go with Brisa, trying to get out of the combo, looking for a barrel, tucking in, traveling through there, and could not bust out. Yeah, one thing to expand on your conversation about Molly Picklum. One thing we know about Molly, whether it's sunset or pipe, she goes for it. There's no holding back. And Molly Picklum, clearly not just a talented surfer, but a really brave surfer. Because it takes courage to do what she did at Pipeline. It takes courage to do a turn like that at beefy, powerful, sketchy sunset.
Oh, yeah, it does. It really, really, really does. And I think, you know, I was chatting to Molly earlier in the waiting period, and you know, we were just talking about these sort of bigger, more challenging waves, and she was saying, I really feel like that is where my strengths lie. I just have this ability. I love the challenge, and I love those bigger, more scary waves. I feel like it suits my sort of surfing and my personality, and I mean, we've just seen it right there.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a prime example.
I mean, the consequence of not making that turn is extreme. The consequence of not riding out and just the wherewithal that she had to lay a bottom turn and then go straight up to the lip, that I would love to see it over and over again. It is the top wave score for the event for the women. Previously, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson had that stat, but Molly Picklum has eclipsed that.
Yeah, absolutely, well and truly. I'm still blown away. I don't even know what to say. That was just the level of women surfing. Let's just break it down one more time. Let's just watch this in all its glory. She just delays that bottom turn. Look how thick and windy this section is. She puts it all on the line. She airdrops here, and it just cannot get any more critical, any more dangerous, any more consequential. She recenters over her board, rides out in front of that explosion. And yeah, 9.67. One judge even threw a 10.
You just needed to be perfectly centered on your board as well, because right on her tail, giant lip and whitewater were coming down. That was, wow, Molly.
Lost for words.
What do you do? What do you do? What do you do now? Maybe prepare for a final. Who knows?
Oh, well, right now the odds are in her favor. That is for sure. I've lost for words. She just keeps impressing me every single event, and just the tenacity and the assertion, and I guess the dedication to the craft, and always just wanting to aspire to be better and rise to the challenge at these waves of consequence. It's so impressive to see, and I just think about, even this younger generation that would be watching this right now. I mean, obviously we can talk about women like, you got your Sierra Kerrs and your Erin Brooks, and what's that doing for them watching this, and what they're going to be working on now, watching Molly drop a 9.67 for one turn. But there's even younger girls, below Sierra and Erin that are watching this, just being super inspired by, the performance that Molly's put on. And yeah, the level of women's surfing, I've just, for me, that's been the narrative for the last two events, and I'm just so proud of them for pushing with the women and just women in sport as well.
Paddle here. And Brisa's not going to go. Second wave in the set. We'll see if anyone takes it. Doesn't look like it, so we're going to step away. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back with the conclusion of an epic semifinal number one here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Molly Picklum again. Look at this, 9.67, monster turn. Welcome to The Pulse, where we're going to catch you up on some epicness that's just happened in the last hour here at Sunset Beach. The men's highest heat total belongs to Jack Robinson, 17.37. Mastery, couple of barrel rides out there for Robo. Incredible, he's on to the men's semifinals. Oh. Molly Picklum, this is the women's semifinal number one. She went better. Two-wave total for Pickles, a 17.44. Opened up with a lucky number to 7.77 for Molly Picklum. Look at the board control for her, and then this happened. A 9.67 for one ginormous, incredible turn. Well earned, Molly. Check this out one more time. Oh. Incredible. Now you're caught up. We're back on the beach live. Kuiper Girl along with Felicity Palmatier. I'm pretty energized right now.
Wow. The last sort of hour of power has been incredible. I feel, the waves have been, the surfers are obviously rising to the occasion, but today we've been blessed with some very, very beautiful sunset. If you had the chance to free surf today, just be rubbing your hands together. I think this is almost as good as it gets. It's not too big where it's like scary and you're getting really out of position. It's not small where you're in two minds about where to sit, you're right up at the point. But yeah, the waves right now have really, really, really been the hero. They just keep, it seems to me like it's just getting better and better. Still got a little bit of wind out there, but wow. Even when I think back to the heat prior with Jack Robinson posting that highest heat total, the 17.37, I mean, he just has the ability to find those barrels out there when, it's a hard thing to do because, as you know, and even a barrel from that first opening section, I mean, usually you're seeing guys get barreled on that inside section, and he just was like, okay, I need a 9, let's go. Took off on that wave, barrel into 2 turns. Super impressive to watch.
7 minutes, 20 seconds, and Brisa Hennessy in a predicament. She is in a severe combination of 17.44 two-wave total, and she's sitting second in priority.
Yeah, right now for Brisa, it's an incredibly tough gig. I mean, you had a crystal ball. I think that she maybe took off on a couple of waves. I mean, it's like looking back in hindsight, right? Like hindsight is this perfect science. Then there was a couple of moments where she maybe took off on a wave that she might not have taken off on, but shouldn't have taken off on and lost priority. However, I mean, how are you going to know that? I mean, obviously Molly's been doing amazing single turns throughout this whole event, but how are you actually going to know that, Molly taking off on this wave that almost looks like it's going to close out and then drops a 9.67? I mean, you sort of let a surfer go on that and you don't think that they're going to drop a score like that. It's just, yeah, Molly's just been in complete control and just in sync with this wave out here today.
Yeah. But Brisa Hennessy, we see it all playing out before us, but she can walk away really proud of her campaign on the North Shore. She's walked away with back-to-back semifinal finishes. She's going to walk away and into Portugal with 12,170 points if she fails on coming out of this semifinal. So that's a great start of the year for Brisa Hennessy, who, by the way, had come into this year as a seasonal wild card. So, she took some time off and now she's coming back as a wild card, and she's already up with a great start to her campaign in 2024.
Oh, for sure. And, we're 2 events in, and let's say, here we go, we've got Molly having a look.
Picklum using priority. What more can she do? There's a foamy face here from Molly. Beautiful down carve, again, fading into that bottom turn, back up into the lip, and that time she goes down. No harm, no foul. The numbers and the requirements will remain the same.
Back to that conversation, I think, Brisa, if she doesn't end up getting through this heat, she's got herself 2/3, right? And on the women's side of the draw, 2/3 is an amazing start to the year. And, we think there's only 3 events coming up before the cut at Margaret River, and she's looking very, very good, especially coming in, as that wild card. And yeah, she's really, really took that time off. She's obviously, I think she's come in with a different sort of mindset and a different sort of set of expectations when it comes to competing, and I feel like it really shows. It's been showing, and yeah, I think she has to be proud of her performance this whole event. She's done really well, and like I said, I've sung her praises so much, but she just has this beautiful affinity with this wave as we're looking at a very fired up Molly Picklum. I mean, she's, you can just tell when someone is on, and, she's clearly got this lead right now. She's got this 967, this 777, but even paddling out with such tenacity, still kicking her feet, still amped up because she's got more to give.
Yep, 4 minutes remaining, and I would just think that Molly could right now actually come to the beach, and I'm not even trying to make a joke. I mean, I'm trying to say, hey, look, it's hard out there. You're doing a lot of paddling. You got to set yourself up for a final. She's clearly going to be in the final, so I would put that on the table. Come in and rest up for the final, because the time given, the requirement, the playing field, all equals to impossibility for Brisa Hennessy right now.
For sure, it is looking that way. I think one thing, I think you're right. I think one thing to remember is, anyone who makes the final today, they're going to have to surf 3 times. By any means, it's not small sunset. I heard, I think it was Molly say at the beginning of the day, I overheard her saying that, it's really tough out there. I feel like I've taken a few beatings and I've got a lot of water in my nose, in my head. And I think you're right, Kipes. I think, you can maybe just take a chill pill knowing that, okay, I think I am, on my way to the final here. And let's just reserve some energy and only really make smart decisions from now on with 3 minutes on the clock.
Again, got a little rainbow on this shot. Sign of good fortune for Molly Picklum.
Yeah. I think with all that wind, we get those beautiful rainbow moments. Sort of looks like maybe a smaller one kind of coming through the lineup here. Doesn't look like any of the women are interested in it. But yeah, I think one thing to add is that wind is definitely picking up. It was definitely forecasted to do so, but since we've jumped in the booth now, I think it's clicked up at least another 5 knots, I'd say. It's looking pretty strong. So I'm not sure how much more it's going to pick up this afternoon, but definitely playing into the game.
Those are wind indicators. You can look at flags. I actually like to look at coconut trees for the wind indicator. So flags aren't there every day, but get those coconut trees, they're there every day.
What's the indicator? If the leaves are blowing, the wind's blowing?
It's a weather vane. If the leaves are moving, the wind's blowing. If the leaves are wet, that means it's raining. If the leaves are warm, that means it's nice and sunny out.
Very good. What does it mean if a coconut falls off?
It's duck. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Thank you all for joining us here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. It's been an epic finals day, and the finals day will continue in all its epicness here at Sunset Beach. We got 5 more heats to serve up a champion for the men and the women.
We do. 5 more heats, and it's absolutely pumping. I couldn't have, asked for a better finals day. The surf this morning when we rocked up, it was not a breath of wind, similar sort of to yesterday when we saw the women all day. And those trades have sort of picked up throughout the day as the sun hit the water. It just keeps getting better and better. And I think, and I'm not an expert at Sunset, but from what everyone's been saying and from what I've been hearing coaches saying, experts out here, that swell direction has swung a little bit more west, right? So we've just seen just a bit more lined up. And from what Kevin was saying at Surfline, there's just that one defined swell. And it's very evident when you see these corduroy lines coming through the lineup today.
Yeah, that more west, now we're surfing more in the middle, right? Rather than up on the point with this more westerly aspect to the swell. And what a picturesque day here. What a great Hawaiian leg for the championship tour for 2024. The year of the dragon, I'm telling you, is working out for us.
Oh, no, we deserve it for sure. Pipe was absolutely incredible. That finals day was so amazing. You see the women just exchanging a few words, and wow, Molly was absolutely on a heater there. 967, I won't forget that anytime soon for that one turn.
Congratulations, Molly Picklum, for an extremely entertaining semi-final number 1 with some giant numbers. We'll show you those numbers right there. A 9.67, a 7.77. Molly Picklum on to back-to-back finals here on the North Shore. When we come back, we're going to find out who's going to meet Molly Picklum in that final. Caroline Marks or Belu Sakura in semi-2.
going down. They say backside's my strong point, Sal. Just joking. In this game, like a quarter of the amount of time she has, I don't get phased by that.
I think last year I feel like I didn't really get to show how I can surf, making it to the top 5. That's where I really want to be, and seeing Molly and Katie do it proved that I was like, I could be there with them.
Some behind the scenes here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, setting up semifinal number 2 between Caroline Marks and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Piper Burrow, along with Felicity Palmentier on the call. Goofy versus regular story in this heat, Flick.
Yeah, it is. And Caroline, the lone Goofy left on the women's side of the draw. Ryan Callanan, the lone Goofy left on the men's side of the draw. And 2 fellow Goofies in the booth. Wow. I mean, definitely for me right now, when I look at just back on this event and momentum, I mean, Caroline Marks is obviously on paper defending world champ. However, Betty during this event has just been absolutely on fire. She's been dropping 9s.
Yep.
She's looked in rhythm. So I think this is a tough heat for Caroline.
Yeah, it will be. And just digging into some of the analytics here with heat winning percentage for Caroline. Here at Sunset, 63%. She's been 8 heats, won 5 of them. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, her heat winning percentage up at 78%. 9 heats surfed, 7 wins in those 9 heats. So the stats and analytics coming into this heat do favor Betty Lou. And then you did point out Betty Lou also clocking in with a 9.17.
Yeah, she's just, to me, I think she's very fired up since her performance at Pipe, where she got 3rd. She was obviously in that amazing semi-final with Molly Picklum, where they were trading off wave for wave. Molly got a 10, Betty backed it up with a 9. And I think, obviously, Sakura, she's been in that conversation of those 3 women, you know, the Katie, Molly, and Betty. But I think she you know, obviously she just wanted to really be in that final. And I think even when I was in the booth calling that heat, I was with Laura as well. And it was so interesting to see, like, some people thought she got the score, some people didn't. And I feel like she's just been so fired up since that semi. And I mean, we just heard it in that little piece then too. I mean, her watching, you know, Molly and Katie make finals just made her realize, like, hey, I can do this. I belong there. And she said that last year her surfing didn't really show, but like her surfing wasn't showing that. But this year I feel like, wow, she's definitely turned a page and she is looking very assertive, and I think she knows what she wants now.
Paddle there. Priority remains open between the 2 surfers. We have not started the priority exchange as of yet. It's open priority out in the water. Betty Lou on the inside here. She's going to get a second chance. And she's up. Sakura. Nice carve to start. Little late there, but was strong enough to come through and complete her ride. Just got a message from John Pizell. And we're going to get back to the equipment after we watch Caroline Marks here kicking out the channel. So Sakura on a 6.0 Ghost model, and she's got in the channel, she has a 6.2 as a backup. So Betty Lou Sakura Johnson been experimenting with different shapers. There she is on the ride back out. And we know that Caroline Marks has been on the Mayhems.
Yeah, I think this start to the heat was a funny one. I think Betty would have probably liked that first wave she paddled for. The second one she ended up catching, just had a lot of whitewash and foam in the face of the wave. She still surfed it really well. So this is Betty's opening wave here. Definitely a smaller one when you compare it to the waves from that last semi-final that Molly was sort of taking off on. Goes up and gets the finish there. So nice opening wave, smaller wave, but she's getting her account open.
Let's hear from Molly Picklum. She was on fire out there.
radical, powerful, committed. These are just some of the words that I heard to describe that turn that you had during the heat. I think Kaipo even said it might be the most critical turn ever executed in a women's competition here at Sunset. How would you describe it?
I describe it as throw a bunch of power into Sunset and hope for the absolute best. It was kind of a section where obviously one turn you got to try, and I threw everything kind of at it and fell out of the sky, and I was dead or I had a really big score. So yeah, I'm really happy that I have my body in one piece after that.
Your body in one piece and a really big score, which helped you punch your ticket to back-to-back finals here at Sunset Beach. What do you have to do to defend your title?
Yeah, I think as I've been watching Brisa and Gabby, they've been putting the level up really high for where the rail game has to be out there, and I'm slowly figuring out. I'm slowly starting to feel my feet and boards, and it's getting there. But I think when I'm out there, just give myself more space and put more power on that back foot, and hopefully we get even bigger scores.
Well, we'll see you in finals. Congratulations.
Thank you. Let's go. Thanks everyone for watching. I love you all back home. Cheers.
Molly Picklum, she is now in the yellow jersey right now in live time going into Portugal. But if Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is able to win this event, she will steal that yellow jersey off of Molly. So our leader in the rankings has not been determined as of yet. The finals are going to determine that. Or if Betty here does not make it out of the semifinal. But she's currently in the lead. She started with a 3.5. She got a little backup there. Your thoughts, Flip?
Yeah, as we look, Caroline, we'll get back to that.
Caroline right behind her. So these two going back to back on set waves. And Caroline gets a snap on the backhand. So the judges are going to owe us again scores for both Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and Caroline Marks to set the situation with 25 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I think that these scores, I'm guessing, are probably not going to factor in by the end of this heat. If the last heat or the last couple of heats were anything to go by, when we saw Molly getting that total of 17.44 and the heat previously had Jack Robinson with Italo getting that highest heat total of the men, I think we're due for some sets. I don't think we've seen a set yet in this heat, and I just feel like these are all not going to be counting numbers in the, when the cookie comes to crumble at the end of this heat.
It's interesting, the conversation of on and off heats, because we've seen spectacular heats with giant numbers by both surfers, and then we've seen some heats right behind them that surfers win with a 12.2 wave total.
For sure, and we've definitely seen that. As we just see Luke giving a few words to Caroline on the way back out. Yeah, and we've definitely seen that. We've definitely seen heats that are on and off, heats that are pulsing. The ocean has a rhythm, as we always know. And obviously these surfers are paying attention to that. I mean, they're sitting there with their coaches before they paddle out. They've got their caddy in the water. I even heard Kevin from Surfline this morning saying, hey, the sets are going to be every 8 to 10 minutes. Right now, it seems like we're in a little bit of a slower period. But that also means that if you can tune into that when you're out in the water and realize that, hey, okay, there hasn't been a set for a while, like Betty sitting out there with priority, maybe it's not the smartest idea to just burn that priority on a smaller wave, knowing that there's a set coming in probably a few minutes.
All right, well, I'd like to get on the line. An old friend of mine used to call him Big Isle Miles, but now we just call him North Shore Miles Padaka. He was a winner out here in 2001. Thank you for joining us, Miles.
Thanks, Kai. It's great to be here. So stoked to see this live, be right here calling action with you guys.
Yeah, you saw it real live. I believe you were out there with Isabella in the challenge in the quarterfinal against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Yes, for sure. That was a good heat. It just came down to whoever got the best wave, I think, in that heat. Like at this level, everyone surfs pretty much equally, but it's just like a place like Sunset, you got to be on the ones here.
Miles, you came from the trials. You won this event. You know, what's it take to win at Sunset?
Well, to tell you the truth, Kaipo, it takes a lifetime of surfing the spot. Like you can put in all the hours and all the reps. And for me, like I still feel like I barely know the spot. Like it's always changing, and it's always different. There's so many swells, so many different lineups. It's it's a great wave, and it keeps you like honest. Like you never know what it's going to do.
Yeah, we're watching some of the footage from that final, and it's really interesting to see when we talk about equipment on how things have changed boards-wise out here at Sunset.
For sure. Like back then, I was riding a 7.5, and no one rides a 7.5 out here anymore. You know, the guys are on the biggest board they probably ride is a 6.8, 6.6, 6.4, 6.2. A lot has changed over the years, and it's just like the level of surfing has also changed. Everyone has such a high level, and the equipment's gotten smaller. And I myself have gone down in size now. I like ride a 6.7 on the biggest day out here, and it just has a little bit more meat up front. And you know, the good thing about that is it allows you to do bigger turns on the wave instead of looking like all those guys that ride those Rhino Chasers 11-foot boards out here.
Yeah, did you see that incredible turn by Molly Picklum in that last semifinals? I want to get your thoughts on that.
Actually, I was on my way here. I had to run back to my house. I missed it. But I'm sure it's amazing. I've been surfing out here with all the girls. I've been training a few of them, like Sawyer Lindblad, worked with Tyler Wright, and of course Isabella. And it's just really cool to see how the ladies have stepped up their game. And it's like they're surfing as good as the guys these days, you know? It's like the equipment is there, their attitude is there, and especially this new generation, it's like I'm excited to see where they're going to take surfing next.
Yeah, I think we're seeing, you know, Miles, you've been around the North Shore for 20-some-odd years, a big changing just this season when we look at women's professional surfing in these waves on the North Shore.
Absolutely. You know, like, especially all the stuff that went down at Pipe. We've never seen girls pull in the back door and Pipe and do that kind of stuff. So it's amazing. And, you know, I take my hats off to them, and it's good to see. And, you know, the girls in the present, and you got girls like Erin Brooks and Sierra Kerr, they're coming up next, and, you know, going to be nipping at their heels really soon here.
Thank you, Miles. Enjoy the time with you, and always good. We featured you on the WSL Vault. It was great to see and look back at your win back in 2001. Thanks for your time.
Epic. Thanks, Kipes. I appreciate it. You guys have a good day.
Here we go with live action here. Caroline Marks just with a hook on the backhand, and Sakura just pulling into a wave. So still no breakaway performance as of yet, Flick, in this semifinal number 2.
No, definitely not. And I know it's easy for me to sit here and say this, but I'm thinking that, you know, this wave here is just like sort of a frothy wave again. It's got a lot of froth in the face when I compare it to other waves that we've seen so far today. It was a beautiful turn put together by Caroline, but in the context of today and what we've seen, I'm just wondering if, you know, we're going to see those big sets start to roll through, and it's basically, as this time ticks down, it's going to come down to whoever finds that big set wave with that clean open ocean face. So far we've just seen small numbers and smaller waves and just a sort of frothing on the face and not clean wave face.
Yeah, you're right. A little bit of ruffle out there, a little swirling of the wind. I mean, during the semifinal number 1, the wind was actually got stronger and went straight offshore. Now you can see a little bit of texture out in the water. And these surfers, they've matched up a couple of times in the past. Sakura and Caroline Marks. Let's take a look at their head-to-head matchups and their history on the championship tour. 1 win for Caroline, 2 wins for Sakura. The win for Caroline over Sakura was 2023 last year in the round of 16 here at Sunset. Beilu got the best of Caroline in 2023 at Pipe in the round of 16, and then just this year in the quarterfinals. So Caroline Marks can even it up with a victory here. Live action, Sakura Johnson. Sweet bottom turn to hook combo. Fading again on that bottom turn. Another beautiful carve. Rail control to Sakura. She's got a 5.83. She needs to better a 3.5. Your thoughts, Flick?
That's definitely more of the wave that I was envisioning that these girls would be surfing on. Straight away, bigger wave, clean blue face, no whitewash to deal with, and hooks it up in the first section here. She drops down into this second bowl, was able to get a second carving maneuver. So look, things are starting to improve. I mean, ever so slightly. I think she's definitely going to improve on that situation. Drop her second highest wave score.
Sure did. Dropped the 3.5, added a 5.33, and she lengthens her lead over Caroline Marks. Caroline Marks can turn the heat with a 6.66. The chat from Ross Williams in the channel as Sakura was paddling back out.
In my eyes, this heat is so wide open. Just going off, wow, as we see some great whale action out the back.
That was cool. We had that pullback shot and we had a whale breach out there. Mahina Olelo Hawaii. Oh, there it is again. Oh. And so we're going. It's a Hawaiian language month. Kohola. Kohola, the word for a whale.
It's beautiful. That was sensational, that shot.
Oh, great playing field when the stadium's pure nature.
Rainbows, whales, palm trees. What more could you want?
It's Hawaii. That's what we came for. It's what's in the brochure. 16 minutes and 45 seconds. Here's Caroline Marks trying to make a comeback here. It needs a 6.66. Caroline eases down the face here, delays the bottom turn, mid-face hook there, steeper section on the inside here. Caroline unleashes, extends the body on that second carve off the top, and we will be awaiting the score and see if that changes the situation.
That was a better wave from Caroline. That second turn was really, really nicely done. I still feel, I just keep saying it, but we just haven't seen one of those big sets start rolling through the lineup, and I feel like the size just hasn't quite been there. This is a cleaner face wave for Caroline. She takes off here, but this wave sort of have a different sort of angle to it. When she went up to hit this one, she sort of had to wrench it right back around. This section here, it starts to bowl up. That was a better looking turn. However, it went into that like deeper water quite quickly. Didn't really keep giving that bowly sort of section that we've seen in the last hour. And I just got to say that there's going to be movement at the end of this heat because I feel like sets have to be on the horizon.
Yep, 4.44. Caroline continues to trail Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She needs to make a comeback. Still needs that 6.66. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Froth it up here at Sunset. And you should be frothing. It's an epic finals day at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. WSL One Ocean teamed up with Shiseido as well as Sustainable Coastlines Hawaii for a beach cleanup in Kahuku where we were sifting for microplastics, a pollutant that goes almost invisible in our sands here on the windward side of Oahu. Want to keep it clean? Thank you, Shiseido, Yeti, and Mananalu for keeping us hydrated. Mahalo. Hurley Pro Sunset Beach women's semifinal number 2 in the water as we fly by this idyllic, tropical beautiful Hawaiian afternoon. Kuiper Girl, along with Flick Palmentier. How many shades of blue can you find in the Pacific Ocean?
Oh. It's just so stunning, isn't it? I mean, from the aquamarines to the deep blues to the dark blues, it's picturesque today. It doesn't get any better in Hawaii.
This happened during the break, Flick, a 6.83 for Sakura.
Yeah, beautiful carving maneuver off the top there, and then backs it up with this one here. Sort of threw in a little bit of a layback there. It looked like her back arm actually went into the water, so giving it a little bit more variety, which was pretty cool to see. Just have a look at this angle here. Be able to really see what she did on that second turn. Yeah, she just went for the layback. Gives a little bit more variety, and let's say that's probably going to replace her second score.
Yeah, 6.83 comes through. She's got 5.83, 12.66 two-wave total for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, and she's up the ante for Caroline Marks. Marks needed a 6.66 previous to that wave. Now Caroline needs an 8.16. So Caroline needs to go excellent.
Yeah, she does, and it's definitely doable today. We've seen really big scores drop. I mean, we saw Molly get a 9.67 for just the single one turn. So it's possible. There's still time on the clock, 11 and a half minutes remaining. I almost think that, you know, it's also possible to break this down in two waves with 11 and a half minutes on the clock. I mean, a 4.5 and a 4.4, they're pretty small scores, especially on finals day and when you're coming up against such an informed Betty Lou. I also feel like as we look at Caroline having a paddle.
Caroline Marks on the heels, slashes on the toes there. One more time off the bottom, aims at the lip, another strong carve on the back end. Great rhythm right now and tempo from Caroline. So that should improve her standings. I don't know if that's going to go into the excellent range, but that should improve upon her scoreline.
Definitely going to improve upon her scoreline. I think if there was just one more section there and she was able to hit it and connect with the lip, then we're talking maybe excellent. But it's definitely going to help her cause. It's probably going to make her requirement a bit less. As we break it down here, this is probably the best wave she's taken off in terms of quality as well and shape. This one really had a nice bowl to it, and she was able to really hook it in the pocket a couple of times. You can see she was looking for that third section, but it just didn't really give it to her. I think it's going to break down that requirement a little bit, which is really good news for her. And there's still time on the clock.
Yeah, flying by, she's going to get a word from Luke Egan, her coach in the channel. Houhan Luke with some words of advice. And we're still waiting for that last score for Caroline.
I also have just been saying it sounds like a broken record. However, I just think there hasn't been one of those big sets yet. Am I wrong or not?
No, yeah, you're right.
Okay.
It certainly, I mean, the swells come in right sets, but there's also swell trains, right? And sometimes, you know, you're going to have still waves breaking, but it's not those massive kind of like rogue swell trains that come through. The kind of swells that we saw happen in semifinal number one. So I feel that you're right on that. The conditions still pristine, and a 5.6 checks in for Caroline Marks. So as you predicted, Flick, her requirement has been reduced to a 7.06.
Yeah, that's good news for Caroline. And I feel like in moments like this, you know, a 7, yep, it's okay. It's a better than average score. It's a good score. However, you've just got to draw inspiration from people like Molly, who was able to break down. I mean, she just got a 9.67 for one single maneuver. And so in knowing that, I mean, you've got to take confidence from her.
Yeah, and she can do it, but she just needs as gnarly as a wave to come through as Molly surfed. Kanoa Igarashi in preparation mode for semifinal number one, where Kanoa will be faced up against Jordy Smith in that semifinal number one.
Yeah, it's going to be a super exciting semifinal. I think, well, both surfers have been standouts. Obviously, they're in the semis together. I'm really excited about Jordy and his positioning here and just how well he's been performing, not just here, but also pipe, and just sort of the momentum he's been on, because we haven't seen that for quite some time.
Yeah, it's been a while for Jordy Smith to make the semifinals. We'll get to that. Oh no! Skipping on top of the water. That was a tough one for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She's going to have to shake that one off.
yeah, she just definitely swallowed a lot of seawater, I think. Sort of just lost her footing there and just really got absolutely rolled. But here we go. We'll get to break it down. She was just very late here. You can see that inside rail just catches and face full of water right there. It's always bad when you don't break the water, you know, like it just gets skittled.
That's just the worst when you're skipping on top of water. And mind you, Sakura has recovered from a shoulder injury that she sustained last year. She had it worked on. She's been doing physical therapy. She looks like she's back, but those are the kind of wipeouts that sometimes can tweak, especially your shoulders, when you're skipping on top of the water.
For sure. And I mean, you just got to think back to any time you're injured, right? And it takes a lot mentally, obviously, and physically and emotionally and time, right, to come back from any sort of injury. And then the scary part is always when you enter that water again and doing those same sort of movements that you did when you maybe injured yourself, right? And something like that can mentally, like, you know, even though Betty's shoulders, you know, it's fully healed, obviously we've seen her in great momentum throughout this event, but those moments where you get yourself into that predicament again, and sometimes your brain tells you, okay, protect, 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 like, even though it's fully fine. So, like, neurologically, there's stuff going on where even though you're fully healed, your brain still tells you, you know, you're not. So it's very scary to sort of watch something like that unfold. As you see, Caroline, she's at the back, she's with priority, needs that 7.06, and she's having a look.
Here she goes. Straight down the face, delays the bottom turn, carves off the top. Again, patience in her approach, another carve. Wave still standing up. Third big turn for Caroline Marks. That was great tempo and rhythm and turn placement and a little bit of variety on the backhand. Remember, she needs a 7-point ride.
I'm not sure. I think the beginning of that wave, if she really, really wanted to sell it, had to be a little bit more explosive. But I think that just comes down to wave selection, as we'll break it down here. And this wave just, I don't think it was as steep as what she was hoping for. I think she was hoping it was really going to stand up a bit more. These first couple of turns were a little bit slower, a little bit sleepier. But that one there was really nicely timed, especially with that little bit of backwash that hit it at the same time. I think the wave shape and wave selection is probably going to let her down there. She surfed it to the best of her ability, but
if all three turns were like that final turn, then I would say that number should be a foregone conclusion. But now it's going to be the judges. We're going to take a couple looks at it. Caroline on the paddle back out. We're at the 5-minute warning in semifinal number 2. .48 checks in, well under the requirement. Caroline's still searching for a 7-point ride.
Yeah, she's still searching for this 7. And I think, you know, it's scary moments right now because Betty, with this sort of heat lead at the moment, she's leading by a few points in that heat total there. She's just been so commanding all event. And just hearing how fired up she is for this year and knowing that she feels like her surfing's there now and watching, you know, her friends like Katie and Molly make that final 5 conversation, I just feel like at the moment, I'll be very surprised if she sort of makes a mistake here with priority. She's obviously going to want to be holding Caroline off. And yeah, she's been so informed. So for Caroline to make this work right now, she's really got to force the issue here. She's got to force Betty into a wave and sort of regain that priority and hope that there is one of those big sets come through that I keep talking about.
Well, here comes some lines formulating. And yeah, just numbers-wise, Betty Lou with that 9.17. And Molly with the giant 9.67. If those two come up in the finals together, be prepared for some big scores.
I think so. If we're talking, if that's what ends up happening in this heat, in my eyes, they're the two most informed surfers.
Yeah.
And they made it to the final, and that necessarily doesn't always happen.
Yes, and I agree with you, because in the extended look in every heat surfed by Molly and Betty Lou, it's been pretty dominant. And Betty Lou showed that she could come back. You know, Molly's been just solid as ever. So in the context of every heat surfed by the women, those are the two most informed surfers, for sure.
100%. I mean, it's not over right now for Caroline. There's 3 minutes on the clock, and she still only needs a 7. But if we were to have Betty and Molly in the final, I just feel like there's going to be fireworks. And it's a rematch of the semi-final that they had at Pipe. And you can guarantee and put your money on it that Betty is going to want to get one back over Molly.
Yeah, we were calling that the heat of the year, that semi-final between Molly Picklum and Sakura. Rematch will happen if Betty's able to hold off Caroline in this final 2.5 minutes. She's got priority on her side, and she's got the lead.
Kind of looks like there may be, from this shot here, just maybe a few more lines that might sneak through the lineup before the end of this heat. But right now, yeah, Betty's got to play defense, and Caroline's sort of got to put her saleswoman's hat on and sell Betty a wave. However, I find that very hard to believe that Betty's going to make a mistake here.
Here we go, though. We may have a multiple choice quiz coming through here in the final 2 minutes for these two competitors. Looks like we're going to have numerous waves. They're moving their positions, Flick.
Yeah, they are, and that's so funny. I mean, multiple choice. It's just, I mean, you can sit there and watch the waves before you heat and be like, okay, I want the second wave, the third, or the third wave, or whatever it might be. But you just don't have a crystal ball, right? And you can't, you don't know what the future holds. You know, do you pull the trigger on the first one? Do you go the second one because it's maybe going to be that little bit bigger? I don't know. It's a hard game to play, that one, and I don't envy Betty right now. Definitely made my fair share of mistakes doing that.
Here we go. Decision time.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. Looks like the sets were coming through. A lot of the energy kind of went further to the point here. And the story of mirages out at Sunset continue. Sometimes the monsters sneak up on you. Sometimes your expectations are let down because the swell just misses the piece of the reef that you're on, and that's what's happening right now.
For sure. They just sort of faded away into nothing. They definitely have moved way further up the point. Girls, the women are moving up there now, but I don't know if we're even going to see one more roll of the dice here. But, I mean, for me, I've just got to take my hats off to Betty, and right now it's not looking like the women are going to get one more chance, which means we are going to see a rematch of that pipe semi-final.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to make it official in 3, 2, 1. And Betty Lou on to the final. Applause from the beach. Let's take a look at the numbers in a semi-final number 2. 6.83 and a 5.83 did the trick to earn a spot in Sakura Johnson's first career CT final. So a milestone for the 18-year-old here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
Wow.
Good stuff.
So impressive. And it's so impressive that she has continued this momentum the whole way through. Just to say what we were saying before, it's not an easy thing to do to be a standout surfer every day.
Well, we got our women's final all set. It's going to be an incredible one. More incredible surfing on the way. Kanoe Garashi, Jordy Smith battle for a place in the men's final when we return.
That is the absolute worst. You're looking around like a lost spot in a thunderstorm.
Jordy's still going. Come on, Jordy. Oh, and he comes out.
Let the ball play out and yeah, have fun with it, eh? You can't take this too serious, man. Just enjoy it.
I feel like these are the hardest conditions we probably get all year. That challenge makes it really fun.
I hit the bottom and I just my board on one of them. I got pinned down to the bottom.
Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, Jordy Smith taking off at semifinal number 1 for the men. Smith has been strong so far in this competition. S turning his way down the faces of Sunset Beach. Jordy Smith throws the tail there. Jordy in his first semifinal since 2021. And he wants to take it all the way. Kanoa Igarashi, his challenge in semifinal number 1. Large wave facing from Igarashi. He's got to make up some line down the line. Gets a slash in there right at the finish. Airdrops into it. One turn. But what a dynamic turn for Kanoa Igarashi. Projected all the way down the line, loaded up for that single maneuver.
That was incredible start for Kanoa right there. I might have to say that actually that only single turn might be the best score of the heat so far. That was impressive, just on rail. So much speed coming down the line from that bigger wave that he took off on. That was impressive.
We've had just impressive surfing here. Thank you for joining us here on the set. I'm Kuiper Guro, along with the 2018 Triple Crown champion, Jesse Mendez. And wow, this afternoon has just been another epic day in professional surfing.
I mean, when you have conditions like this, it's half of the job done for the surfers, because when they get the opportunity, they're going to deliver. They're so good at doing that. And you see here, Jordy on kind of a slower paced wave. That's what's probably going to keep his score a little bit on the low side. As you see right here, the wave's a little flatter, but he's riding it beautifully. And right here to finish, that's where all the score is going to come from, just accelerating, pressuring that back foot and really projecting that turn very nicely. You can see how much speed, obviously not here with slow-mo, but you can see how much speed he got from that turn as he was pushing through those fins, and that was a beautiful turn. And yeah, nice start there for Jordy.
That came in at a 5.83 for Smith. This is the wave for Kanoa Igarashi, his opener, Jesse.
Yeah, the difference right here is just intensity of the wave. The wave had so much speed down the line, and he was flying right there, just laying it down everything he had. Every inch of that board and that rail was used to in order to make that turn. As you see right here, he's Mach speed and laying it down, a huge layback.
7-point ride.
Yeah, engaging everything he possibly could, using all his weight to muscle through that section and airdropping it out, coming out pretty clean. I mean, he deserved that score.
You can do it with one turn, and that is exactly what Kanoa Igarashi did. Advantage to Kanoa. Remember, Kanoa came one spot away from winning this event back in 2022. He's in great form. You know he wants this title. Coming so close in the pass.
Exactly, and he's very good heat strategy guy. He also is very good at selecting waves and being on the right waves. And as you saw right there in the beginning, he took advantage of that. Wasn't the biggest wave of the set. Wave had more energy, have more wall in front of him, and he's taking advantage in this first exchange.
Yeah, there we go with the career at Sunset, that runner-up to Baron Mamiya in 2022. And he had an exit in the round of 16 in 2023 to the hands of Matthew McGillivray. Now he finds himself in semifinal number 1 and with the lead over Jordy Smith. Jordy with a nice start to his Hawaii campaign. Quarterfinals at Pipe, finds himself in the semifinals here at Sunset, Jesse.
Yeah, and I think I've mentioned this when he was in the draw for the quarterfinals at Pipe, that those big names are noticing everything that's happening on the rankings, you know, and he saw the opportunity at Pipeline that a lot of big names were falling off early, and here, once again, a lot of big names falling off early. So he's just taking advantage of that, and that's he's capitalizing this moment and looking into the top 5. He's looking good right now.
He sure is. Let's hear from Sakura. She's just made her first CT final, AJ.
She has, Kaipo. Sakura, Kaipo just reiterating, you just punched your ticket to your very first finals on the championship tour. You do it here at home, but it was hard fought. What did it take for you to make this milestone here at Sunset Beach?
Yeah, well, I finally broke through out of the semifinals, so I'm really happy, to be in the final stage. But yeah, going against Caroline Marks, she's, the world champ from last year, and she's like the hardest competitor out there from last year. But yeah, really happy to take that one, and really just taking it heat by heat. I still feel like I just have another heat. I'm not trying to think about the finals, but I'm really excited.
And I know after you got knocked out at Pipeline, the only thing you wanted was an opportunity to battle it out with Molly and Katie in the finals. Now you get a chance against Molly here at Sunset. What is your strategy?
Yeah, Molly, she's the reigning champ from last year, so I'm super excited to go up against her. Yeah, she's caught in me a lot in all of my battles with her. Like, she's taken the win, but hopefully I can get this one. But other than that, I just want to put on my best performance and surf the way I surf and hopefully get the best waves.
We'll see you then. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your support.
Sakura, and looks like Jordy Smith coming up after getting rocked.
Yeah, and you can see in that wave from Jordy, like how he was able to be way more aggressive because he actually had the opportunity to have a steeper wall in front of him. Unfortunately, not being able to click on that last one, just getting buckled off as he was landing, very hard landing, not even a mistake right there. That's just how it goes sometimes. It's Sunset, there's a lot of water moving. But Kanoa also got a wave.
Here's another look at it.
Nice, beautiful wave from him. Huge hack. I love when you start like that carve with the backhand, with the hands behind your back, and then you just twist all your core. As you see right here, starting it with the hands on the back and just twisting, gaining all that energy that you can generate from your top part of the body. And that was a beautiful turn from him. See right here, backhand supporting and now bringing it all the way around, getting all the momentum that he generated, and you held through that moment, and that was a beautiful turn for him.
That Glenn Pang surfboard under his feet, looking money out here at Sunset. Here's Jordy on the replay.
Pretty similar, like kind of turns. Jordy a little bit more cut short because he had a second section coming ahead of him. But that's money right there. See how it's like when he's able to match the power to the wave and the wave has more steepness, that's the type of maneuver Jordy's going to do, and that was a massive layback for Jordy. And right here, redirecting, cutting it short that second bottom turn, so he was able to actually get in time for the closeout lip line turn. And you see it, scores are going to be rewarded even for those one big turns, and if he landed that, that would have been very critical. See right here, the lips just landed on top of him, and it's just a nightmare for you to come out of that.
Pretty interesting how close those scores are. A 5.8 for Kanoa Igarashi for this wave we just saw on replay, and a 5.67 for Jordy Smith, who's doing a board change with Garth Tarlow, his caddy, in the channel. Jordy came here with a 6'4", 2 6'5", and a 6'6" Smith shape, shaped by his dad, Graham Smith. So it's going to be interesting to see if he went up or down in length, or if something happened to that board in that wipeout.
That is true, Kaipo, because I feel like that board looked great. Like at least here, he might be feeling something different. It's always, when you're a surfer, you feel stuff that you can't see on camera or even live watching. So he might have buckled because that board looks great for him right there. Like he's just on rail, has a lot of speed, control, power, and that's what you want to have out here at Sunset.
So a slight advantage right now with Kanoa Igarashi. He does have heat control. He's got the lead and priority. Jordy Smith needs a 7-point ride. We know that Jordy's able to put up those kind of digits on a regular basis here at Sunset. Here we go with Kanoa activating and snapping off the top there, guiding his board all the way around. One more time, tight arc there on the second turn. Looks for more punchy potential at the end of this wave before it just tapers off. Smith behind him. Jordy gets axed as he sets up for a bottom turn.
That's a bummer for Jordy because that wave is spilling down the line right there. It was a beautiful wave. Unfortunately, got lipped.
It looked like it was one of those circumstances whether he was wondering whether to pull in or not, and he was just in that unfortunate error where everything just came down on his shoulders.
Yes, Kuiper, you're right. But it seems like he's out the back already, so at least in his favor, he's probably most likely going to get priority over Kanoa, which is lucky sometimes because there's a third wave right there, and he could get cleaned up all the way through. And Kanoa probably going to capitalize on his scores, as you see right here. Beautiful wave for Kanoa. Starting off with a nice tight carve, and right here he really opens up, gets that extra pump on the bottom turn, holds that rail for a long time and finish it off strong. I don't think he went 100% right there, but smart move because the wave also didn't match that power that he needed to in order to do that. And for Jordy right there, almost like maybe a missed time, like he went on a high line, waiting to set up, and surfers do that a lot if the wave is not quick enough, so you wipe off some speed. But as he came down, like he didn't measure that lip so properly and just got axed.
So still waiting for the score for Kanoa Igarashi and see if that helps his cause in semi-final number 1. Looking back at our packed beach, Kamehameha Highway, and the compound there. And there's Kanoa on the paddle back out. Igarashi waiting for the news from our on-site commentators for what his score is, and the number comes through. He's going to get the word out in the water that he just earned a 6.6. So he has Jordy Smith. He has extended his lead over Jordy. There's all the judges' scores. Wow, one went as high as 7.3.
Yeah, which was impressive because I did not think that wave was better than the first one. The first one was, even though it was one turn, is just so much more critical and so much harder to do. I like when they reward big turns that way because you're putting everything on the line. But overall, very well served wave in the situation of the heat and for what the wave gave him as far as opportunity. He delivered very well and smart, and yeah.
Well, can Jordy Smith come back? He's got priority. He needs a lucky number. He needs a 7.77 to overcome this guy, Kanoa Igarashi. We'll be back with the conclusion, semifinal number 1, after this.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Pacifico. Live life anchors up.
You know, like coming from our area, maybe Brownie had spent some time there, probably like was pretty close with Uncle D. Like Brownie charged and had respect on the North Shore. And then you guys, I mean, like Dane and Bobby surfed really well over there, but I never really thought they didn't put like as much time in there. But
yeah,
you,
those
Keith and Dan, like posted up.
Yeah, we posted up for sure. Like my Hawaiian family I'm very close with, and the Hill family, and they took care of so many of us guys. They really, really did. Like we used to be, that's so great. We got to crash all those years and eat all those years and melt down at your house for a day. Like you were like it was a really to this day stay in close touch, and it's getting to be with the Hawaiians meant a lot to us.
It's the Cold Beer Surf Club.
Well, welcome back to the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Let's take a look at the heat recap.
Let's check in with our heat check, where you can see the unabridged version of all the waves surf. Highlighted are the top 2 waves for each of our surfers, and top scores on the bottom of your screen, as well as each of the individual judges' scores and the country they are representing on tour. Semifinal number 1 with Kanoa Igarashi with the advantage over Jordy Smith. That's our heat check.
Yeah, if Jordy only had landed that second turn on the 5.67 right there, he would be looking very good to probably get that score that he's requiring right now. But that's just how it rolls sometimes.
Well, yeah, Jordy does have to get it done and get that lucky number under the priority of Kanoa Igarashi. Take another look at that wave.
Yeah, as you see right here, just kind of, once again, like a wave that's not giving him much of an opportunity in order to really lay it down, but beautiful surfing overall. Just wasn't able to find that section with steepness and power, so he could actually match the power with his surfing and engage his rails. So unfortunately there for him. I think he wasted priority also on that wave, which it could cost a lot for him in this situation of the heat. And let's see how it's going to roll out.
Yeah, let's see the history between these two competitors as we bring up their head-to-head matchups. 4 for Jordy, 1 for Kanoa. Kanoa beating Jordy in 2016 at Pipe in the quarterfinals. Jordy got the best of Kanoa Igarashi. 2019 is semis in Portugal. 2019 in the round of 16 at Bells. 2017, remember that heat, round 3 in Tahiti, and 2016 in round 3 at Margaret River.
Crazy stats right there as far as consistency. Like everything is almost excellent for Jordy Smith right there. That's incredible.
Especially when these two come together in the heat. They bring out the best of each other and they bring out big numbers. So that's what we're expecting here. Igarashi uses his priority, fades a bottom turn. Mid-face hook there. Delays that bottom turn again. Slashes off the top. Throwing spray to the wind. And a little disappointed in the body language as he exited that wave, Jesse.
Yeah, it's always searching for that pocket and couldn't really find it. The wave just, the foam was kind of eating the wave out, you know, like pushing it too much, and you'd always trying to fade and find that coping or the lip to hit it or something critical. And the wave wasn't just given the opportunity to Kanoa. And I know the fact that he's bummed is because he pulled the trigger on that wave and he's not capitalizing now. You know, it's on Jordy's court. He has priority, and 13 minutes and 30 seconds for what we've seen this last few heats. There's been a lot of opportunity, a lot of great waves.
So, as anticipated, that score, that last wave for Kanoa Igarashi, is going to come in under the mark. And Jordy Smith, if he's able to make it through this heat and into the final, then Jordy will be wearing yellow into stop number 3, the male Rip Curl Pro in Portugal. The last time Jordy was wearing that yellow jersey would have been 2017 in France, where he went down to Mark Lacomar, and Lacomar was a wild card, and he lost that yellow jersey then. So Jordy, opportunity for what every surfer on the CT's favorite color is, yellow.
I know. Or at least if it's not their favorite, they're aiming for that to be their favorite. That's a dream.
The dream's to be in yellow. If Jordy does not make it out of this heat, I believe that John Florence will be wearing yellow. We'll confirm that.
Looks like something stacking on the back right there. Hopefully one of those guys. Oh, Jordy in position.
Jordy snapping off the top there. 6'3" frame puts extreme leverage on his board rails and throws a lot of spray. Looking in command, did that wave have enough on hand?
Man, that was amazing surfing from Jordy right there. I actually gotta say he might have gone into a shorter board maybe, because he looks a little bit faster, more dynamic, and he's getting smoked. He just got smoked right there. Inside bow, it's pretty critical usually, and you don't want to get caught right there, even though it's a smaller wave, but still a lot of power. But amazing wave from him, as you see right here. This is what I was talking about. This wave actually had more of a curve and steepness, and he's just able to unleash right there. Massive layback. I love this drawn out bottom turn right there, perfectly into that nice carve. And the wave dies off a little bit here, but there's a lot of damage done in that wave so far. So beautiful surfing, as you see it right here. Just applying the right pressure at the right time. Very calm in the bottom turns and able to go around that section and unleash on that carve. Beautiful surfing for Jordy right there. I think as far as this is the best combination of turns we had so far in this heat. Back to back, beautiful turns for him. Bringing it all the way around, as you see it right there. Compressing in the end, really putting an exclamation point. And right here is just, the rest is just complimentary.
10 minutes remaining, and waiting for the number to come through for Jordy Smith. Again, Jordy makes it into the final. He will have the yellow leader's jersey. Jordy comes short of that final. John Florence will be wearing the yellow jersey, stop number 3, the male Rip Curl Pro in Portugal. You can see semifinal number 2 getting ready. It's going to be Ryan Calnan, RCal, up against the 2019 champ out here at Sunset, Jack Robinson. Score comes in for Jordy Smith. Not enough. A 6.67, needed a 7.77. He has reduced his requirement, however, to just a 7-point ride. And Jordy coming up short, but did reduce the requirement. And there's a look at all the numbers there, Jesse.
Yeah, if you break it down, it's very obvious in the judges' eyes that they want the commitment, they want the aggression on committed sections. And even though Kanoa had only a 1 turn for that 7, he was the most committed turn off the heat so far by a good gap. And Jordy right there, as much as he comboed it up, the wave wasn't really giving him the opportunity to commit that hard, and that's kind of reflected in all his waves besides the 5.67 that he ended up falling on the closeout, because that would have been a big score for him.
Yeah, Jordy Smith has to pull back some memories from this place, Sunset Beach, where Jordy had a turning point in his career, a bright spot here on the North Shore. Jordy Smith in a final here, 2016. Jordy was up against Federico Moraes, Tori Meister, and Tanner Gudauskas. World Cup of Surfing. It was a 4-man final in 2016, but you could tell from early on that Jordy Smith and Sunset Beach had a special place for each other. Power surfing meets a big canvas. Skipping the fins out there, Jordy Smith shocked us to the podium, and a World Cup title for number 23. Remember that year?
Yes, I do. Actually, the waves are very good. Not as good as today, but there's good waves. I surfed that morning. I lost in the quarters to Tori, actually, so yeah, the waves are kind of firing. But this seems a little cleaner, a little bit better direction. We usually have, during that time of year, a lot of more north swells. So the inside bow usually really being kind of what the part of the reef that we were surfing, and now being in February, just those clean northwest swells, just kind of deeper into peak, just this beautiful peaks coming.
Yeah. Yeah, to frame that up, that used to be held in late November, the World Cup of Surfing here at Sunset Beach, and now it's a championship tour event getting held here in late February. So, like you said. Here's our heat recap. Kanoa Igarashi started off one turn for 7 points.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of big scores for one turns, and right there, that was so committed, so much speed down the line. Started lateral and was able to hold that rail the whole time. And right here, another beautiful. That was textbook for Kanoa, that turn right there. And you see here the difference of commitment that the wave was providing. You know, like a little bit slower wave, not as steep. So that's what's keeping the score for Jordy a little bit on the lower side in Kanoa's. Nothing against his surfing, because his surfing has been on point. Just the opportunities that he got, it was a little bit less powerful and less critical.
Jordy taking a look at this wave here under the priority of Kanoa Igarashi. He's going to get away from him. Here we go. Jordy Smith. Long bottom turn, short radius top turn, dropping right back into the critical section. But that's all he's going to get. That's probably why Kanoa did not go on that wave holding priority.
Yeah, smart choice there for Kanoa. But it's hard to pull that trigger right there. It's not simple. Like making the smartest decision at this moment. Kanoa, props for him.
Igarashi on his 8th year on the championship tour. Best finish was in 2022, where he made that final 5. Look at the career Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. His heat-winning percentage at 85%. We saw that best wave score of a 9.77. He's surfed 13 heats out here, and he's won 11 of those 13 heats for that 85%.
Great stats there for him. Not an easy wave to have those stats.
Moving through here, another set, and the set is shifting ever so slightly on the reef. Kanoa with priority. A couple of choices coming through here. He looks back on the beach, realizes he's under the 5-minute mark. He's controlling this heat. He's got the lead, he's got priority. Just needs to play a smart 4 minutes and 15 seconds.
Yes, that's what he needs to do right now. He's controlling it, has priority, sitting in a good spot right there, a little bit under Jordy, so letting Jordy make the decision first in order for him to see if he should block him or not. He's even going to pedal a little bit down even. Like, give him a little bit more of a gap and more time for him to actually process the wave that is coming, and seeing if Jordy is even interested. See the gap, like he really made that gap a little bit wider. So give him another second to decide in order to pull the trigger or not.
Waves coming through here, and you can see a beautiful, beautiful aerial shot. See straight through the water, and some of the bathymetry here, the reef that makes up Sunset Beach, the long channel, Paumalu, made from Paumalu, the stream that the freshwater created this channel, and also the Hawaiian name for this surf break. So Olelo Hawaii, Mahina Olelo Hawaii is the month of Hawaiian language, and there's different kinds of water, Jesse. There's fresh water like the Paumalu stream, In Hawaiian, that's vai. There's the near shore water that we're seeing right here. Everyone's surfing. That's the kai. And then there's the deep, deep blue, almost purple ocean water that you voyage in between islands on, and that's the moana. I wanted to fit in some more Hawaiian language as we're celebrating the Hawaiian Language Month, and just thought this was appropriate with all the different blues and different waters that we're seeing right here.
Totally appropriate, Kipes. And I had no clue about that. Looks like we have some sets stacking up. Look, like when you have those like long period swells, it just stacks up so beautifully. Look, all those lines coming in. Like, probably freaks you out if you're Kanoa right now, knowing all those waves are coming.
Oh, Jordy can't get into it. Kanoa's going to stay guard right there. He's down the line, right, Jesse? He's down the line. He's just waiting for Jordy to try to catch a wave, and he's going to impose his priority. Look at this play.
This is exactly what I said. He's going to give time to see if Jordy's going to pull the trigger for him to do it.
Oh, he's going to let him go. Jordy Smith with an opportunity. Needs a 7-point ride. Start off with a roundhouse cutback, and that is not the 7 he was looking for. Second wave of the set, and Kanoa's not going to get tricked into that at all. He's going to try to control the lineup. Jordy trying to get sneaky on the inside. Needs something dynamic on the inside here for a 7-point ride. Awkward first turn, gets a snap there, back in rhythm. Tries to throw an air, and that was such difficult water and just wave in general to try to throw an air on.
100%, and also not just the wave, the wind plays a huge factor usually for airs. Guys are usually looking at that more than anything when they're paddling out to see if it's a good air wind, which you want to go up the wave, so it's going against you, so it actually holds the board under your foot, and this strong offshore winds blowing from the back are the opposite of that. So props to him to actually nail that and have his board under the foot, but then just the rest just got stuck on foam.
Here we go. Kanoa, this is going to be a ride in with just 20 seconds. And a ride in to his second Sunset final in 3 years. So the stats are building for Kanoa Igarashi. Solid with surfing like that. Solid finish and preparation time for the men's final for number 50, Kanoa Igarashi. Absolutely free seating, by the way, here at the sands of Sunset Beach. Take a look at the numbers. 7-point ride and a 6.6 backup for Igarashi was enough to earn himself his spot into his second Hurley Pro Sunset Beach final. Jordy Smith leading the Hawaii leg with a decent standing. Quarterfinals at Pipeline, semifinals at Sunset. Jordy Smith is looking good at the beginning of the year. Semifinal number 2 on the way when we return. Ryan Calnan, Jack Robinson going to battle for a spot in the final.
going straight into the barrel. Jack Robinson.
Kept on doing it, bro. Cranking off the bottom, lights it up.
How are you making it look so easy?
I have no idea what's gotten into me. Sunset's been notoriously tricky for my whole career.
Semi-final 2 out in the water on this beautiful Hawaiian afternoon. Ryan Calnan up against Jack Robinson. The winner is going to face off against Kanoa Igarashi in the final here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. And breaking news, John Florence will be wearing yellow to stop number 3, the male Rip Curl Pro in Portugal. That's going to be the first time that John's won yellow since his victory in 2021 at Pipe, where he was on that yellow jersey into the Newcastle Pro. So John secures that yellow leader's jersey. Jesse could be the year of John.
I mean, you always count those guys to be their year, to tell you the truth. Like, they're just in that level of surfing. Their confidence usually is pretty high because they're usually performing pretty well. So, yeah, it could be John's year, no doubt about it. There's obviously a lot of names to be the contenders, mostly going into the top 5 at lowers. But John is one of the names.
Yeah, definitely have him in the conversation as long as he's staying healthy. John Florence. Let's turn our attention here to Ryan Calnan. Ryan Calnan, 31 years old. His best showing so far in his career at Sunset Beach with this semi-final finish. 6 years on tour for Ryan Calnan. And he, a world championship title, or world circuit title, has eluded him. But he's had 2 runner-up finish on the championship tour. Just came off of a runner-up finish last year at Bells Beach, and in 2018 as a wild card in France, Ryan was able to get that runner-up finish. Julian Wilson won that final. Jack Robinson, we know about Jack and the start there. Jack Robinson, 26 years old, 4th year on the championship tour. Jack, in just 4 years, has accumulated 5 CT wins. That's quick work in a short amount of time for Western Australia's Jack Robinson. Open priority still out in the water. And Jack taking a breather here. A new father has added some inspiration and motivation into his life. Very, very talented surfer, especially here at Sunset, where he's won a title here at Sunset 2019. You saw that little shuffle at the beginning, but it's just open priority.
Yes, totally open priority, but I like to, it's good to mention that Cat and Mouse play in the beginning of the heat, and Jack obviously had no chances of catching that wave because he was way too far underneath, but he just made Callan doubt a little bit. It made him look at him, and that split second made him just lose the attention and be a little bit too late and go over the falls.
Kanoa Igarashi, how does it feel to be back in another Sunset final? Let's find out, AJ.
Yeah, Kaipo, we were just talking about the last time you made a finals on the championship tour was right here at Sunset in 2022. How have you maintained your relationship with this wave all throughout today to get back to the finals?
Just smiling and having fun. You know, having Mr. Sunset himself, Jake Patterson, in my corner helps a lot too, and it's just nice to be in the water and you know, kind of try and pull in information from all the times that I've surfed out there and looking at lineups and stuff. To be honest, the lineups today are so off. Since, you know, like all the times I've ever surfed Sunset, I feel like I'm surfing a different part of the reef that I've never surfed before. So I made my own lineup today, and it's sort of working. So, well, it's really fun. You know, the waves are really clean, and the swell feels like it's turning more north, and it's kind of you know, the good ones are a little bit harder to find now, but just trying to, I guess, pick them as best as possible. I definitely took off on a few waves I didn't need to.
Well, whatever you did, it's working. You're on to the finals here at Sunset. Anything you want to say to friends and fans back home before we let you go get ready for it?
Yeah, I just want to say hi to everybody watching in cyber world. Here we are. We're into the finals. I'm super excited to keep surfing. You know, I woke up today and I knew I had to get 6 good waves, and we're down to 2 more good waves. So I just want to keep going. And そうですね。あと日本のファンの皆さんにも本当にこれが最後のプッシュということで、ね、やっぱり久しぶりのファイナルでまた新しい緊張さが出てきてるけど、その中でもなるべく自分のことに集中して、板もすごい調子いいことで、このまま続いてあと2本ということで頑張るので、みんなの応援をよろしくお願いします。
I love the simplifying the mission. 6 good waves. He woke up this morning, knew he needed to surf quarters, semis, and finals. Broke it down. I just need 6 good waves for the win.
Yeah, and that makes things a little bit weight off your shoulders if you think that way, because if for a guy on his level to get 6 good waves a day, it's not an impossible task. But if you're thinking about going against your opponents and trying to win Sunset, it seems like a way bigger picture. So good of him to simplify that, and I'm sure Jake in his corner also making that like clear in his head.
Yeah. Good mind space for Kanoa Igarashi. No waves ridden so far in semifinal number 2. Surfers are scratching and seeking positions in the lineup. Kanoa did, have a feel that the swell is coming of a more northerly aspect, so that's going to move the takeoff zone. We can see the surfers moving further up to the point. Jack Robinson's going to get the inside and get the first wave. Easy top turn for Jack. Looks back. Saw there was no future in that wave and kicks out. Hands of priority over to Ryan Kalman.
Yeah, and it happens sometimes. I like the paddle battle right there. No one's giving an inch to the other, and you see Ryan up and riding.
Arcal, steady off the bottom, carving off the top. Fades that bottom turn, leverage off the bottom, and a nice lip glide on the backhand for Ryan Kalman. So early advantage is going to go to Arcal at the beginning stages of this heat.
Yeah. Ryan, even though he had kind of like he was sitting in a deeper spot, but Jack was very smart to just start paddling under him. Unfortunately, the wave turned out to be kind of shouldery, but if it would have been a good wave, that would have been a very smart decision and tactics. As you see right here, like he was, Ryan was deeper, but Jack cut it short and went deeper than him underneath without him Ryan even seeing and noticed. I mean, he noticed, he knew they were both battling, but Jack was just a little faster. But in the end, it rolled out that the second wave was better, so it didn't matter anyways. Nice first turn here for Ryan, and very critical finish and vertical right there. Very tight in the pocket. Good surfing for him. Not seeing that coming in a huge score, but it's a good way to start a heat.
It's a good feeling to get the advantage early on. Like you said, it doesn't necessarily always equal success, but I think Ryan Kalman will take that 5.17 that he's just getting an earful of from our on-site reporters. Here we go with Robinson up on the point, and that one again, super tapered on the angle. So no wall in front of him, he decides to kick out.
Yeah, Jack's in that situation now because the waves are so good. You expect people, those athletes, to get high scoring waves every time, but it's slowed down a bit. Ryan most likely already has a backup if things roll out to how the previous heats have been going on, high scoring. And Jack really needs to kind of be patient and wait for the next set and make sure he's in the right wave of the set to capitalize. And it looks like they're stacking up right now.
More waves up on the point. Jack Robinson stays in position. Jack Robinson, with that early kick out, does maintain priority on the field. Second wave of the set, as we zoom from above, may have a longer wall to it. Robinson turning around, looking slightly interested, decides to let that wave go by. You can see where we are at Sunset Beach, further up on the point.
Yeah, and that set came very TP, like just energy in one spot, concentrated. So what that does, you take off and you have a lot of energy, but then it dissipates pretty quickly. Kind of want a wave that comes with more energy down the line, and you can aim it down and you can see it, identify that there's opportunities down the line, and you can get multiple turns. Otherwise, you're going to take off on those TPA frame waves and it's going to disappear on you like it happened on Jack's first ride.
Yeah, and when we look at the lineup, we see two kind of groups of whitewater, right? We have where the surfers are, and it's more kind of pretty much the bowl, you know, here, where the more westerly waves are going to hit, or the middle. And then further up on the top of your screen, you have the point, where yesterday a lot of the women's competition, we were up there, more on at Sunset Point. This size, Jesse, is a confusing size because it's not quite big enough a lot of times for the middle, but it's not worth maybe going up to the point either.
Yes, because this wave here on the bow is more critical, so the judges are really going to reward that. There's more water moving, so it's harder, more pressure, more power. And the wave up top usually seems to get a little smaller in size. Even though it's easier to surf, it just doesn't have the scoring potential as the bow has. And yesterday, like you mentioned, the girls started kind of up the point because the swell was smaller. And it went through that stage as we're having right now, that it's kind of in between, and then it grew towards the middle of the day, and really everything kind of focused on the bow. Right now they're in that middle portion of the reef, and it's kind of tricky, like where do I go? Like, do I pull the trigger and start riding waves, or should I just wait for that 10 to 15 minute lows to get that good one out the back here? It's a tricky one. Jordy kind of had to aim it for the smaller waves and didn't pay off so much. Cano, on the other hand, just waited and got rewarded.
These guys waiting for a set, and it gives us an opportunity to look back to 2019 here at Sunset, where Jack Robinson was on fire, off the bottom, off the top, looking to qualify for the championship tour, and he did that right here at Sunset. He was in the final against Ezekiel Lau, Ethan Ewing, and Maui's Cody Young. But time after time again, Robinson was able to string turns and barrels together out here at Sunset for a win and eventual championship tour qualification. One to remember for Jack Robinson. Back to live action here, and Jack is searching for a score up against Ryan Calnan.
And how are those inside bowls? That looked like backdoor. It's crazy how hollow that wave was getting and how it was running down the line. And Jack is just that good at those conditions and these conditions. No matter how it is at Sunset, he's just a freak.
Well, here's their Sunset analytics. His heat winning percentage here at Sunset Beach, 69%. Pretty good percentage there. This is his second semifinal appearance. And his best heat score, he just had it today, 17.67.
Yeah, that's a huge combination anywhere, but especially at Sunset, it's so tricky for you to get big scores out here.
And to frame that, that's just, those analytics and those numbers are just from CT events. When we look back at 2019, that was a qualifying series event back there. So, you know, we've had, this event's been a qualifying series. From 2004 to 2019, this event was a qualifying series. In the past 2 years, this event is a championship tour event. So that's when we talk about statistics, we're using a 3-year comparison for the men when we put all those numbers together. I had to get that.
That's straight.
Because I'm a surf turkey, and I want to get my numbers right. You know, I spit out a lot of numbers all day long, Jesse. So here we go.
You're right.
Jack Robinson mounting a comeback right now. Vicious second turn for Robinson. Looking at placing the lip. Quick feet, but not quick enough for that clamping final section. The 3.35 will take him to the lead. I dare say that he's going to get that number.
Yes, no doubt about it. He's probably going to get that number in the first turn itself. That was a great way for him. Unfortunately, he ran a little bit too much that last end section for him to really finish on a good note. But as you see here, beautiful wave, waited and paid off. Nice, very tight carve in here where he gets more aggressive. On that second turn, just pushing at the back foot, getting very tight. And right here, just a little bit late. Nothing that he could have done really to make that better, but beautiful surfed wave. You see it bringing it all the way back around. Right in that pocket, you could see that there's a lope, like kind of a bump going through, and he just found that sweet spot. Once again, right here, just pushing it more, getting it more vertical. The judges are going to like that wave. That was well served.
And it just shows you the potential, right, for Jack, who's been putting through big numbers this entire comp, what his potential to go excellent once again. So still waiting for the number, suspecting that it will turn this heat in Jack Robinson's favor. We're going to wait for that number. Actually, we're going to take a break. We're going to froth up some Bonsoy. We're taking a Bonsoy brew break. We'll come back with that number and the situation. Did Jack Robinson get the score on this wave? We'll let you know after this.
Medal for Brazil.
That's a deserving spot to achieve an Olympic gold.
It's the biggest sports stage in the world.
Really looking forward to be on that platform.
It's been a huge goal of mine.
I will hope that I can make everybody proud.
Gonna have to play to see.
Guarantee that I'm going to be there.
To inspire the next generation. That will and that want to win is stronger than I've ever felt.
Yeah, it's an Olympic year. We're going to see it go down in Tahiti. Te Ava, Hawaii, Te Haupo, there at the end of the road. But right now, we're concentrating on an epic finals day here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Stop number 2 on the championship tour. We went to break, teasing a score for Jack Robinson. Did he turn the heat? He sure did. 7-point ride for Jack Robinson. And he takes the lead over Ryan Calnan. And that lead is just a temporary lead because during that last break, Arcal got a wave, and this is what happened. 5.07, Arcal retakes the lead, Jesse.
Yes, as you see right here, that was the previous wave. He took off and had a weird wobble, but then paddling back out, he found this wave halfway through and just unleashed right there. Look how much control like he's having on the turns. He's just relaying so much on that rail on the bottom turn and getting a lot of projection and drive, and as he hits the lip, he's just in total control of the maneuver, and yeah, getting rewarded and a good score for a one turn.
Turns the heat, but the requirement for Jack Robinson is a small one, 3.24. So this is setting up really to be a seesaw battle in semifinal number 2, Jesse, where I feel that the winner is going to be, the winner's going to win on the final exchange out here.
Yeah,
it's so close.
It's been kind of like that. Even the heats that we had massive scores, the waves are so good that you can't discard anyone. Everyone's been ripping all day, and this situation hasn't been different. but slightly advantage right now. Not slightly, but a decent advantage right now for Jack. Even though he's in second place, he does have a much higher score, almost about 2 points on that, on the high score of the heat. Having a 7-point ride and Ryan Coleman at 5.17, that gives good confidence if you're sitting in that position.
Yeah, especially, you know, for Jack, who's had, this is like Ryan's best result at Sunset. So he's starting to feel the groove, right? But he doesn't have kind of the spiritual memories of a lot of success out here. Jack Robinson, on the other hand, does. He's had a lot of successful heats out here, both on the QS level. He came over here as a young, bowl-cut, blonde Australian kid. He had a pro junior that was held here, and I'm thinking back to the year, must have been 2014 or so. It was proper 10-foot out here, some 12-foot sets. Jack Robinson came over here as a visitor, cleaned up the entire crew, took the win in that pro junior in big, epic Sunset Beach, and I feel like, and he was probably, well, look, he's 26 now. He was probably, we're looking years back, he was probably 16 at the time, 15 or 16 years old. And that's really when, you know, Jack Robinson appeared on, at least on my radar, and to a lot of us on the North Shore, appeared on their radar. Speaking of the North Shore zone, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, the queen of Haleiwa, is going to be coming up in the women's final after the conclusion of this heat, up against her good friend, Molly Picklum.
Yeah, that's going to be an awesome battle. New generation at its best right there. Both of them really pushing impressively, mostly at pipe with that heat we had with them a few days back, or 2 weeks back, something around then. Just excited to see them go head-to-head again in the finals at Sunset.
Yeah, we're calling it the heat of the year, the semifinal between those two. And so we know what they're capable of, and we've already witnessed the incredible surfing by both of those as they push each other. Here we go with Ryan Calnan scratching into this one under the priority of Jack Robinson. Calnan just maybe a repositioning, or just realized that that wave had no future in it.
Yeah, had a lot of bump and lump going through it, and Jack up and righted.
Here we go with Jack Robinson. Slashing turn to open up. Carves all the way back. 2 turns and a fist pump. Jack Robinson chipping away at it. Surely he's going to get the score that he needs. A 3.24. He's going to get that. And probably a little extra and take the lead off of Ryan Calnan.
Yeah, that was excellent surfing for Jack. Beautiful wave. As you see it right here, very calm, waiting for that steep moment right there and just unleashing, putting all his weight on the back foot, pressuring, throwing buckets, and right here just very smart. Kept it critical, kept the board on rail, and finished it strong. Right here, laying the rail, basically the whole inside rail. All his weight is on top of that. Coming out right here, got very calm, waited for the perfect moment, just bringing everything around. Look at his eyes, it's looking all the way back to the foam. And that's what makes this turn so special, because it makes it extended, it makes it complete, and he finishes on his foot very comfortably.
And he knows it. And watch the dismount here. There he goes. That's someone who's been on a ski once or twice.
Hey, he's done that a lot of times.
Just the comfort and being the awareness, right? Well, the score for Jack Robinson has clearly turned the heat in his favor. That performance for Jack came in at an 8-point ride. Jack Robinson, he goes excellent and now puts a ton of pressure on Ryan Calnan. Ryan needs a near perfect 9.83 to take the lead off of Jack Robinson. So Jack really like lighting up in the back half of semifinal number 2. There's all of the numbers there. Pretty unanimous on the score for an 8.
Yeah, I think it was, I mean, you can't ever say that it's a simple task, but it was excellent surfing on a good wave. Like, you expect it to come close to an excellent range wave, and the judges were right on top. I don't think they were stressing too much on that one. It was the best wave of the heat. He delivered to us, and it was great surfing.
Jack waving his hands, signal to the on-site commentators that he wants an update. He's now going to be aware of the position that he's in, and now that he's in a strong lead over Ryan Callanan. Ryan's going to hear the same message and realize he's got some work to be done. One thing going in the Novocastrians' favor is that Ryan does have priority.
Yeah, that's going to play in his favor.
Strider, what do you got for us?
Just the clean rails of Jack Robinson and how, you know, that first assault on the corner was so clean and so strong. You know, Richard Dog March is out here for Ryan Callanan, and you know, he's just going, wow, that was such an incredibly clean turn. And that's the type of stuff that's going to get you those big scores. It's just when you can lay into that rail and drive all the way through a turn like that and then back it up with another one, you're going to come up with some big scores. And you know what? Jack's looking really solid.
Yeah, he went excellent. An 8-point ride for that last wave. Jack Robinson on that performance. Jack pushing the issue here on Ryan. Ryan's going to take the bait and use his priority. Frothy face here for Ryan Callanan. Caught on his heels, muscles a nice backhand carve, throws it up there in some difficult water, and is able to do it twice. That was not an easy way to surf.
Dude, you got a magic board under your foot right there, because once he took off, that was like snowboarding on powder. Like, there's so much whitewash. You could see that it's so hard for you to engage your rails and fins because there's so much air with water.
Yeah.
And he just ignored that.
And not like snowboarding on like first run powder where it's clean. That was snowboarding on cut up, chunky powder. Here's the replay.
Very hard to do. Like, look at that. Like, how much water is moving, and just he ignored it. Like, beautiful first clean turn, kind of setting up for this beautiful finish right here. Very critical, accelerated. Like, that means he pushes back foot right on the perfect time, sweet spot, and just getting exclamation on that last turn. And that was incredible surfing. If that wave would have been clean from the beginning, he would have been looking in a massive score. But because there was so much whitewash mixed with water, it just makes it things a little bit tricky, but he did as much as he could.
Sure did. 5.8 does slightly reduce his requirement. That needs a 9.2 at this moment. Heat control with Jack Robinson. Jack with priority, Jack with a big lead. 5:45 on the clock. And looking forward to the next time Jack gets to his feet, because he's just been such a joy to watch through this entire competition. He's really been one of the most informed surfers from the opening round.
No doubt, and he usually is out here. And one thing that I want to mention, like, he went out pretty early at Pipeline, and it's crazy how good of a mindset he has lately. Like, I think he's one of the strongest, like, keeping himself in the game always, no matter the circumstances. And losing early for a guy like Jack at Pipe, it costs a lot because it's one of his favorite waves, and he's a favorite out there. So coming into Sunset, he just wiped it all off and started fresh, and he's providing right here.
Yeah, a great reset for Jack Robinson after a 17th place finish at Pipe, stop number 1, where that's a disappointing finish for Jack Robinson at a wave that he loves and that he's performed really well at in the past. I mean, he's won it.
Yeah, no doubt. Like,
he was a defending champ, and then to get a 17th next year, that's tough.
And to get a 17 on a smaller backdoor day against the Goofy Footer, which the Goofy Footer is a specialist in backside to riding Ramsey Bukian, but still you do have the advantage. You're in the front side, the barrels are small and running down the line, and I'm sure that hurt him a lot, but the way he was able to regroup and forget what's left behind and really perform here, it's impressive.
See Ryan paddling under the priority of Jack Robinson. Ryan Callanan is going to take another one. Another foamy face, and you can see the fins just skip out there for Ryan Callanan. Let's take a look at our heat recap and all the happenings Jack Robinson started off with a 7-point ride here.
Yeah, just overall better wave selection for him. Both surfers really laying it down, some amazing rail turns. But Jack identifying those cleaner, bigger waves. As you see it right here, this is just excellent surfing on a very good wave. Laying it down, a huge power gash, and right here just bringing the board all the way around, conscious of what he is needing to do and executing perfectly. And Ryan, his best wave here, look how tricky that wave is to surf, but he still was able to surf as good as he could on that wave. The second turn here, accelerating, hitting the lip line as good as he gets.
And back to the 3-minute mark in semifinal number 2. All the scores and waves ridden up on the scoreboard there. 6 waves for Arcal, 5 waves for Jack Robinson. Ryan Callanan on his 7th wave here. Nice face, nice stop, top carve for Callanan. Back up again, nice attack to the lip there. Getting rhythm down the line. 2 big turns, needs a finish under the lip hook. And Ryan Callanan now starting to claw his way back. Jack Robinson right behind him. Lengthy time on the rail there, just laying back into that turn. Hooks it again. Banks it in the troubled water for the finish. Nice exchange between the 2 semifinalists.
Yeah, that's exactly what I just mentioned. Ryan was just a wave selecting, and right now he found a great wave under priority. He's back in the game. He doesn't have too much time, and Jack, on the other hand, on the second wave of the set, looked like he did some damage as well. Both surfing amazing. Jack actually looked at that wave and didn't want to take it. He might have got caught right there actually from that foam, but beautiful first opening turn right here, just setting up for the second and third turn. As you see it tight in the pocket, a little bit more aggression in it, and just an under the lip right there. So tight, very hard to do it, a lot of control. Beautiful wave from him, and a little smoother face here for Jack for the beginning. As you see it, he was able to get more on rail and just unleash that turn. Got a little bit caught, but the second turn is just sharp, like on rail, perfect executed, and finish it off strong. Both very good waves, very well served. But check out this turn right here, just laying it so much that he's putting his body in the water. That's why all that water kind of got him getting mixed up right there, and second turn just the opposite, just clean and perfect. A lot of speed, both on rail, and beautiful. That was great surfing from him.
Strider.
Yeah, that was super fun to watch, and Ryan Callanan paddling back out literally said, "Get out of my way." It was just psyching on the paddle through. Molly and Betty just getting ready for their heat, watching everything, like really the biggest smiles on their face, and so excited to see the guys going at it and ripping through turns. The vibe out here is just elevating as each wave goes by, so it's really fun to watch.
Thanks, Strider. Let's get you caught up on the numbers. Ryan Callanan, his last effort did reduce the requirement for him, a 7.3. Arcal now needing a 7.71. That number has changed. He now needs an 8.8 because Jack Robinson, Jack went excellent once again. An 8.1 on the last effort from Jack Robinson. And that is going to be, it's going to seal the deal for Jack Robinson. He went excellent again. 16.1 heat total for Jack Robinson, setting up an incredible final between Kanoa Igarashi and Jack Robinson.
Yeah, Jack really always one step ahead of Ryan on that heat. Started better and finished better.
Well, that men's final is going to be one to look out for, especially with Jack Robinson going excellent over and over again here at Sunset. Next up, speaking of finals, our women's final will be in the water with 2 bright stars in women's professional surfing. Molly Picklum is going to be coming up against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson for the women's final here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach after this. Pickles up into the lip. Big explosion behind her, and what a turn.
Setting up off the bottom, knifes it, tail drops, a huge maneuver.
Let's see.
As we go into the barrel with Betty Lou.
Well, I finally broke through out of the semifinals, so I'm really happy, to be in the final stage.
Welcome to the newest, freshest rivalry we've got on tour. Molly Picklum versus Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in the final of the main event. Watching Molly Picklum already start off this heat as she kicks out right out in front. And Betty Lou will be positioned with priority. Just the young guns enjoying this final rematch from what we saw at the semifinal stage at stop number 1 at Pipeline. World number 2, Molly Picklum, Betty Lou, world number 3 entering this event, but as we all know, the yellow jersey is on the line. If Betty Lou can win this final, she'll be wearing bright yellow heading into Portugal. In the live rankings, it's going to Molly at the moment. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, a CT Ripper in her time, Flick. This is all about the changing of the guard. It's proven in the last 2 events. Now, Molly versus Betty Lou. It's almost impossible to pick a favorite.
Oh, it really is. These two have been the absolute standouts all event, even during Pipeline as well. And to continue that momentum to Sunset, where it's such a different wave. I mean, I take my hats off to both women. You couldn't play it out better than this. I mean, number 2 seed, number 3 seed, whoever wins gets that yellow jersey. And this is just such a crazy rivalry. They just had that semi-final finish at Pipe together, and yeah, it's on again.
As we look at the numbers, I was looking at Molly Picklum's road to the final at Pipeline, and even after the final outcome, finishing second to Katie Simmers, where she gathered 70.07 points, so over 70 points throughout her run compared to Katie's 55. You can analyze that in different ways. As we see the final, entering this final for Betty Lou, and for Molly, it's almost even, 52.5 for Picklum, 53.6 for Betty Lou. And it goes just back to Molly's single maneuver that will probably be referenced for the rest of time, a 9.67, and then the 9.17 from Betty Lou, getting barreled and having an aggressive combination in the opening round.
Yeah, the level of surfing has just totally risen. I think Kaipo said it in the heat when we were calling Molly when she got that 9.67 for that single maneuver. It's probably the most aggressive we've ever seen a woman attack a big section at Sunset like that ever in history.
When Molly Picklum went over to her caddy and coach Glenn Micro Hall after that turn, she was just like, that's a 10, that's a 10. And I think Micro was kind of telling me when a surfer feels that, you know something phenomenal just went down. Didn't quite get the perfect number, but it was one of those moments where it's kind of out of body for her, just letting her talent shine, all the hard work and effort, and then the miracle of pro surfing, managing all the unpredictable elements. Whales out the back, and Micro in the channel with a really cool hat.
Oh.
Abe Lerner was on the ski. He's one of the biggest members of the Hawaiian Water Patrol, and he's just doing his own commentating as he's on the ski, watching Molly wind up. And he's going, yes, 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 as she's bottom turning. And as she goes, he's going, no, 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 because that section was that gnarly. And then pulled it. So it was definitely that moment in time where Molly just had the beach just up in arms, just freaking out.
Well, she had a funny comment in the post-heat interview with AJ. She said, look, I was either going to die or I was going to make it. It was just such a consequential moment there, and she just pulled it off.
A little bit of a rib on this one. It's already wedging across the face of this wave. Overhead on the first section. Nice sweeping cutty for Molly Picklum. Foam climb punch on the hollow part of the wave. And another whip on the shoulder. Betty Lou's on the one behind it. Nice reach for that wrapping cut back. Sakura now getting off the bottom, throwing some spray on that power wrap. Great answer to Molly Picklum.
Yeah, that was a really, really good answer, and 2 great waves in succession. Molly's wave was an interesting one. It had so many ribs in the face of the wave, and it could have gone one of 2 ways. It would have completely worked against her, but for some reason, where she placed her turns, it just seemed to work. So, yeah, that was a great first exchange. Those first 2 numbers that the girls have, you've got to be thinking they're going to be replaced. And here we go. We'll break down Molly So this one, you can really see those ribs in the face of the wave, but the timing was perfect where she hit that first section. She just threw a lot of spray and then straight up into the lip. I thought she was going to fall off the board there, but somehow she just regained that center of gravity. This was Betty straight out behind Molly into a more sort of lateral carve there, but this second section, she really got to put the board on rail, and that section really got a lot steeper. So 2 turns from Betty versus sort of 2.5 from Molly.
Great start to the final. Strider Raspberry Wazalewski is pretty fired up for this one as well. What have you seen so far, Waz?
That's just so fun to watch, the clean rails. And like you guys talked about, setting the rail out here on those spaces, there's a lot of bump and lump, but, finding a place to put your board and really rip into a turn. From me, where I was sitting, I saw a lot of spray out of the back of the wave for Betty Lou, which was impressive, meaning that she hit the number, right on the corner where you can actually get the bucket going and throw it out the back. So, it looked really good between the two. Molly obviously looking strong and fast and just really aggressive. So, it's kind of like splitting hairs out here. You just don't know what's going to happen.
I love it, Strider. What a battle we have right now as we're going to have a decision on the yellow jersey. Entering this event, it was for Katie Simmers after the win at Pipeline. She exited out of the event early, a low-scoring matchup this morning on finals day. And it's up to Molly or Betty Lou. Whoever wins this final will be wearing the yellow leaders jersey heading into Portugal. And the world title race is officially on.
For sure. It's so on. And I think one of the most exciting things about this year, this is my take on it, is that I think we're going to see this yellow jersey be on different people's backs. I feel like the level of surfing and the performance has just risen so much where we're not just going to see someone like Carissa Moore run away with it for the whole year. She was so dominant over the last few years. The last couple of years, she basically held that yellow leaders jersey the whole way through. I mean, we had Tyler Wright there for a bit, obviously Stephanie Gilmore. But yeah, I just feel like this young guard is really making it known that they're stepping up to the plate, and the level of surfing is just being pushed.
Scores coming in from that real critical exchange to start off the heat. Both these surfers down their second scoring ride. Molly had the 2.17 to open things up, then built to a 6.5. Betty Lou had a 0.5, just looked at a wave, now a 7.17. So Betty Lou winning that last exchange. Since Molly has the 2.17, Picklam's still out in front, but both still demanding a lot out of the judges upstairs, led by Luli Pereira this year, head judge of both tours. Been checking in with those guys upstairs, is very quiet. It's probably their favorite, well, I don't want to speak for them, but I think it'd be their favorite place to judge. They're actually in a house here on the point. So there's a living room for their breaks, but it's very unique. Usually they're in a scaffolding on the beach somewhere. Really awesome setup for the best judges in the world. Watching Molly Picklam now. Throwing down a carve to start. Big wind-up oncoming section's going to throw her off. Wave behind it, though, setting up for the local here on the North Shore. Sakura now off the bottom, and a little bit of a slip as well. They're kind of matching each other at the moment.
Yeah, a couple of mistimed sections there. I think, but both these girls have surfed a lot today, and there's like a lot of surfing in some, decent sized sunset, anywhere from 5 to 7 foot, maybe a few bigger sets coming through, and it takes a lot out of you surfing a heat like this. It's not just like going for a general free surf where you're going free surfing for an hour. Right now they're entering their hour and a half of competing, and what feels like 30 minutes competing, it actually translates to, I always think, into about 2 hours worth of surfing. You're just absolutely exhausted because you put so much into it. So I'm maybe putting it down to just a little bit of fatigue. That's when Molly looks pretty happy though. Fired up.
Doesn't take much to get this one fired up. Representing the state of New South Wales from Terrigal. A lot of great surfers from around those parts. Representing North Shelley Beach in her board riders. Won this event last year and is looking to go back-to-back, which is something that happened quite often, actually, in Sunset history. But also, she's on such a roll. Thinking about Carissa Moore in 2021, where she kicked off that year with back-to-back finals. Runner-up at Pipe that season, then went to the Aussie leg in that shortened year and picked up a win over at Newcastle.
For sure. Well, I think momentum's something that you really need to speak about when you talk about surfing, and people just get in these little purple patches, right, where just everything's flowing the right way, everything's feeling good, and I mean, and sometimes you might be in the opposite of that, where you just feel like you're dotting every I, you're crossing every T, but no matter what you do, things aren't just kind of coming to fruition. So I feel like right now, these two women for me are in a purple patch. I feel like they've literally just gone straight from pipe, continued with that momentum, and that's so hard to do at such a high level. And, you know, the waves have been big, they've been really challenging. And yeah, I feel like these two girls right now are in this purple patch, and I'm interested to see how long it's going to last. And is it going to last all year?
It's one of my favorite Aussieisms as well, the purple patch. meaning when an athlete does get on a roll and just good things keep happening, especially in a year. 6'5" for Picklum, Betty Lou, 7'17", plenty of the final left. Let's catch up with Jack Robinson on the glass with AJ.
Jack, in a rhythm today, back-to-back heats, you've had excellent scores. What is it about Sunset today that so suits your style?
I don't know, I think just the rhythm, just the, kind of just flowing with the wave and trying to, I got a bit of an extra longer board for Sunset, never hurts no one, so yeah, Eric Arakawa did a great job with the boards. I feel like they're another level right now, and yeah, just feeling good, feeling happy to be here and happy to be out there, just enjoying the moment right now.
How do you carry this rhythm and momentum into the final against Kanoa?
I've surfed a bunch of heats against Kanoa. We've grown up together, so there's a lot of history there. And yeah, just go and do my thing. I'm sure it's going to be a good one with him, so I'm excited and I'm going to enjoy it.
Congratulations. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Lot of history there, huh? Yeah, Jack, he knows it. They grew up together. Jack Robinson versus Kanoa Igarashi. How good is this? We all have pictures in our minds when they were about 12 years old. You know, add Leo Fioravanti to that, add young Mikey Wright to that, and they were just living the life of pro surfers well beyond their age, but they deserved it. As we look at Molly Picklum, little off balance. That's going to keep her behind, and she's got to step off.
We've had a couple of little wobbly moments in this heat. That wave right then, Molly actually, yeah, she had second priority. So that wave stuck underneath Betty. She thought, okay, let's have a swing here. Let's go. I actually was like, wow, okay, is this going to be a moment in the heat where Betty sort of let this one go through? Molly was going to maybe convert, but yeah, just Molly just getting a little bit off balance and sort of threw her out of rhythm for that whole wave. But yeah, I just going to put this down to fatigue. I feel like it's a long time out there in the Jersey. It's a lot of energy expended, and I just feel like they've done a lot of great, excellent surfing throughout this event.
Gosh, they've given us a lot on these finals days. Pipe to Sunset. They really put in a huge effort. Still 20 minutes to decide who will be world #1 heading into Europe. Molly out front. Betty Lou just needing a 2.16. We'll be right back. Looking back to Pipeline semifinal number 2, it's got my vote for maybe heat of the year so far. It was absolutely incredible. Molly getting a 10 and a 5.6, and Betty Lou almost got the score on the buzzer.
Yeah, she did. I mean, this was one for the ages. In my books, it was probably one of the best ever women's heat in history. Just both these women just going so hard. Molly scoring a 10 on that first wave of the set. Betty, knowing that she needed a really big score, she takes off, she grabs the rail and just pulls in and comes flying out. They both were empowering each other to just go bigger and better, and it was just such a moment for women in sport.
Oh, such a special heat. Betty Lou and Molly Picklum. A great rivalry we've got running on tour, and it's one of those days that you'll never forget. Coming down to the wire, Betty Lou got the 8.33. She needed about an 8.6-ish. So it was very close. It took a few minutes before the decision was made. As we look at the head-to-head matchups with these two, it's all in favor of the Australian Molly Picklum, 3-0 so far. And now this being a major final, this is the first time they've had to settle the score when it comes down to being the champion of an event, especially here at Sunset. We'll see who ends up on top.
Yeah, it's really cool that this is Betty Lou's first CT final. I just feel like she's so hungry. I got to see her a little bit after that semi-final at Pipe, and I just could see on her face, and obviously congratulating her, that was a major moment in sport history, but we'll get back to that in a sec as we see Molly.
That's right, just getting this wave during the break, kind of a mid-face, under the lip hook to get this one started with a nice carve off the top. And just channeled her speed really well through those points.
For sure, and this is Betty. Recap of what happened during that break there. Just a quick in and out. But yeah, a few little errors sort of occurring in this heat, but I just think that's got to do with them just being so tired. I mean, they've paddled so much. Obviously, they've got the jet ski assistance, but they're still where they get dropped from the ski to where they go paddle back out in the lineup. That's a far distance, and a lot of these girls they just haven't been holding back, right? So they've been taking big wipeouts. They've been really pushing the bar and the limit. So yeah, fatigue I feel like is setting in.
And also extra energy on finals day, but even more when it comes to the final, Strider.
Yeah, you know what? There's a lot of adrenaline and anticipation, and what you see them, they're paddling all the way across to the lineup, and the fatigue is setting in like you're talking about. And then that leads me to think about how much time they've actually spent here in Hawaii and how much time they've done in the preseason leading up to Hawaii. I feel like the year started months ago, and it's pretty interesting to think about how much time they have to put in and how much work they have to go through just to get to the first event at Pipeline, and then you add in all those days along the way, and then you add in Sunset. I mean, I feel like it's been a year already. It's crazy how long you feel like you've already been involved in the WSL events, and we're just getting started.
Oh, it's so true, Strider. And I mean, the long off season that helped out Betty Lou with her recovery from her shoulder surgery. She missed out on Tahiti, and then it was all about off season to make sure she was going to be 100%. That's been clear. She was really, really focused on her PT to get back into fine form. She really talked to Billy Kemper a lot, the all-time hero at Jaws and a local boy. He's from Maui, but he's been living on the North Shore for a while now, and you know how serious he takes his fitness program. So she had a lot of great talks with Billy, saw his training, how he works post-injury, because he's been through a lot, so he's an expert. Betty Lou got right to work, and yeah, she probably feels like she's been mind surfing these heats for months on end, though, just making sure she was mentally ready as well.
For sure. I think one thing to note too is, I mean, it's never a good time to get injured, but Betty did get injured at the end of the season, right? Which gave her that whole time throughout the off season to get her shoulder back to where she wanted it to be. And yeah, you're also right. I mean, talking to someone like Billy, who has been through so many injuries and just come back stronger and stronger every time, he's definitely someone that is great to have in your corner. I feel, obviously, Betty right now, she's out there in second. She's got priority, but she's got this the single highest wave score of this heat, that's 7.17. So only needing a 4.66 with 13 minutes on the clock, even though Molly's out in the lead. I feel like at the moment, the better position to be in would be with Betty.
Molly Picklum under priority, free to roam a little bit, has a wall stretching out in front of her. Hollow section, and she'll have to eject. So took a little gamble to see if she could put up a big score under Betty Lou's watch. And interesting just thinking about how Molly's undefeated against Betty Lou, but then it's kind of flipped the other way when she surfs against Katie Simmers. That's just all part of this young generation. When I asked Molly about Betty Lou last season, she got so fired up. One of her biggest inspirations on tour. And they definitely bring the best out of each other in the water.
Oh, well, we've seen that, haven't we? There was case in point, you know, just last week at Pipe. I thought it was absolutely incredible. And I guess it just goes to show what happens when the women get that opportunity to compete at Pipeline. And I was sort of talking to Courtney actually about this monologue. And, you know, back years ago, Pipe wasn't on the schedule for the women. And even if I think about people like Steph and Carissa, it's only in recent times that it has been, right? But these women, like your Molly and your Katie, and even if you look at the younger generation, like your Sierra Kerr, your Erin Brooks, that's all they've sought. As they started to like look at their idols and look at these people on tour, it's always just been part and parcel that, yeah, of course the women surf at Pipe, right? So that's why these women right now, obviously they've been given this opportunity, but it's just interesting when you talk about this young guard coming up, because I feel like the only reason that older generation didn't get that is because they didn't have the opportunity, right? And I just feel like if Steph had those opportunities, if Carissa had those opportunities, we're seeing Carissa rise to the table now. I mean, she's obviously so good out at backdoor, but I think, yeah, it all just comes down to access and opportunity. And if it was there from the start, I mean, who knows where the level would be right now. And it's so cool that this opportunity is here now, because it's just so inspiring for this next generation. And yeah, it gives me goosebumps thinking about it.
Oh, and especially for Betty Lou being a local here on the North Shore. This is where she's from, where she represents her heart all around the world. And she's got a rad pack now that paddles out of backdoor and pipe, and they look after each other, her generation. And from the guys too, they're sharing knowledge, they're sharing waves when they can, from the Chandlers to Jackson Dorian. They've got such a great connection with each other, and they really want to see each other succeed. And so Betty Lou's benefited from just having a really good friend group here, that charge as well. And gosh, some of her waves at backdoor and pipe this year are some of the best. And I think she just kept that momentum going from her semifinal loss. It still feels like she's just such a winner with everything she's brought to the table at Sunset Beach. And probably for her, some of her best rides she's had in a jersey at this event.
For sure. I think that was, from what I heard, that was Betty's first ever proper pipe wave in a contest. So to be able to pull that out of the bag when the pressure's on, and knowing that Molly had just scored a 10 and you now need to back it up, basically scoring, I forget what she needed, but it was big, right? And just to take off as the sets are approaching, and you know, like I can't back out now. Like I've got the opportunity. They're coming towards me. It's now or never. So it's just so cool to see her perform so well under pressure, and just get that amazing wave at Pipeline. I think back to those friendship groups. It's super important to push that level, and someone that comes to mind is obviously Moana. We've done a lot of speaking about her at Pipeline, but I mean, I just think about her friendship group and how much they've pushed her to become the woman she is today surfing pipe.
Molly picked them without priority, with some momentum, winding up, grab rail, down carve. How cool was that? She's got different versions of frontside rail work. We referenced the Margaret River turn a lot on the open face. The one out of the sky she did earlier, different type of section, different type of turn, but just speaking of open face decisions, she's got some nice variety to work with, especially with the grab rail.
That was almost, I personally love grab rail turns as we just break it down here. So clean, this wave face. She really extended the period of time that she was holding on that rail too. Sometimes you just see the surfers just touch it. She really grabbed it. She held onto it for that extended period of time. Just so beautiful to watch. The technique was great. Far out. As in terms of a single maneuver, that was beautiful. It was probably my favorite single maneuver in this heat. Look out if there was another couple of sections after that. That's all I'll say.
What is going on with our timer? It's flying by. That's got to be wrong. 8:30 left?
Which isn't too much fun.
Oh, this is crazy. Wow, finals almost running out of time. Molly looking to go back-to-back, yellow jersey on the line. We talked about Sunset Beach champions doing this, kind of defining eras, owning certain breaks on tour. Lynn Boyer went back-to-back in the late 70s. Margot Oberg then went back-to-back early 80s. Pam Burridge for Australia, back-to-back. Jodie Cooper for Australia as well. Lane Beachley went back-to-back 2 separate times. And we're about to see the Molly Picklum era, if she can do it and hang on to this lead for the next 8 minutes.
Oh, wow. It's just, I mean, wow. You look at that list of names and there's the history there. And, you know, these women really paved the way so that these women could run right now. I mean, I just look back at that list. Jodie Cooper, obviously, a standout to me. I idolised her growing up in Western Australia and just an absolute charger. And I feel like she's one of those women that really pushed, surfing in those sort of waves of consequence and really putting your head down and charging. I had pictures of on my wall of Lane Beachley, and I mean, wow. I mean, she's done so much for women in surfing and continues to do so today. But yeah, it's incredible now that we're talking about this young generation and in that same sort of conversation and potential for Molly to sort of do exactly what those women did before.
So many great names. Lane, if you're watching, take a picture. We'll regram it on WSL. How are you watching? Strider, how are you watching?
I am watching from the nerves of steel, sitting there waiting for that wave that she knows she needs, while under her priority, she's got somebody like Molly who has gotten a huge score on one turn. You got to think about that. Like, Gabriel Medina, Slater, John, all these guys were able to do that. They were the X factor on tour to get that one wave on a closeout and get that huge score. Well, Molly's that person on the women's side at the moment. And, it's just like in the back of your head while she's paddling for all of those waves. I'm sure Betty Lou's thinking about that, but she's just got nerves of steel, sitting out the back, waiting for that one wave. And when it comes, let's hope she can deliver, because it's going to be a real challenge to put one over Molly.
Oh, it's true. Yeah, good call. Molly Picklum, 9.67 on one maneuver. That's what Strider's referencing from earlier. One of the best turns, I think, in history of this event. Kind of one of those where were you when it went down moments. Remember the Dane Reynolds turn at Haleiwa, Tommy Carroll snap at Pipeline for Picklum, almost maxing out the scale on one section. It was radical. It just shows to her momentum on tour, and she's a superstar. She's so young still, but I saw a candy bar over there on the Red Bull Athlete Zone. It had her signature on it. She's on the front of this candy bar. Glenn Micro Hall has a comment on the back. And they're a super squad right there. They've known each other for a while. Molly's jersey number is 26. The only reason she picked that was because Micro had 25. She's like, okay, I'll just do one better. It's that coaching surfing relationship. We had them in the booth the other day is a really special one, and they put so much time into this. And I think one thing they have in common at the top of it all is just their love for the game. They live and breathe this sport.
For sure. And as we see a little shot, we just got a shot right now of Micro. That is Molly's coach, Patty, right now on the backup board in the channel. I guess that relationship between the coach and the surfer, they're spending so much time together on tour. I mean, they're probably spending Micro's probably spending more time with Molly on tour than his actual family at home. So it's got to be a really good relationship. It's got to be a really healthy, positive one. And they've been working together now for a few years. So it's awesome to see that relationship develop over the years. And when I see them at the contest site, and from what I observe, I just see they're always having a good time. They're always keeping it light, always keeping it fun. But back to what Strider was saying, I just want to sort of talk about that a little bit more. It would be very nervous times for Betty right now, knowing that Molly can drop a 9.67 on just one maneuver, because, gone are the days where out at Sunset you let a closeout go because you're like, no, don't worry about that. You can have that. Because, Molly literally took off on a closeout, basically, and did one big maneuver and scored a 9.67. So it's really scary when you have your competitor hunting around on the inside without priority, trying to improve on her situation.
As we see this set just a little far out of reach, and Betty Lou's got to go under it with her priority. And it's interesting with an energy shift, where Betty Lou only needs a 4.66. With priority and the single best wave of the heat, you'd almost feel Molly could get rattled by that. But maybe that momentum from what Picklum just did on a closeout section the round before could make, Betty Lou more nervous. It can go both ways, as far as someone having more confidence in a final with 3:30 to go.
For sure. I think it all comes down to perspective and how you reframe things. And obviously that internal dialogue you have with yourself. But at the moment, I think both of these women wholeheartedly are believing that they can win this. I don't think they think it's over yet. And they're both so hungry. I mean, you can just see it in the Rebel athlete area when they're getting around before their heat, when they're picking up their jersey. You know, it's just, I believe that they both are in the positive mindset that, hey, this is well within their realm. I mean, Betty only needs a 4.66. She's doing that in her sleep this whole week out here at Sunset. So, yeah, it's so within her reach.
Betty Lou's coach, Ross Williams, famous name in the world, but especially here on the North Shore of Oahu. A local hero to a lot of people from his amazing movie parts in the Taylor Steele movies, but also his time on tour. Made a lot of finals. He's finaled out here. He's finaled at Pipeline, Haleiwa, even finaled in Brazil on the CT. Jeffreys Bay, lost to Parco when Parco was 18 as a wild card. And I think for Ross, he always felt he underperformed for his talent. I think his peer group actually thought that the most, where he would have a heat and they're like, oh, Ross is going to smoke that person. He's all the way through. And then something would go wrong. I almost feel like he's ignited his energy as a coach because he knew he left a lot of heats out there that he should have won. And now with learning all these things and working closely with John for many years and even local kids that are coming up, he really loves coaching so much and giving back and really helping people really max out their potential. On the other side of that, we lost him as a booth partner, but he loves coaching so much that's where his heart is at the moment.
Oh, yeah, that's really quite ironic. You know, you've got all the talent in the world, but somehow you can't pull it together in a heat, and then, you know, probably not getting the results that you think you could, but then being able to have the ability to flip that around. And now, in my eyes, I feel like he's so strategic. And even when he was in the booth as a commentator, I would always really love listening to his insights. I feel like he just brought something extra that I just would never have thought of. And I don't know, obviously something's clicked for us right now where the chips are falling the right way. Maybe put the jersey back on.
Down to a minute 15 in this final with the new school enjoying the lineup here at Sunset. Molly Picklum is getting very close to going back-to-back with her wins and owning this air at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. But Betty Lou's got a minute, has priority, and only needs a 4.66. That is just one turn for Betty Lou. Oh. She's been into the 9s throughout this event, and she's just got to see if the horizon will give her one more chance. A little out of position on the previous set. She had to duck dive, and now it's just coming down to one more choice if she gets it.
This is going to sting if she doesn't get this opportunity, because she's sitting out there with that highest wave, that single wave, which is that 717, and I really hope we get another opportunity here, but as far as I can see, it looks quite small, that horizon. I don't see that many lines coming towards us. I hope she gets one more roll of the dice and puts it all on the line for at least one maneuver, but doesn't look like it.
This is a big moment for the Australian, who finished runner-up to Katie Simmers in the final at Pipeline, and now has 5 seconds to potentially go back-to-back, and we will make it official. Back-to-back seasons. Your champion of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is Molly Picklum.
Whoa, that's incredible. Molly, to maintain that momentum from Pipe all the way through to Sunset and just do it in such an amazing fashion. It's so impressive. And I feel for Betty. I really feel for Betty, just having that highest single wave score, that 717, and not being able to get another opportunity. But yeah, the numbers are right there, and Molly with that win, I mean, wow. And the yellow jersey.
Molly Picklum back to #1 in the world. A final to a win. Last time we saw that, Carissa Moore in 2021, which was a world title year for Riss. We'll see how things go for this young lady representing New South Wales, the Central Coast, which has some super talent, all paved the way by surfers like Rebecca Woods, Amy Donahue from that region. I was just chatting with Ace Bucket. He's from that area as well. He always looked up to Shane Powell. Maddie Wilkinson, who is the first surfer that micro-coached to a lot of success, as we see the celebration already happening in the channel.
Yeah, that was a funny dismount from the ski by Molly. I love it. Yeah, as we see them just celebrating right now. What a win. What a win. And what momentum.
A lot of momentum for Molly Picklum. All that hard work and dedication paying off, and doing it with so much stoke, Strider.
Congratulations. Yeah, buddy. Molly, Hurley Pro, Sunset Beach. You're the champ. Back to back, backing it up. It's not a fluke.
I mean, backing it up, I was thinking of Tyler when she backed her bells one up, and I didn't think that stuff's possible. Like, what? It's just like you can't predict it. Sunset's crazy. So, I mean, this goes up right up there for me, for sure.
Well, your big snap in your last heat, well, it goes right up there with me. I don't think any one of my friends would have hit that section.
I mean, that's Sunset. You got to just commit and go for it and hope for the best. And luckily on that one, I made it. Otherwise, I was dead.
I know it's a long year, but you're now in the yellow jersey.
Yeah, baby! Yeah, that was crazy. But also, too, I just want to say the women's level at Sunset right now is incredible. And I think, like, Gabriella Bryan, the surfing she's doing out here, Brisa, Betty Lou, I mean, they were setting the bar, and I just got it today, so I'm stoked.
Well, you proved yourself at Pipeline, backed it up at Sunset. It's going to be a great year. Can't wait to see the rest of it. Want to say anything to your fans?
Yeah, I mean, all of you guys support me through everything, and yeah, thanks so much for tuning in. And also, I'd like to say thanks to Glenn. He's obviously spent a lot of time away from home this month, and it was well and truly worth it. Yeah, Glenny! Yay!
All right, congratulations, Molly. Go celebrate. We love you.
Yeah, what a great moment in the water for Molly Picklum, Glenn Micro Hall, and Betty Lou, runner-up. On the beach with her mom, who's always so proud of her. And you knew her game plan. She didn't need much. She sat and waited. The set, unfortunately, was too big. She had a duck dive, and then there wasn't anything in the final minute. As the Australians start the party in the channel, Molly Picklum back in yellow heading into Europe and picking up a huge win. What a season already. Coming up next, the men's final. Kanoa taking on Jack Robinson.
Blue going straight into the barrel, Jack Robinson.
I've surfed a bunch of heats against Kanoa. We've grown up together, so there's a lot of history there. And yeah, just go and do my thing.
I'm just smiling and having fun.
Setting up an incredible final between Kanoa Igarashi and Jack Robinson.
How good is pro surfing? The chair up the beach, a proudest tradition after a major final. Molly Picklum's getting used to this. Back-to-back wins here at Sunset Beach. Owning this era on this amazing right-hander giant playing field. And as we've picked up throughout the rounds, it's not for everybody, even on tour. Can provide some challenges, and there's certain surfers that connect, which makes it really special as we now check out the men's final. Kanoa Igarashi taking on Jack Robinson, two childhood friends and rivals, now here to try to win the event here at Sunset Beach. Jesse Mendez joining us once again back in the booth for the call. Jesse, you've seen a lot of this from Kanoa and Jack from little kids. You grew up watching these guys do their thing, and gosh, this was their destiny, wasn't it, to be in major finals on the CT?
Yeah, it's definitely destiny. I remember when Kanoa first got on the QS, I was already there for a few years, but I think we see someone up and riding.
Getting started in the final, Jack Robinson from Western Australia. Throws down that nice, clean, casual arc in the pocket, wide open for that gouge in the critical part of the wave. Off the lip line and looks so solid on his feet. Jack will continue to ride this wave to set up the lift from the Hawaiian Water Patrol. They won't go into the impact zone unless it's a safety moment. This will provide a lot more action in this 35-minute final, already with time ticking down. And speaking of WA, Felicity Palmatier, watching this man grow up into a world title threat that he has been in the last couple of years, but something really special when it comes to competing here at Sunset. He always finds a tube. Let's see if he can do it in the final.
Yeah, I think Jack's comfortability will just break this one down first. I'll get back to that, but this one, just Jack's opening wave of the final here. Couple of beautiful carving maneuvers. I think, though, I'll be surprised if this stays within his scoreline. It was beautifully surfed, but I just feel like these two guys have been absolutely on fire. If we just think back to Jack's last heat, I mean, highest heat total of the event so far. Kanoa's looking really on point. This was really, really well surfed. Actually, the second time I'm looking at this, I'm actually thinking, wow, okay, this was actually a very good wave. Just absolutely nailing that section there, and with variety too. Actually, second thoughts, I think it's great.
Fantastic. That's why we have the luxury of watching at all these different angles and see the variety he threw down. Your thoughts on the entire wave, Jesse?
Excellent surfing. Once again, Jack just doing it. It's usually it's Sims easy math for him out here. Like, he identifies the perfect waves, do big turns, and that's about it.
Yeah, for him, it's definitely easy math. For some, it's like calculus. It can be very challenging. We've got a winner going back-to-back on the glass already. Molly Picklum is with AJ.
Yeah, Joey, Molly coming in, sinking in that here you are, the back-to-back champ at Sunset. I know going into that final against Betty Lou, you knew you had to be on your game. What was your strategy to keep her at bay, get the win today?
I mean, what a moment. Defending a title is just like so hard in our sport because the ocean is in charge, and yeah, just there, obviously Betty Lou had such a good wave, and that's why it's scary. She's so capable of them, like, in her sleep, you know. So yeah, the ocean just played its part for me, and I'm really, really, really happy it did that.
And Molly, when I think about the moments you've already had in this 2024, it started at Pipe with a 10 and a finals, and now here you are at Sunset Beach with a massive turn, an iconic turn, dare I say, and a finals win. How do you feel like you are just building momentum at each stop?
Yeah, I think every event feels different, so just taking it for what it is and enjoying it, and just trying to find the little fun moments in between it all, because I definitely wasn't as confident in this event. I felt like I'd had some trouble just like trying to get the rail in, and it was a really tricky event for me for confidence wise, but I always kept belief, and I think that's one of my strengths, that I kind of always believe no matter what, and yeah, that's why you gotta just keep on believing.
How does this win help that belief?
Yeah, I mean, of course winning twice, it's definitely, you gotta back yourself for sure.
Anything you want to say to friends and fans back home in Australia?
Absolutely. Thanks so much, guys. I hope you're all partying by now. It's probably after lunch, and I love you all. I really appreciate the support, and it's just the start of the year, but we did really well here in Hawaii, and I'm stoked to come home soon.
What a great message to all of our friends and family back home all over Australia, but specifically the Central Coast of New South Wales. There'll be a welcoming party, and last time she showed up, world #1 in Australia, she was very busy with television shows, going to F1 races, and she loved every minute of it. So get prepared, Molly. You're going to be very busy once we get there. Portugal's before. She's got some things to do for the Olympics as well, as she's representing Australia later on this season in Tahiti. A lot going well for Molly Picklum. 2 CT wins now. They're both at Sunset Beach. And back to world #1, Jesse.
you can't complain going back home with the yellow jersey, right? Like, it's as special as it gets. But not to mention, she doesn't have too much time in between events, I guess. She's going to have to get to Portugal pretty soon as well and get the ball rolling.
So we see Jack just kind of changing his position there. Had the 8-1-7 on the opener. Now Kanoa's holding down priority. So it looks like he's kind of resetting right now, Strider.
Definitely, you know, we got an interesting start to this heat with Jack and having that first wave and how clean and how beautiful it was, how relaxed he looked, but went into the excellent range. I looked at the wave and I was, you know, from the water, I was thinking maybe high 7 or, you know, mid 7. And I looked over at Jake Patterson and he just was shaking his head. And I said, well, 7? And he's like, nope. And he's like, up, up, up. And he knew it was an excellent score. And he just kind of shook his head at the fact that Kanoa wasn't even, you know, even close to that wave. And Jack had great positioning to get there. So it was an interesting look at Jake and watching his headspace out here, knowing you know, where the score was and that there was a mistake made.
Strider, we all have had that head shake before. God, he's good at this stuff. He's really understands the scale really well, Jake, and it's instant. He's really connected to it right now. He's in Kanoa's corner. You know, he's coaching Kanoa. As we know, Snake is one of the most successful surfers to come out of WA. So I'm sure he's in a little bit of two minds with Jack Robinson out there as well.
Yeah, but I also believe that that's why he just knows that Jack has this special affinity with this wave. You cannot give him an inch. You can't just let him go sit in position in a different spot because, like, look what just happened. You drop an excellent score, and Jake knows it better than anyone. Jake's watched Jack grow up his whole life and his whole career, and I mean, we all have, and Jack just is, his comfortability level in waves like this is, I'm just going to say it, I feel like it's one of the best on tour. With him and John, I feel like they just have this special connection, this special read, this ability to negotiate these tiny lumps and bumps and they make it look like child's play. They make it look easy.
Yeah, I'm right with you. I actually will give the nod to Jack as far as, in this wave specifically, just in knowledge of the lineup almost. Like, it seems like every time I see him paddling out here, all the pro surfers tend to sit a little bit underneath, and he's always the one way out the back. And it's just gives you like about, let's see them surfing first, and then I'll get back to that.
Little battle there, and Jack didn't have priority. He just kind of paddled with Kanoa. Igarashi creating some space before that big first down carve. Going back to the lip, he throws it away. A rare fall from Kanoa Igarashi. And leaves a lot of points out there, missing that second section.
He needs to go big right now. It's the finals. They need to blow up, and Jack's starting with a 8-1-7. But did he go a little too big? Like, maybe a little too much for Sunset, trying to, like, do a critical layback. If he landed, of course, that would have been incredible. But the first turn was massive. So if he should have finished that wave, he would have been right back in the heat.
For sure. I agree with everything you just said there, but there's just a little bit too much mayo on it. I was like, wow, are we really going for this maneuver?
As we see that Jack just right in the space of Igarashi.
For sure. This first maneuver here, this was perfectly timed. The rail was engaged, but this moment here, I'm just wondering, was that a little bit of an overcook? Possibly. I mean, it looks spectacular there. If someone was there with a camera, I'm sure it'd be a hot photo for 1 second. But here we go, Jack out the back.
We'll see how painful that fall will be for Kanoa in just a moment here. Jack's already ready to back up the 8-1-7. Super smooth on the first turn. And how was that rail control and speed management to come down with the lip? He had to change pace in that transition. That was phenomenal.
Yeah, exactly what you mentioned. Changing the pace with a very long board that's very usually directional, so you need a lot of space in order to get one rail to the other. But you're going to see right here the totally opposite. It's just too comfortable out there. That's what happens. Massive carve setting up and just able to engage the rail and cut it short and somehow fit that second turn. That was impressive.
The way I saw that is just cat-like. The reflexes there to be able to do something like that. I mean, we're talking a fraction of a second that he made that decision in. And this is the carving maneuver here. Just this moment here, he just sees that, oh, okay, I've got to get up there, and almost just provides this loosey-goosey behavior with his body and just able to get that really big board up into that lip. And honestly, the decision-making under pressure there, just insane.
Yeah,
reflexes.
it just shows how focused he is. like how calm and present in the moment, because like you mentioned, he got all loose, and that's basically what he needed on that transition right there, because if he got it stiff or doubt himself one split second, he would have been done. He would have get lipped on the head.
Now we see how painful that fall was for Kanoa Igarashi, blowing the tail out, incomplete. Jack's next wave puts him in a combination. So Kanoa can't win this on one wave. He needs 2 new waves to break down the 14.34 combination with 22 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Kanoa now in his second final appearance at Sunset, and that's a real awesome moment for Kanoa. When he first started coming to the North Shore, it didn't come easy right away. You know, there's getting used to bigger waves, riding bigger equipment, and there were some seasons he went home and he just didn't feel like he accomplished a lot. That all changed. Obviously, years ago, making the final at Pipeline in smaller running backdoor conditions. He got a 9.93 against Jordy Smith in the quarter, still his best number to date. But now showing up again at Sunset, now proving that he can show up in the final again. This is big for Kanoa's confidence, not just in Hawaii, but to put him back in the title race like he has been before, Jesse.
Totally, and I think when you prove your grounds here in Hawaii, it's where people start to most respect you. He was known as a smaller wave surfer, but throughout the years, he just started proving everyone wrong, and yeah, like basically smashing that backdoor. I think the perfect day that we had about 2 years ago at Pipeline, he was also surfing as good as anyone. And here at Sunset, he has an amazing stats, and he's proven to the world that he's capable of doing good in any condition.
When AJ was talking about the matchup to Jack Robinson, to have Kanoa Igarashi, he went, oh, we do have some history, don't we? And he just remembers all these moments in time. Some surfers pretend they're not thinking about it, but oh, they definitely are. It's even. This final will settle it. They've met in the quarterfinals at Sunset Beach in 2022. We saw Kanoa win with a 16.27 combined total. So this one will settle the score. Whoever wins the final takes the lead in their head-to-head matchups. But I'm sure they would just keep adding more memories when they'd be traveling with Stephen Bell and surfing Snapper and Bells and surfing all these world-class waves that they'd be competing on in the future. They probably remember those scores of those early rounds where no one was watching but them.
For sure. My mind just straight away goes back to the Quicksilver King of the Grom days, you know, when they were in France, and Leo was in that conversation too. I feel like these three, these two with Leo included, just all grew up together, you know, running around the globe, taking to all these amazing spots and just honing their surfing skills. And they've been competing against each other since they've been about 12 years old. So I'm sure they're keeping score from back then, you know, and I think that's what Jack was referencing. Oh, yeah, we do have some history.
I asked Leo when Leo had fallen off the tour and he was on the Challenger Series, and that year it was Kanoa and Jack in the WSL Final Five, and he's just, oh, that stung. He was like, that's his peer group, you know. Now we're seeing Leo obviously in form on his comeback, but these are the guys that they want to compete against in finals. This has been their dream, to compete for a world title together in the water. Maybe we'll see it this year. Jake coming back to his coaching role with Kanoa. I asked him the other day his favorite coaching moment of his entire career, and he's had a lot. But he went to Karamas, and that's still Kanoa's only win on the CT level. Now into 5 finals in 74 events surfed on tour, where Jack's had a little bit of a quicker road to success. Hasn't surfed on tour that long, now in his 37th event, but he's already had, now this is his 8th final, and 5 championship tour wins already.
Yeah, as we see a bit of a paddle battle going on here, Kanoa's obviously got priority.
Kanoa is able to lock into this one. He'll fade. 3.83 was his opener. Driving off the bottom, big connection to start for Igarashi. Nice top turn, controlling his speed well, doubling up, inside track, looking fun, blows the tail. Solid surfing for Kanoa Igarashi. Gets his board back under his feet to get the finish. And seeing him fall on his first, these are the kind of waves you expect from Kanoa when he's on a roll. Every turn's a little different. He's so good at variety. And they look so well thought out, even in a short space. Kanoa is back in the final now. Combination will be broken, Jesse.
Yeah, beautiful surfing there for him. Just expecting Kanoa to not commit mistake, and that's exactly what he did right there. Just beautiful turn, accelerating. Right there, it's very easy for you to catch rails because the wave kind of dies out on you, and he was very calm throughout the section, and once again, putting some effort into that third turn and finish it off strong. I mean, this is how Kanoa surfs, usually on point.
I think he's obviously going to break this combination. This was just beautiful timing there. You've got to think that he's been registered, okay, the last one I overcooked it, let's just bring it back a bit, because there was similarities between that first turn on this wave and that last one, and then just brings it through to the inside here and really puts that nail in the coffin, just releasing the fins there, getting a bit of drift, and yeah, just really cementing the fact that, okay, hey, I'm here, I'm in this final, it's not over yet. And this is sort of the same sort of consistency we've seen throughout the whole event from Kanoa.
Kanoa Igarashi has kind of made a habit of coming to Hawaii and calling up great shapers like Glenn Pang. We talked about Jack's longtime relationship with Eric Arakawa as well when they rely on some bigger lumber. And gosh, Glenn Pang's been successful with a lot of surfers here at Sunset. And especially in this event, there's even some surfers that would just order bigger boards just in case to add to their quiver. And Kanoa's found that magic recipe out here. Waiting for that last score to come through. As we do, let's reflect on that major win for Kanoa. His only win on the CT. It was a final with Jeremy Flores on one of the most high-performance venues on the planet, Flick.
Yeah, Karamas is just such a beautiful canvas, and Kanoa was absolutely on fire this day, getting his first CT win, and yeah. It's just awesome to see. But Karamas as a venue, I mean, wow, it would be awesome one day if the tour ever went back there, because it is so high performance. You know, sometimes you see barrels, and it also provides air sections, but Kanoa was just on point this day. And yeah, Jake saying that was one of the best days. I think Steph also got a win, and he was also coaching Steph that day, so he got the double whammy.
Oh,
big payday for Jake.
That was a big day at Karamas. Kanoa getting one of the coolest chairs in surfing history with all the tradition over there in Bali. And now he's just waiting to get another win. Came close at Sunset when he was runner-up to Baron Mamiya. Last score, 7-3-3 for Igarashi, right in the mix. Just like that, the combo's gone and needs a 7.02. Let's now hear from Strider.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, just a little update. You know, Jake Patterson paddling with Kanoa said, you know what? Don't even look at a wave unless it's an 8-point ride. If you see that wave and it looks like an 8, then go. Otherwise, I don't even want to see you looking at a wave it's going to come under par. Here we go. Jack's up.
Love the inside was. Here comes Robinson laying down that rail, hangs on to it, transitions in the barrel. Jack Robinson punches free. Back into the pit one more time. Oh my goodness. When you're in sync and in rhythm with the ocean, it's like part of his body or something. He is connected today. He feeds off energy. He feeds off mana. He looks back at the mountain sometimes, and I don't know what's going on, but he can make no mistakes. What a ride.
There's some special sauce going on. I am not sure. My jaw is to the floor. This thing was absolutely insane. It's kind of like he just heard Jack say, like, okay, this is an 8. This is over an 8. I'm taking off here. Drops down to this first section. That rail was buried so deep there. Up under the hood. I didn't think he was coming out of this, but it's Jack. Of course he is. And he pulls up into this second tube, gets spat out again. If there's a tube to be found, Jack's going to find it.
Is Jake going to change the requirement right now? Is he going to say, don't take off unless it's a 10-point ride?
I think he has to, Jesse. What'd you like about the first turn?
I mean, this is as big as a carve gets. Like, he basically, like Flick mentioned, he buried half of his board in the water. And how's the regroup right there? Just cat reflexes. Also, like you mentioned before, I don't know what to say. This is one of the best waves I've probably seen out here. Like, as far as how big this wave was, you couldn't surf that wave better. Yeah, double barrel at Sunset, that's crazy.
The read and the transition between each of those moments on the wave was the best I've seen all event.
Strider, how did Jack Robinson just describe that wave to you?
You know what, Jack paddling back by, I came outside just so I could get the paddle by and the feeling from the athletes to get that, you know, how they're feeling, you know, and he just paddled by and just went, that was a beauty. And I was like, that was beautiful. And he's like, I'm so stoked, and just like gave me the head nod. And you know what, I think it was excellent, high excellent to me.
987 Strider.
Bango!
2 judges through 10s. One of those gets used in the average as they throw out the high and the low. 987. There's something in surfing, you know, you can kind of look at a textbook formula on how to get scores. But then there's just that magic also, and just the rhythm of the ocean when a surfer is just reacting. You know, there's nothing in their head telling them what to do, and it's just that relationship they have. It's just as good as the relationship with their family. As Jack's boy, Zen, is going to wake up to that replay. Jack's wife, Julia, super calm as they have a lot to celebrate. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back. Minutes to go in the final of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Jack Robinson just threw down a 9.87 to go with an 8.17. A severe combination against Kanoa Igarashi, who's holding priority and trying to think of a new game plan as we see the event top scores. Flick, 2 judges threw 10s on that last wave. Where were you on the scale?
I was on the 10. I couldn't see how it could not be a 10. 2 judges threw a 10. We saw in the spread. I'm just wondering, what more can you do? What more can you do?
Jesse, did you throw a 10?
Are you kidding me? I think you mentioned something that was very clear for me to decide if it's a 10 or not. Like, a magic happens, and you're reacting to what's coming towards you and the ocean is giving you. And that's exactly what he did. A massive turn to start, and right there, everyone thinks he's going to get caught. Just somehow does a crazy fast pump, gets super barreled, come out again, gets even a smaller barrel, but still another barrel, and finish it off with a little carve. Like, in my mind, I had no doubts that that should have been a 10.
I think you just get that special feeling, right? And 2 of the judges obviously had that special feeling. We see the spread there. 2 of them did. There's those moments in surfing that just make you go, wow. And for me, this is one of them. It's just very special.
Tracking, it might be his highest number on tour so far, 9.87. It was a 9.5 before entering Sunset Beach, but absolutely magical. Watching a connection like this with the ocean. It is that relationship that they talked about with the greats like Tom Curran, where things would just happen. They almost think they materialize for people that are in that moment, in that headspace and time, and that was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, that was incredible.
So Jack looking to pick up another major win on tour. He's always been connected to Sunsets, won at a regional QS level, he's won at the World Cup level, and this would be the biggest for Jack Robinson at this venue. Kanoa Igarashi still has some time to pull off a miracle, but yeah, he's definitely now looking for 10s to come back in this one.
Yeah, which this is a really mammoth of a task right now, with 8.5 minutes on the clock, and already we've seen some serious sets come through in this heat. And you know, throughout the day, there's been that bit of a trend of there's been some on moments, there's been some off moments. And I'm hoping for Kanoa's sake that we do get a bit of a pulse But I feel like we've had that at the beginning of this heat, you know, like, is that going to continue? I hope so.
And also, if you look as far as heat strategy and Jack being so calm and just straight focused to his goal, like, we need actually 3 waves because we need Kanoa to better, come out of combination, and then you need to send Jack on a wave that he's not going to drop on anything under 8, and then you have to probably get something to a close to a 10. So
It's a lot of waves to come through, and I just feel like because we've had so much rhythm at the beginning of this heat, is it likely we're going to see that at the end? I hope so, for viewers' sake and for our sake and for their sake and for Kanoa's sake.
Oh, gosh, what a great time to be a surf fan. If Jack does hang on to this win, you know, this big combo, he'll move up to number 2 in the world heading into Portugal, where he did final last year, runner-up to João Chianca. Kanoa Igarashi, if he stays second, will be 6th in the world heading into stop number 3. And the yellow jersey has left Baron Mamiya going to John Florence after this event, and John's won in Portugal. He's got happy memories there, clinching his world title, and Baron didn't go too far, still sitting at number 3 in the world.
yeah, this is just how much those wins weigh it down. Like, it's so much points and such a big gap, even difference on second place. So he's going to carry that pretty nicely throughout the year. But if he wants to make the top 5, it's better for him to start cracking the quarterfinals, because those usually top 5 surfers are so consistent throughout the whole year, and that's what differentiates them from all the rest. You see the rest maybe take a win, have a few semifinals, but those guys are on finals days pretty much every event.
For sure, and I think, it's just so evident, right? You've just got to be super, super consistent throughout the year, and getting wins. And I think this is going to be super important for Jack, because Jack probably didn't get the start he was hoping to at Pipe, especially coming off a win last season. And, you know, when you think about, you know, Pipeline and Backdoor, I mean, Jack's a name that I think, wow, yeah, he's guaranteed to do well. So this is really good for Jack and great for Jack's start to the year.
That's right. Both these athletes knocked out in the round of 32 at Pipeline. As we check out a heat recap like none we've seen before in a final here at Sunset Beach. Jack Robinson, so connected. First wave, 8.17. Got things going in his favor, Jesse.
Yeah, like, looking back to this wave even more now, I think that other wave was a 10, because it's easy 2 points over that 8.17. But you see here Kanoa bouncing back, and at this moment of the heat, if he would have not felt on that first wave, he would have been winning, and he would have been looking good. And sometimes that's added pressure to the opponent, and maybe Jack could have buckled.
As we see, Kanoa Igarashi had the 3 ranges built to his 7.33, and then Jack Robinson got the 9.87.
Yeah, this was absolute mastery. I haven't seen a wave better surf than this the whole event. And I agree with what you said, Jesse. When you watch back that 8.17, you're like, whoa, how's this? It's incredible. In my eyes, I just think mastery, absolute connection to the ocean. But yeah, you bring up a really good point that if Kanoa hadn't fallen on that wave, like, he would have been out ahead, and that would have put more pressure on Jack. So it's all these tiny little moments that make up this big picture right now. And Kanoa's back is very much up against the wall.
Nice one rolling in for Igarashi, representing Japan, raised in Huntington Beach, California. All patience as he lets go of a nice clean arc in the pocket. Back to the top, and another cool redirect. Section approaches and knifes it. I love how he's keeping his composure, even though he's been against it with the crowd screaming for 9.87s, knowing that he's comboed, and still putting together a beautiful ride.
I just don't think you can say die, right? Like, these guys are so good, and there's still more opportunities out there. I mean, that last wave was really, really, really well surfed. Here we go. Let's have a look at it. And a little bit of lump and bump here, but this scoop just sort of, Kanoa just raised this so well. This second turn here was really nice. But I think, obviously, we all know that he's going to need a lot more. It's just unfortunate right now. The task is so hard. I mean, he's comboed by 18 points.
What an insane final. Both these guys surfing incredibly well throughout the day today. Had some huge matchups. Kanoa getting past, an event favorite in Jordy Smith in the semifinals. Jack getting past Ryan Callanan, and that was such a battle after Ryan's backhand was so hot against Liam O'Brien in the quarters earlier today. And now still 3:30 to go, anticipating a decent number to come in for Kanoa's last wave. We'll see if it's enough to break the combo. Low score for Jack at 8-1-7. As you talk about all the champions at Sunset, we went through the list with the women in the last heat. For the men, we go back decades on decades. It was great hanging out with Randy Rarick, talking about the early days of the Duke Kahanamoku Invitational, which was an invite event, top 5 waves back then, scored out of 100. It was the early days of the judging criteria. And on individual waves, you'd start off with a 10, and then they'd go from there if you did better, or go all the way to a 20 on a perfect wave. As we look at Kanoa's last score, a 7.83, his best so far, but he's going to get back to the lineup and still be comboed for the win.
What I think it's cool about the situations, mostly on finals, that when your back's against the wall and the task's so big, they push so hard. That wave that Kanoa took off on, he knew he had to go because he was in combo, so he had an urgency of time. But that wave didn't have too much scoring opportunity, and he pushed so hard that wave and went so deep in the bottom turns that he was actually able to create an opportunity out of an average wave, almost turned into an excellent score. So that's just show the level of surfing that he's providing in this event, and it's good for us to watch.
Down to 2 on the clock. Jack hangs on to this win. He matches Jordy Smith with 6 CT wins with the full-time competitors on tour. Griffin with 3. Jack was ahead of Griff with 5 into this event, and looks like he'll probably equal Jordy Smith with 6. Italo's got 7, John with 8 as we look at the current competitors on the top 34. And Jack winning in 2019, that wasn't that long ago. But talk about Aussies, you go to Jake Patterson, who's in the channel right now, caddying and coaching for Kanoa, won this event 2 times. As he's passing all that knowledge on, you can see that direct relationship with West Oz. Margaret River here to Sunset. Ian Cairns back in the day winning a title here on a big day of competition, as you have more of a WA connection there.
WA, there's something in the water over there.
Isn't there?
Translates very well to Hawaii.
Gosh, it does. And what a form that we've seen Jack in. He's kind of got that crazy look in his eyes where he's not seeing anything but what he knows he can do. He doesn't get distracted very easily. He woke up looking really happy this morning, really comfortable in where he's at. Even after an early loss at Pipe, he's not one that wears his losses around town. It's really cool to see that. I remember that with Mick and Joel. And they might have a few minutes where they needed to dust things off and have a moment, but gosh, they can move on quickly.
And that's what's special. He would held all that, I don't know, just drama from the past event for him, because literally that's what it is. He would have not been in the situation that it is right now. He just bounced back with the win because we're only in 10 seconds left and Kanoa's in combination.
Jack Robinson, what a legend. 9.87 and an 8.17. Jack Robinson is officially the champion of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, and now number 2 in the world, heading into Portugal.
Wow. I mean, the numbers don't lie. Look at that. Look at that. He just bettered his highest heat total, 18.04.
And Kanoa kind of smashed the heat as well. Probably one turn away from getting a 9 on the wave that he fell off. And yeah, it's crazy the level of surfing we got provided today.
Yeah, pretty wild when you look how strong Kanoa was. I mean, losing with a 15+ total and just really making one mistake. You know, that big fall, just the turning point in the entire matchup. And that was a long time ago, as we see Jack preparing for a big speech.
Oh, he's had some really amazing dismounts. That one wasn't his finest, but that's all right. He just got a win.
Yeah, what's most important is, well, he get another try here. Yeah. Jack getting a lift on the Red Bull ski.
He's very seasoned on a ski. That wasn't one of his finest moments. It's okay, though.
Great job to Abe Lerner and the entire Hawaiian Water Patrol, always led by the great Terry Ahui. As we send it to Strider with our champion.
How good is it? It's a good comeback. Bro, beautiful work. All right, well, we're out here with Jack. Jack's back. Hurley Pro Sunset Beach champion. Congratulations, young man. Number 2 in the world.
Yeah, far out. It was
crazy last few months at home, had a baby and everything before coming here, and man, it's all new and just adapting. So, man, I'm living this moment. I'm just, I don't even know, I'm just enjoying it so much today. And I know I didn't start good at pipe, but it didn't matter. I was trying to enjoy it, you know. So, yeah, it's really special.
This is your 6th career win on the CT. Must feel good. You know what? Double barrel in the final. Beautiful work. I mean, you paddled by and saying how beautiful it was. What a day.
Man, I know. It was a cool wave. It was like almost bending. Like I've never got tubed twice on the inside. It's kind of funny. So, yeah, and to have a final with Kanoa too. Like we've grown up together. We've been doing this for, like, we're still really young, but we've been doing it a long time. It's kind of funny. So, yeah, it's a cool history and a lot more to come.
I can't wait for the rest of the year. Congratulations, my friend. Beautiful sunset work. You are a legend out here. Everybody loves you. You got anything to say to everybody back home?
And I love everyone that supports me. Thank you, everybody, my family, and everybody involved, my whole team. Man, it's the best, and yeah, just grateful for this moment, man.
Welcome back, Jack. We love you.
Love you, buddy. Thank you, brother.
Jack Robinson taking out the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. His coach right there, Leandro Dora, another coach and mentor to him, Maddie Bemrose, are going to be preparing for the chair. Jack's mom in there, his wife Julia, his baby boy Zen. It's the first win that Zen gets to watch his father win. That's a pretty cool moment.
I didn't see the baby right there. Where did they leave the baby?
Oh yeah, someone's watching the baby. I'm sure there's a lot of people raising their hand to babysit. Oh, Jack, what a great position now, number 2 in the world. Just a little hiccup along the way in the big picture of losing in the round of 32 at pipe. And in just showing the world, he's got strengths everywhere. I think when he first qualified, you're going, okay, he's going to win pipe, he's going to win Tahiti, all the slabs, he'll be dangerous at the box when they get sent over there, and he's just so well-rounded. He just continues to remind people that no matter what the waves look like, he's going to find a way to win.
For sure, but I think, I guess I've had the ability and the privilege of watching Jack grow up, and I think I mean, a lot of Western Australia has always known that Jack has had this special connection to the ocean, and obviously you think, yeah, Jack's so obviously going to do well in these slabby sort of waves, but he's had an air game since about 10 years old that's been super progressive. I mean, he was a prodigy kid, and he's just obviously fulfilling all these dreams and what everyone thought he was destined to do right now. So it's yeah, really proud moments for everyone back home in Western Australia and Australia.
6 wins already in a really short period of time. From winning in Mexico, that was just to stay on tour, and then everything changed from even going jack to jack or back to back from G-Land and Margaret River in a row. This is his time, Jesse.
He has, and mentioned that G-Land win, which is the least expectable from him maybe. You know, all the other ones you can't expect him to win, but G-Land was a special one. And here it is, getting carried up. That's the best feeling in the world.
Leandro Dora, Yago's dad, and Maddie Bemrose on the chair.
Heavy, huh? Heavy,
I love this work.
He's a big kid. And the sand in Hawaii are very thick.
Oh my gosh. It's the hardest sand in the world to walk or run on, let alone share up the beach. Taking in a moment with his support crew is Jack Robinson, the champion of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, now number 2 in the world. Molly Picklum going back-to-back as well, and now world number 1 heading into Portugal. Coming up next, it's the 8:05 post show. All the champions will be crowned. We'll have the trophy ceremony and make our big predictions to set up the next stop of the tour in Portugal. We'll see you on the 8:05 post show. Coming up next, we'll bring in Kaipo to lead you through all the big highlights of the day.
It's the 8:05 post-show finals day from the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Stop 2 for the World Surf League Championship Tour and another epic day in competitive surf history being made today at Sunset Beach. I'm Kuiper Guerrero along with Felicity Palmentier, Jesse Mendez. I'm going to start with you, Flick. Ladies first. Wow.
Oh, just my jaws to the floor once again. We were provided with such beautiful waves for finals day. Just like what we were at Pipeline, the same things happened here at Sunset. The waves were the hero and the surfers showed up and blew up.
Yeah, showed up and blew up, and new levels. New levels of performance both on the men's and women's side, Jesse.
Yeah, and it seems to amaze me because it's such a hard wave to perform, like high performance type of surfing. And they delivered that all day long. And not to mention, conditions were perfect the last 2 days. So that helped as well for them to just push the level once again.
A big delivery in the way of Jack Robinson, 18.04 heat total for Robinson, and a win here at Sunset Beach. Let's hear from Jack.
Yeah, Kaipo, Jack down here just soaking in the moment. This is your 6th win on the CT, but your first as a dad. What kind of meaning does that bring to this moment?
Super special, Zen's first win. No, it's really, really amazing. Like, I don't know, just this trip to Hawaii and yeah, just everything. I don't know, that was a special moment, just the whole thing, the final, the families here, like just my whole team, and yeah, it was, I'm kind of just still soaking it in, so you didn't always have the words to describe it, but it's like such a special feeling. So yeah, I'm really grateful.
Another special feeling I have to imagine in that final, the 9.87. What was going through your mind when you saw the potential that wave had to offer?
Oh yeah, I knew it was a good one. Kanoa looked at me and I just sat there. I just sat there and waited, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna go. And then I didn't go straight away. I guess I was just so focused on myself. So, you know, didn't really matter what else was going on, and I was just trying to surf and enjoy the moment, but really cool to share the final with Kanoa.
Speaking of the moment, that wave gave you 2 of them, 2 barrels on that wave. Has that ever happened to you before?
Oh, the gift keeps on giving, huh? No, I didn't know I was going to do it twice. I was just like, no expectations, and then boom, just 2 barrels. I was like, okay, it's going to be a big score. So, yeah, I know the year didn't start out like I planned at Pipe, but better late than never, you know, start it now. So.
I want to ask you about that start at Pipe. I know it was so far from what you expected of yourself to start this 2024. How did you bounce back to win here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach?
Yeah, I guess, you know, like, I was still, it kind of hit me hard. Like, I was still kind of living that one, like, oh, I lost, you know, but I was like, oh, it's the past. Like, let's go and make your luck out here, you know, and just go surf. I feel like, yeah, when I put it together, you know, it's incredible. So, yeah, that came together the way I wanted it to, and super stoked. Let's enjoy it.
On to Portugal with the number 2 spot in the world. How do you build on this?
We got number 1. John? Okay, all right. Me and Johnny, new dad coming. Yeah, John. Congrats. Let's go work.
There you go. We'll see you in Portugal. Congratulations.
Love it. Okay, see you guys soon.
Hey, it's going to be a great year, and I look forward to more of those battles. You know, he's already knows by the numbers who his the most fierce opponent for Jack Robinson. Clearly, he just already got in his head. It's going to be John Florence.
Oh, for sure. And it's really cool to see Jack so fired up. Sometimes he can be very reserved and just very level-headed and not really let that show, but we really saw it there. And yeah, Portugal's going to be fireworks, I think.
He called him out, like, straight up. And then he was like, oh, he's a new dad. But, like, the first, like, who's first?
Yeah.
He was like a flax on John right
Yeah.
Yeah, and, you know, and Jack is so calm throughout when he gets into competition mode. But then you see kind of the emotions come out after the fact. So congratulations, Jack Robinson. Let's take a look how he got there and the final bracket for the men. Start off this morning with quite a challenge. Italo Ferreira on to Ryan Callahan. So you had to get through a couple of goofy foots before finally Felicity having to face up against a former champ in the way of Kanoa Igarashi. We'll take a look at all the action here. Flick starting off this morning and Jack's road to the final.
Yeah, Jack just once again finding barrels when no one else was finding them. He's just no more words. I mean, he's just got this. This one here was really impressive to me. This was straight off the takeoff, and you usually don't see barrels like that at Sunset. Usually it's on that inside section where it really does throw over a lot more. So for Jack to just take off on that wave and be like, right, I need a score, let's go, was super impressive. And yeah, he's just so connected to this wave, and yeah, being able to have that ability to find those barrels is really impressive.
Jesse?
I mean, I think Flick already basically mentioned everything, just how he was able to bounce back every heat and just better himself. Like, basically, he set the scale on the quarters, broke himself on the semis and on the finals, just getting better and better. And every time he was laying more on rail and pushing harder, which that's what you expect on the finals day. Like, improve every heat, and that's what he did. It was incredible to watch. And not to mention, Kanoa also had a very good of a day.
Yeah.
It's just, unfortunately right there, how the priority exchange happened, and he ended up getting that special wave that we just saw with the double barrel.
Yeah, I think what was most impressive to me was Jack's transitions between his turns and his ability to read so quickly that this was going to barrel, duck up underneath, and then even here, this was like a millisecond, and like a fraction of a second to just decide, okay, no, I'm getting back under the lip here, it's barreling again. I mean, and Jack even said, I've never been barreled on that inside section twice like that, but he did come up against a really informed Kanoa, and I like what you said, Jesse, about, you know, maybe if Kanoa hadn't gone so big on that that 3.8, that he might have actually, the flow in the heat would have changed. But yeah, he was just no match for Jack. It was Jack's day, and he was just, yeah, really in form.
Both Jack and Kanoa bouncing back from equal 17ths at pipe. They were eliminated in the round of 32. Not the case here at Sunset. Both made it to the finals. But Jack Robinson, those numbers, they're gigantic. A 9.87, an 8.17 backup. That is one for the record books when we talk about Sunset finals and Sunset final performances. Great stuff. Well, you know what? The women, they did the same thing out there. Big numbers come through, and the new star performers, Molly Picklam-Flick, she goes back to back.
Yeah, she does. And that, like she said in that post-heat interview with AJ, going back to back is a hard thing to do in our sport because the conditions change so much. You've got Mother Nature there, which is a major variable. She said that, you know, obviously Tyler had done that at Bells, and she just thought, how hard is that to do? Like, is that really going to happen today? But, I mean, she had a stacked draw. I mean, she came up against Lakey, who in that quarterfinal, Lakey had been on fire up until then. Lakey had been dropping excellent scores, but man, Molly just proving that I feel like she's really worked on her rail game and also her commitment, and that was really evident in the quarterfinal all the way through to that semi-final, especially with Risa.
Yeah, just so informed and so smart. Look at that rail game right there, just on point, and just making smart decisions, getting good waves, actually going huge on this turn right here. That's a 10-foot face right there, and she just literally hit the lip. That might have been the best turn ever on the woman's side.
Yeah.
Out here at Sunset, 100%.
9.67 for that turn, and that one's going to be one for the record book. That led her into the final up against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Flick, whoever won this final gets the yellow jersey.
Yeah, and this was a really cool rematch of the semi-final that everyone was talking about at Pipeline, where Molly got the jump on Betty. And I know Betty was so hungry to get this win right. Betty actually had that highest single wave score of a 7.17 in this. Just unfortunately, she couldn't find the backup. And Molly was able to get to town, really improve on that backup. But so this one I feel like is going to sting for Sakura but Molly just really, really making the most of this final. And yeah, super special for her to go back to back.
Yeah, and I think actually Betty Lou was the most informed surfer on the women's side on this event, but on the finals right there, just Molly being a little bit smarter and making it count.
There you go. Molly Picklam back-to-back here at Sunset. You can see the numbers there. Note that Sakura did have the highest single wave score, just searching for that backup. But congratulations to Picklam. Can't wait to see these two go at it all year long. And speaking of Molly Picklam, let's hear from the back-to-back Sunset champ, Molly. She's with AJ.
Yeah, Joey, Molly coming in, sinking in that here you are, the back-to-back champ at Sunset. I know going into that final against Betty Lou, you knew you had to be on your game. What was your strategy to keep her at bay, get the win today?
I mean, what a moment. Defending a title is just like so hard in our sport because the ocean is in charge, and just there, obviously Betty Lou had such a good wave, and that's why it's scary. She's so capable of them, like in her sleep, you know. So the ocean just played its part for me, and I'm really, really, really happy it did that.
And Molly, when I think about the moments you've already had in this 2024, it started at Pipe with a 10 and a finals, and now here you are at Sunset Beach with a massive turn, an iconic turn, dare I say, and a finals win. How do you feel like you are just building momentum at each stop?
Yeah, I think every event feels different, so just taking it for what it is and enjoying it and just trying to find the little fun moments in between it all, because I definitely wasn't as confident in this event. I felt like I'd had some trouble just like trying to get the rail in, and it was a really tricky event for me for confidence-wise, but I always kept belief, and I think that's one of my strengths, that I kind of always believe no matter what, and that's why you got to just keep on believing.
How does this win help that belief?
Yeah, I mean, of course, winning twice, it's definitely, you got to back yourself for sure.
Anything you want to say to friends and fans back home in Australia?
Absolutely. Thanks so much, guys. I hope you're all partying by now. It's probably after lunch, and I love you all. I really appreciate the support, and it's just the start of the year, but we did really well here in Hawaii, and I'm stoked to come home soon.
That you did. Molly, you did really, really good in Hawaii. What do we say? 10 at Pipe, runner-up finish there, wins over here, top of the rankings going into stop number 3. Molly Picklum, I mean, it's early in the season. Is she a pick for a potential world title?
Yeah, and I actually thought that at the very beginning of the year. I just think last year, obviously Molly made that final 5, but since then, I just feel like she looks stronger. She looks even. She knows what it takes now to make that final 5, and that momentum she had at Pipe was incredible, and to be able to continue that here, that's a very, very hard thing to do. It's a long year though, so we'll see.
It is a long year, but the year starting off really, and by the way, Jesse, I just want to point out the fact that this has been one of the more spectacular starts to a championship tour year that we've seen in a long time in both Pipe and Sunset.
Yeah, it's incredible. I think we had 2 amazing days at Pipe, which, you know, it's like, as far as those waves are very consistent, but it's tricky on a gap of like 10 days window or 12 days window here for Hawaii for you to get 4 good days, and we had it there and we had it here. The last 2 days here have been incredible, and it's just starting special, and I hope we keep that luck going throughout the year.
I hope so too. And you know what was incredible? Well, we're going to go through this incredible moment because it's the cup noodle wave of the day. Check this out. Talk about courage and talk about commitment, Flick.
Oh, it doesn't get any more committed, any more consequential than that moment right there. 9.67 for Molly Picklum on one maneuver on this wave. You can see from this angle just how thick that lip was. This is, we're talking about 10 foot worth of face on that wave that she just went up and absolutely destroyed.
I don't recall it ever seeing a single turn get rewarded that high. We've seen airs, obviously, but just keeping the board on the water and getting that rewarded, that just show how critical that turn was.
Yeah, that was. We saw it in slow motion. It got completely disconnected, and the consequences. We talked about that in the heat. Like, if she were to go down on that wave, that would have been a world of hurt.
Yeah, we could see how thick that lip was. The wave height was so big, and I mean, she even said it herself. She was like, "I was either going to make that or I was going to die." Look, it was just so consequential, and. I spoke to Molly earlier pre this event. She said, yeah, I just excel in these waves and I just love it because I just love the challenge.
Yeah. Well, Molly Picklum is at the top of the women's rankings, but let's check out the whole list and see where we stand going into stop number 3. Caitlin Simmers hangs on to that number 2 spot. Sakura, strong Hawaii bid in at number 3. There's our top 10, Jesse.
Yeah, this is looking stacked. On the women's side, always very tight because they obviously have less people inside. So the battle for top 5 is going to be crazy. And also just the mid-season cuts is not going to be easy for them.
So Katie Simmers, number 2 in the rankings, heading into Portugal. But this is a place that she likes. Super Tubos flick. Taking a look back at last year where Katie Simmers was the champ of the male Rip Curl Pro.
Yeah, and this was her first event, first career win, and it was just so impressive to see. As a first year on tour, I mean, obviously she's been a phenom. She's been someone that we've been talking about for a long time. And I was shocked actually that she got a win so quickly. It was the third event of the year. I thought, you know, sometimes it might take her a little bit to find her feet, but no, she proved me wrong, and I'm here for it.
I'm here for it too. Katie Simmers, a phenom. Remember, at this event, she had a hard time even hoisting up the trophy. It was so big. There's a moment with Pops right there. Chair up to the beach. And Katie Simmers, we're looking forward to the return. Stop number 3 over at Portugal. We're going to have more talk about that, but let's make everything official here at Sunset Beach. For that, let's go to Joe Turpel for our presentation.
Thank you so much, Kaipo. Thanks, everybody, for coming down. You guys are incredible. The best fans in the world. What a leg we had on the Hawaiian leg of the tour from Pipeline to here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Stop number 2 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. And it's such a big part of our title race, our whole season, and how important this wave is for pro surfing. It's absolutely incredible. When you think about a wave with this kind of longevity, the great Duke Kahanamoku had an invite event back here through the 60s that was so prestigious just to be a part of, let alone win, as Jeff Hackman won way back in the day as a 17-year-old. And returning to the tour as a championship tour event, we've had world titles decided on the sand from Andy Irons to CJ Hobgood, and also runs and dynasties by Lane Beachley, who won this event back-to-back 2 separate occasions in her career. Also the great Lynn Boyer, Margot Oberg, and now we get to see who can really master this lineup with power, and especially when the ocean gets big, which is what we saw this year. Big waves, challenging waves, and give it up to all the surfers that put on great performances for us. They put their heart and soul into this job to fight for a title and then to fight to be the undisputed world champion at the end of the season. We are so grateful to kick off the tour here in Hawaii, the birthplace of He'enalu, as a cultural practice and a competitive sport. We'd like to mahalo first and foremost Kanaka Mo'oli, as well as the Kama'aina, who for generations have embodied the true aloha spirit, sharing and perpetuating surfing while stewarding the oceans and coastlines for everybody to enjoy. Mahalo to Hawaii, this beautiful North Shore community, and to all those who have come before, hear us today, and bringing us together all through surfing. Thank you so much. Right on. You guys can get behind it. Yeah, for sure. Special thanks to Kumu Hinale Moana Wong for leading the opening ceremony and blessing for the competition. Thank you to the city and county of Honolulu, the state of Hawaii, the North Shore community again for sharing us this beautiful wave. And a lot of locals love this spot no matter what size, where it breaks. Thank you for allowing the world's best to take it on this week. Big thanks to Hurley, our title partner of this event. Also Yeti, Lexus, 805 Beer, Red Bull, Shiseido, Bonsoi, Hawaii Tourism, Cup Noodles, Spectrum Hawaii, Pura Vida, Mananalu Water, Pacifico, True Surf, Eventbrite, and Kokomo. Give a round of applause for all the support for this great event. Our trophies are handcrafted by a local Oahu artist, Tanya Brown, using repurposed surfboards to sustainably showcase and celebrate the power of Paumalu, or Sunset Beach, in Olelo, Hawaii. We'd also like to thank Lulu Leis and Bouquets for their beautiful lei we're about to present with these trophies. And to help us, we've got some great people up here with me. On the far end, Travis Logie, WSL Senior Manager of Tours and Competition, and one of the quickest surfers on tour in his day. Thanks so much, Travis. Let's hear it for Travis. Well done, my friend. Kayla Durden, longtime pro surfer, WSL Coordinator of Tours and Competition. Kayla, you do so many great things. Loving all the work you do, especially through the Rising Tides, which everyone gets to participate in. Thanks so much. Let's hear it for Kayla. Now let's get to our champions, making the final now for this man, the second time in his career on an absolute roll of understanding the challenges of Sunset Beach. Let's hear it for your men's runner-up, Kanoa Igarashi. Kanoa representing Japan on tour. showing up in another big final at Sunset Beach. Kanoa, it's been really cool seeing your growth in Hawaii and throughout your career. You put so much time and dedication in. What does it mean for you to see the results coming your way at some of the most challenging venues on tour?
Yeah, I mean, growing up in California, Hawaii was, just one flight away, and it was the place where we had to come and to train. And back when I was younger, I would dread coming over, and it'd be really scary to be on the North Shore and surf these bigger waves. But over the years, I just tried to put as much time as I can possible. And, I have a really good team in my corner, and thanks to them, they've always pushed me. And I knew that if I wanted to be a top surfer on tour, I'd have to get good results here. So I'm really happy with my start so far this year, and I just want to keep it going.
Accomplishing so much, making it into the final, especially getting past big names and favorites at this wave. Jordy Smith and your longtime childhood rival of Griffin Colapinto. I could pick a favorite for myself. What about for you? What stands out? What are you most proud of?
Honestly, I'm really proud of just this result that I had, and just where my head was at. I had a really hard 2023, and I barely made the cut. I barely made any heats. So, to go from that to be able to come into the second event of this year with a final, I'm just really proud of myself. And there's a lot of times last year where I kind of almost lost hope a little bit and started doubting myself a lot. And working with Jake Patterson again and just creating a good game plan and getting that confidence back. I'm just really happy to be back in my mojo and get back in my rhythm.
Congratulations, Kanoa. Right back where you belong. Kanoa Igarashi, runner-up in the event as he moves on to Portugal. Now let's get behind your runner-up of the women's final, a local right here on the North Shore of Oahu. Let's hear it for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Betty Lou has been surfing lights out this year. Part of the heat of the year, potentially the semifinal at Pipeline, where she kicked off third in the world. And then making the final here at Sunset Beach, 9-1-7 in the early round, getting a lot from the panel, getting barreled as well at Sunset Beach. What's really standing out to you from such an incredible last couple days?
Yeah, it's been an unreal last couple of days. We've been so fortunate to get good waves. But yeah, really just blessed to be home and to represent home and really just be here at home ground and have my coach be behind me and supporting me and giving me the confidence that I needed throughout this event.
This is a serious game-changing moment in pro surfing from what we saw you do on finals day at Pipe, for seeing this youth charge and a total generational shift that you're a massive part of. How does that feel to be changing surfing in 2024?
Yeah, it's pretty unreal. Me and Molly talked about it literally like 2 years ago when we first qualified on tour. But yeah, really we're doing it, and I'm really happy to be a part of it, and to hopefully, we'll keep pushing this level, and it will be a new level of women's surfing the next couple of years. So yeah, we're gonna do it.
Congratulations, Betty Lou. Enjoy the moment.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Thank you, Mom, Dad, everyone that supported me from a little girl growing up here. It means the world. And yeah, I made it to the podium. Hopefully we can be one more in front, but it'll happen one day.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, runner-up, the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. And now this man from WA has always had a special connection, not just with Sunset Beach, with the North Shore of Oahu, the champion of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, Jack Robinson. Jack Robinson competed in the World Title Showdown last year. Now 6 wins in his career. And now back to number 2 in the world. Jack, a lot of things have happened in your life since we caught up since last September in the WSL Finals. Do you want to take it from there? A lot of big changes. And how you feeling?
Big ones, huh? But it's, yeah, my little guy's here. He was watching today. Special day. And yeah, I just want to thank everybody that supports me, everybody that's here with me. The family's here. Kanaka Solutions, you guys have got me back. Stoked. Thanks, Kimo and all the boys. Man, actually as well, a different topic, like Andy's board, I had one from Eric, and this morning I had it on my lap, and I was like, kind of talking to it, and I was like, oh, what would Andy do out there? And then he's like, just go frickin' surf, man. And I was like, okay, that's what I'm gonna go do. And super stoked and grateful for this moment. And yeah, thank you, Sunset.
Wow. That was absolutely magical. I have to ask you about that near 10 that you almost got double barrel with that crazy carve to start. I mean, that was one of those waves that we'll never forget. How did it feel for you?
Yeah, it was special. I knew even before it came, and I was just looking at it coming in, and I looked at Kanoa, and then I like stayed and paused for a second, and I was like letting him wait for a second, and I was like, okay, now I go. And then, yeah, it lined up, and I mean, I wasn't even expecting that, and that's when the best things happen sometimes, so.
How good does it feel to have a buddy like Kanoa that you've known since you were a little kid in the final with you?
Yeah, man, we grew up together since the beginning doing this, so to share a final with him, and hopefully there's a lot more to come, was really special, and we've come a long way, so I'm stoked to be up here and keep the journey rolling, man.
Number 2 in the world heading into Portugal, Jack. Enjoy every moment. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Jack Robinson, your champion, number 2 in the world, heading into Europe where he finaled last year. And now let's hear it for your champion, runner-up at Pipeline, back-to-back titles here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, Molly Picklum. Molly Picklum got her first 10 of her career in the semifinal at Pipeline with Betty Lou in that matchup. And how cool is this?
Yeah, I mean, what an honor to be here, and back-to-back is hard. I feel like it's the ocean, Sunset particularly, it's a tricky wave, and yeah, to go back-to-back, it's honestly unbelievable.
There's these moments that we've now experienced in back-to-back finals days where you just rise to this level, you're 10 before the final, with all this hype running your way and adrenaline. It kind of happened the same way with that single turn that almost got a 10 all the way into that final heat. How does that feel to have that kind of momentum when an event title's on the line?
Yeah, I think the whole momentum thing, it's like you're literally surfing a few heats in a day, so hopefully you are taking learnings out of each one and getting better and better. But yeah, I don't know, I just kind of take it for what it is. If I make the heat and then try and do a bit better, so then makes it more entertaining, get bigger scores and get more trophies.
I always reference the moment when you talked about Betty Lou and your eyes lit up, and you said she pushes you so much to do your best type of surfing, asking her about this game-changing moment in women's surfing history, and we're living it in real time. How does that feel to now have major finals with someone like Betty Lou and the rest of the generation on tour?
Yeah, I think obviously after myself and Betty Lou's performance at Pipeline, it's a historic heat, and to come here and share the final with Betty Lou, it's pretty incredible. Like she said, we missed the cut together, we're pushing women's surfing together, and I think we'll look back and realize how big this moment is and the push that we're doing right now. But no, seriously, I think it's really cool that we have each other, because we wouldn't be pushing as hard if it wasn't for each other. So yeah, I'm so honored and so grateful to have these girls in my life pushing me to see how good we can all get at surfing.
Back in the yellow jersey, number 1 in the world. How are you going to celebrate?
Have a real good night. Thanks so much, though, guys, for coming to watch. We love you all.
Let's get behind our champions. Molly Picklum taking it out along with Jack Robinson, and classic finals with great runner-ups, Kanoa and Betty Lou. You guys are amazing. All you fans, I hope to see you on the road this year on the championship tours. We'll continue on with the 805 post show as we send it back to Kaipo. Thanks so much.
Our champs. Yeah, what a great event and what a great start to the year. Jack Robinson, Molly Picklum, Sakura, and Kanoa Igarashi. So great start. Your thoughts? Any takeaways from that presentation and those speeches?
Yeah, I think the coolest thing was that Jack had one of Andy's boards this morning that Eric had shaped, and he was just sort of rubbing it, thinking, okay, any words, Andy? Can you give me any inspiration? And I just thought that was a really cool takeaway. Obviously, Jack riding the Erics here, and it all coming to fruition.
What about you, Jesse?
I just was impressed how calm and collected they were. Usually people would be screaming and freaking out, but that just shows, like, eyes on the prize. You know, they're looking at the end of the road, like in September on the finals. Like it was done today, but back to grind tomorrow.
Done today. Have a good time at Lele's, and then back to work tomorrow. And we're going to set everything up. Taking a look at our men's rankings after sunset. John Florence in yellow going into Portugal. It's been a while. It's actually been since 2021 since John was wearing that yellow leaders jersey. Jack Robinson's going to be right behind him, Jesse.
Yeah, and if you even look from first to fourth, that's basically a one-hit difference right there from quarterfinals on. So it's anyone's game from Jordy to Jordy for the next event who's going to take the yellow jersey. I hope they put in a show for us.
I think so. One name that's missing from this top 10 list, Griffin Colapinto.
Yes.
And so, yeah.
Really good pickup.
Well, the good thing about going into stop number 3 and Griffin Colapinto is it's a place where he has won before. This could be the mounting of his comeback. It was back in 2022, Jesse, that Colapinto was sharp at Super Tubos for a win.
Yes, and he looked unbeatable that afternoon. He beat actually Felipe on this final, and this is, I mean, good conditions for both of them, but especially Toledo is very hard to beat in those sort of beach breaks. And yeah, as you see right there, both of them very stoked to be in the finals together.
And so we'll see if Griffin will be on the comeback when it comes to stop number 3, the male Rip Curl Pro presented by Corona over at Paniche. Another thing we got to look at that's really got a shake-up right now, Flick, is that our Shaper rankings, a dark horse, has taken the number 2 spot. TNC Surfboards. Hey, congratulations, Glenn Pang, because it seems like you were the magic carpets for a lot of these surfers at Sunset.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's no surprise. I mean, we had so many surfers on them, and why wouldn't you? I mean, you're in Hawaii. They've tried and tested. These waves are so different to anywhere else on the planet. So, yeah, real dark horse there. But DH taking the win at the moment, 27,000 points. That's a lot. And he's out there in front. But, yeah, and Lost also dropped out of that top 5 situation. So we'll see what happens when we go towards Portugal.
Former winner, right? Like from last year, lost, and maybe Griffin is a big weight for him, not doing so well in this Hawaii season, and it's counting a lot.
Yeah, it all adds up, but you know what? We got 7 more events on tour to shore up points for all of those shaping houses. Well, it's been such an epic event. Time for our top 5 of the day. And do we have top 5 moments? You can't ignore this. Sunset Monsters, cleanup sets, wipeouts, haunted houses, Jesse, trap doors, all out there.
We've seen some crazy ones throughout the whole event. Look at this one from Gabe. Oh, this is the worst for me by far. Like, that was sketchy as he gets. All his weight on the front knee and actually twisting. I thought his knee was going after that. I'm glad he's okay.
Owie, ouch, ow. Heavy water, Flick.
Oh, heavy water. It's one thing you can guarantee when you come to Sunset. You're going to see some crazy wipeouts, some long hold downs, and there was no shortage of them at this event. I've got to agree with you that one we saw just before was definitely the worst.
Number 4, he didn't win, but he put on a masterclass. John Florence, the turns that he does out here, incredible, Flick.
Yeah, he was one of my favorites coming into this event, and obviously injury-free, coming off a second place at pipe. But this heat right here, a 7.83, and then backed up on the very next wave with just one single turn, an 8.23. We saw a lot of moments like this throughout this contest where the surfers are getting such high scores for that single maneuver. But of course, John's going to be the person to do it.
Number 3, talk about one turn. This was one historic turn, Jesse.
Definitely, like 2 historic moments in the last 3 weeks for this girl right there. First at pipe and here. That, in my opinion, that's the best turn a woman has ever landed. Mostly in that big of a condition, 10-foot faces, a lot of offshore under her board, and that was incredible.
Number 2, Flick for West Oz. Congratulations, Jack Robinson.
I'm sure everyone back home in West Oz is so stoked to see Jack get the win here at a CT level. We obviously know he's won out here before when it was a qualifying series event on his way to the World Tour, but Jack just proving again his comfortability in waves like this, waves of consequence, where it's more watermanship skills, finding barrels like this. Straight tucks back up again for a round 2 of little barrel here. He just has a special affinity with this wave, and he was unbeatable today. He just looked like he was totally in the groove.
Beautiful moment for the new father, Jack Robinson. Congratulations, Jack Robinson. Number 1, back-to-back, Jesse. Molly Picklum, Sunset Beach, dominance here.
Yeah, it's crazy how comfortable she feels out here, just being able to lay on rail all the time, critical turns, going huge most of the time. She, like, the new generation of women surfing is really progressing and pushing the level of surfing, and it's fun to watch, mostly in waves of consequences. Sometimes it takes a lot, like a few years for them to get comfortable in those conditions when rookies comes up. But those girls just seem to be not scared, and they're, delivering.
And that was our top 5 moments of the event. And what an event it was. What a Hawaiian leg it was. Final thoughts, Flick?
Final thoughts of the Hawaiian leg is that the waves really turned up. We were blessed. We had a beautiful finals day at Pipeline, a beautiful finals day here. And Portugal sort of a mixed bag. We don't really know what to expect. You could get heaving barrels. You could get smaller little A-frame beaches. So it's anyone's game. And yeah, professional surfing, wow.
Love it. Final thoughts?
Hey, I think perfect word is we're blessed.
Yeah.
Like, waves are firing, and maybe we should get out there right now.
Yeah, we certainly are blessed. Thank you, Flick. Thank you, Jesse. So good. Check it out. March 6th, the window opens for the male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. Check in at worldsurfleague.com for all the updates. Looking forward to seeing you all in Paniche. And with that, enjoy the end of event highlights. Aloha.
Got the food jet ski, I gave it.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.